morning, everyone. Welcome to Dallas. Welcome to the Wireless Global Congress Americas. So I'm Tiago Rodrigues. I'm the CEO and President of the Wireless Broadband Alliance. I'll be the host for your morning session. Hope you will enjoy today and tomorrow as we run this Congress with a series of presentations and wonderful topics and bringing some of the latest novelties on the Wi-Fi space. Hope you can learn from all these sessions, and as well you network, you make new partners, new friends, and you use these events as a good opportunity to build your relationships and your businesses. I'm going to start the session today talking about the connecting the unconnected. So in WPA, we have one group that is the Connected Communities Forum, where we try to bring programs and awareness of different projects and initiatives that are done all around the world of connecting underserved communities. And all that work is under the umbrella of the World Wi-Fi Day. That is one of the initiatives that we have been promoting over the last 10 years, that we try to celebrate on the 20th of June, all the benefits and all the good that Wi-Fi provides to all of us as consumers and to the companies and different entities that utilize Wi-Fi as their main broadband technology to get connected. So sharing some of the benefits of Wi-Fi. So personally, I look into Wi-Fi as the most universal technology for wireless broadband. Many of you have seen how Wi-Fi can provide human potential, developing new businesses, new education models, but as well as a way to bridge global equalizer in terms of capacities and knowledge between persons, but as well accelerating economic and social impact to all of us. Wi-Fi provides an economic value to the world of more than $5 trillion, based on some of the statistics available. More than 7 million jobs are under this technology. More than the 3% of the GDP comes from this market segment that we all are involved. More than 6 billion people all over the world is connected nowadays. More than 21 billion devices have Wi-Fi on it. And every year, more than 4 billion devices come up to the market with Wi-Fi, either smartphones, tablets, but many others, home appliances, industrial equipment, IoT sensors, and many others. At the same time, Wi-Fi, as I mentioned before, is fundamental for affordable connectivity. In my perspective, one of the most efficient and universal technologies available. We see as well still some gaps in terms of gender disparity in using Wi-Fi and connectivity. There is an opportunity for further work from all of us in multiple programs for that. At the same time, more than 2 billion people still are unconnected, in particular in remote areas, continents like Africa, South America, and others. There are still major gaps, but those gaps exist as well in developing countries. And we'll be listening about those cases in some of the presentations today. So only 75% of the world population is really connecting today, so still a lot of work to be done to bridge those gaps. So looking to Wi-Fi as a sustainable technology, that is a quite relevant topic nowadays, not only from a political perspective, but as well as an economic benefit for the world. Wi-Fi is one of the key technologies. So sorry for that. So Wi-Fi is one of the key technologies to provide IoT services that enable a series of capacities that can help remote controlling and monitoring to make buildings, our houses, and different assets to be more efficient from an energy point of view. Wi-Fi is a key element as well on the smart city vertical. Most of metropolitan cities, they use Wi-Fi as a key technology component for their smart cities program. We in WBA will work very closely with large metropolitans like city of Tokyo or city of London, city of Barcelona, where they play Wi-Fi as the core center of their smart city strategy. Recent standards of Wi-Fi, including Wi-Fi 6, Wi-Fi 7, and already looking for Wi-Fi 8, that we'll be talking throughout today and tomorrow, center as well energy efficiency as part of their standards. And I think it's good that we all as an industry, we move and we take that in consideration to make Wi-Fi more energy efficient. And then a final comment as well to open roaming. I believe many of you today are utilizing open roaming here on this convention center. Open roaming helps as well in terms of facilitating the way that we attach to the Wi-Fi. Not only facilitates the connection for those that have limited IT skills to connect to these technologies, but as well open up a huge opportunity for IoT sensors that they can become smarter and attach to the networks completely automatically. And based on that, we can provide new services and new innovations, even under the energy efficiency overall. My final message is really about doing a call for action to all of you. So if you like to get involved on our World Wi-Fi Day initiative, consider to be part of that. It can be as simple as a basic social media post, or can be just a team gathering. It can be offering free services on that day. So anything that you can do to augment and make visible your company's orientation towards a better Wi-Fi, I think is worthwhile. So if you are up to the challenge to help us to promote more Wi-Fi and celebrate it on the 20th of June, feel free to reach out to us, be part of that initiative that I'm pretty sure will be very satisfied with all of your participation, and we can showcase to the world all the benefits of this wonderful technology. And with this, I would like to finish my early presentation and present you the program for the rest of the day. And the next presentation is going to be made by Derek Underwood, Regional VP for Americas from Cambio Networks, and from Dwayne Douglas, CEO of The Quilt. And they will be presenting about their work that they have been doing in Chicago to connect underserved communities. So Derek, Dwayne, welcome.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dwayne Douglas, and thank you to the Wireless Global Congress and the Wireless Broadband Alliance and Cambium Networks for this opportunity to speak to you today. Today's discussion is not simply about deploying infrastructure. It's about how communities, infrastructure operators, and technology partners work together to create sustainable participation environments communities can realistically engage with over time. What we're building in Chicago is focused on operational sustainability, scalable deployment, and long-term participation. Most often, infrastructure is built in communities, but not inclusive of communities. The challenge in Chicago is no longer whether technology exists. In urban environments, we have technology. We have fiber, we have wireless, we have mobile networks, public and private investments exist, yet communities still struggle to consistently connect people. Workforce opportunities, education, healthcare resources, and digital services. What we've learned is that deployment alone does not automatically create participation. The real challenge today is not simply connectivity, it is a sustainable participation that changes how infrastructure must be designed, deployed, and operationalized. Historically, many projects have focused primarily on coverage, bandwidth, deployment milestones, or subscriber counts. Those things do matter, but sustainable participation requires much more than infrastructure availability. Communities also require trusted engagement, operational support, workforce participation, and pathways, digital readiness, and environments people can realistically engage with over time. Technology creates value when communities understand how to engage with it, trust it, and utilize it in meaningful ways. That requires infrastructure participation and operational support to function together as one ecosystem. That's where Quilt comes in. Quilt is a 501c3 nonprofit. We work primarily in the city of Chicago. Quilt serves as the participation and engagement layer within the ecosystem. We work directly with residents, working organizations, community institutions, businesses, schools, housing organizations, and local partners. Our role is helping community engage with technology, understand available opportunities, participate in digital services, and connect to long-term workforce and economic participation pathways. The key lessons we've learned is this: infrastructure alone does not create sustainable participation. Trust, engagement matters, operational support matters, local participation matters. Node Network serves as the infrastructure operations and deployment layer. Node is responsible for infrastructure deployment, fiber and wireless integration, scalable network operations, and long-term operational sustainability. The objective is not simply deploying connectivity. The objective is building sustainable, scalable infrastructure environments capable of supporting sustainable participation across real-world communities and conditions. Quilt creates the participation layer. Node operationalizes the infrastructure layer. At this point, I'm going to transition over to Derek.
Thanks, Wayne. So as an equipment manufacturer, we were a company divested out of Motorola Solutions. And going from a public safety industrial environment into more of an enterprise application and enterprise environment, it's been a big transition for us. So we had an opportunity to partner on this project. We were excited. I think connecting the unconnected is a huge tenet of what we believe in, and that's what we do around the globe. I have the privilege of leading our Americas team, so have some big challenges that are very different in South America than they are here in North America. But there's really three key pillars that we believe in. And the first is these applications, the enterprise market and the networking environment has changed tremendously. And the first thing that we have noticed and we have tried to really lean into is the simple disruptive economics. You know, no longer does it work having 5 different software modules that you have to purchase to get different feature functionality capabilities. So trying to wrap that up in something that's simple and disruptive and allows some of these underserved markets to have the services and the capabilities that they need is important. The second thing we believe, and I think this is true, I know there's lots of service providers here who have billions of dollars of spectrum available to them. Most of us do not. And I think flexibility when it comes to frequency is one of the biggest, it's one of the most important aspects of deploying a network. And I think when you look at companies like Cambium and others in our space, being able to utilize all of the frequency that the FCC has made available for multi-use and for shared spectrum and CBRS, the new 6 gigahertz band, these are things that are really opening up a lot of opportunities to deliver higher throughput and better service to folks who've traditionally been underserved. And the third thing is these are not simple networks to build. We talk about Wi-Fi, sure, it's simple in here. We can put APs up, we can get cable to them, no problem. But when you're trying to deploy a system like this, very different when you're trying to deploy in a place like the city of Chicago, where infrastructure, backhaul, right away, those challenges are very difficult to overcome. So as a manufacturer, how can we simplify the onboarding and the management, given how many different technologies are going to be required to make that network work? And so that's really where we have focused. And I think, you know, over the next couple of days, hopefully you guys will get to hear more about what manufacturers are doing to support these three pillars.
So what we're building in Chicago is not a collection of isolated deployments. We're strategically looking at how we can deploy across the entire environment. That means aligning infrastructure, participation, workforce engagement, operational support, and long-term sustainability. Most solutions that come into urban environments are really not sustainable. And so we're looking to ensure that whatever we're building, we can scale across these communities and even throughout the county and then also in other cities as well. Chicago provides a very practical operating environment for this work because every community that we introduce is a little different. Deployment realities, operational conditions, infrastructure environments. That's why scalable, flexible, and operational simplicity becomes critical. And that's also why participation matters.
And just to dig in a little bit deeper on this flexibility. So certainly the deployment flexibility when it comes to RF spectrum, very critical. Being able to use technologies like 60 gigahertz with Wi-Fi, with licensed point-to-point, unlicensed point-to-point, very important to building out a system that's truly scalable. Creating an environment where that's simple from an operational standpoint is challenging, and I think that's again where we have to differentiate ourselves and make it simple for our service providers. The other thing I can tell you as a wireless engineer by trade, I fought the fiber game for a long time. I thought, oh, come on, fiber's expensive, you can't get it, it's the right of way, it's very difficult to trench, everything's challenging. Certainly fiber has a tremendous amount of value in wireless networks. We have embraced it. We believe that these hybrid networks that leverage the ability to use fiber where you can, but extending to that last mile using wireless creates a cost-effective, but also I think as important as the cost-effective component, it's the time to serve. How quickly can we start hooking people up and getting them online and connected when they've truly been underserved for so long? So having that simplicity, that embracing that hybrid technology, and also the deployment flexibility, critical to the success of this deployment.
And we're living that reality in Chicago in doing this work. We've been doing this work for roughly about 4 or 5 years now. And some of the things that Derek mentioned there, looking at the fiber in the ground, the wireless that's in the air, and individuals connecting to it, it is just not contiguous. You know, there's major difficulties when we move into MDUs. There's major difficulties when we're looking at frequency. There's major difficulties when we're looking at products. And so with Cambium, we're doing end-to-end solutions because that makes it easier for us to use one product, one manufacturer, one window, one screen, and trying to deploy across these areas. But scalability, that may be an issue, because some individuals may want to use other products or solutions. So that continuity is very important for us to be able to effectively deliver the services that we would like to deliver within these communities. I know it's hard to even think about Chicago having digital deserts. The digital desert isn't because of infrastructure, it's because of connectivity to the infrastructure and how the infrastructure gets to the homes and to the individuals. And it's not just about connectivity. Right? You also have individuals, if you're not connected, that means that you don't have digital literacy skills. You more than likely don't have a device. You more than likely are not engaged in the digital environments. And so those are the things we have to address collectively. That's why partnerships and collaborations really matter. And so when we partner in communities, we partner with the entire communities. We partner with the businesses, the property owners. We partner with the residents, the community organizations, the hospitals, because the barriers that exist within these communities have to be reduced so those communities can really engage in the digital economy and start to scale their own empowerment in their own communities and then become more productive in the environments that we're building out for them. So as these ecosystems evolve, we also believe that the future connectivity will require more seamless participation in environments. And that's what I mean, going from one community to the next community, one household to the next household, to the grocery store. Individuals need to be engaged in a way that they're not just consuming, but they're engaging with digital technologies and growing themselves in their communities as well. And that would help with infrastructure. So all the infrastructure in the street, we just put in 10 different roads, but none of those roads connect. And so what we actually do, we don't put fiber in the ground. We utilize existing infrastructure. We partner. We utilize solutions that are already there, already connected, And if they aren't connected, we look to connect those at least to the last mile. But we don't put in any middle mile fiber, those type of things. We're all about collaborations and helping to build solutions that actually work and function in these areas. And continuous. So through the neighborhoods, through and working with infrastructure partners, workforce centers, educational spaces, and being inclusive in community as a whole. So what we're building in Chicago is not simply infrastructure deployment. We're building environments where infrastructure, participation, operational sustainability, and long-term community engagement can work together. And from the infrastructure side, scalability, operational simplicity become critical to making those environments sustainable over time. With that, thank you all.
Thank you, Derek. Thank you, Dwayne. We are going to have a panel later, and Dwayne and Derek will be on the panel, so please hold your questions either to Dwayne or Derek, that we can bring it up in a few more minutes after the next presentation. So thank you. So next speaker is Mark Grayson from Cisco, and he's going to talk about the development of infrastructure for mission critical and emergency services. So welcome, Mark.
Thanks, Tiago. Clicker here. Yeah, so mission critical communication services. So I'm sure over the next 2 days we're going to hear about how Wi-Fi is transforming experiences. It's transforming user experiences, UX, employee experience, EX, retail experience, RX, hospitality experience, healthcare experience, and that's all available now. I'd like to take a little bit of a different journey in terms of what we think is going to be significant in the future about how we can use Wi-Fi to deliver mission-critical services. I guess that's MCX. And the key is this is going to be a journey. Key takeaway is that we have aspects of mission-critical services that are available today and are working transparently, so that's great. We've got other aspects which require end-to-end systems and candidly require the industry to define the glue for those end-to-end systems to work. And we have others that really require visionaries and leadership from an industry perspective about demonstrating how Wi-Fi can play a role in delivering mission-critical services. So that's the plan. So why the focus on mission-critical services? We're going to talk about the components, and here you'll see the themes in terms of those three threads: emergency calling, first responder services, and emergency alert notifications. And those are 3 different end-to-end services at 3 different levels of maturity in the market and requiring 3 different approaches in how do we use Wi-Fi to deliver those end-to-end services. Okay, so why a focus on mission-critical services? Well, hopefully everyone in this room agrees that Wi-Fi is the de facto in-building wireless connectivity technology. It's often the only wireless access available, and whilst we are seeing increasing adoption of cellular, and that cellular bleeds into buildings, often these buildings are becoming more thermally resilient, and when you block heat radiation going into and out of a building, you also block the RF, and therefore we see these green buildings becoming harder to serve indoor users from the outdoor plant. And wireless and Wi-Fi is fundamentally an indoor technology deployed indoors to better serve indoor users. And as we say, often the only technology that's available. But we see from an industry perspective a renewed focus on indoor connectivity. We're currently in the midst of defining what 6G is, and when the ITU defined their requirements for 6G in their IMT 2030 requirements, for the first time, they defined a requirement for ubiquitous connectivity. And their requirement was ubiquitous connectivity, including rural, sparse areas where they advocate the non-terrestrial components to serve those rural communities. But equally, it calls out service continuity when moving deep in building. So we see from a 6G perspective a renewed focus on how do we deliver services when deep in building. And we anticipate various actors using that to reinforce and justify the deployment of more cellular indoors. I could call out some feedback in 3GPP from a particular mobile operator that says it's crazy to try and drive a narrative of more cellular indoors when we already have Wi-Fi. Let's define how to use Wi-Fi better rather than just rely on cellular indoors. We think it's going to be critical to demonstrate how Wi-Fi can support mission-critical services, so it is viewed as unequal. We can't have the fact that you can only deliver mission-critical services over cellular technology and using that as a lever to try and advocate for more cellular instead of Wi-Fi. And finally, we've got to recognize that this whole mission-critical services is going through its own transformation from legacy technologies. Here in the US, P25. In Europe, it would be Tetra. And evolving those legacy technologies towards more and more LTE 5G-based services. And we know those current capabilities come with service obligations. So if you're familiar with the International Fire Code, Section 510 has requirements on providing wireless connectivity to emergency responders. If you're in the National Fire Protection Association Clause 1225, that says the equivalent. How do you serve the first responders when they visit your building? And so with the transition from the legacy P25 Tetra towards 4G, 5G, how is that going to play out in terms of how do we serve those first responders when they are calling at a particular building? Okay, so that's the why. So the components, as we called out in the agenda, are looking at emergency calling, national security and emergency preparedness, the first responder services, and emergency warning systems. And the key here is that these are driven by national regulation. Okay, so the way that you deliver these services varies from jurisdiction to jurisdiction. So emergency calls, obviously, the ability, how can I have the ability to use Wi-Fi, a Wi-Fi capable device, to make an emergency call, 911 here in the US, 112 if we're in Europe. So that is also key. And then depending on the national jurisdiction, are you required to support emergency call when you have no SIM in your device? In the UK, where I'm from, the national regulator says, no, that's not a requirement. Here in the US, in Canada, SIM-less emergency calls is a requirement. And so how are we going to deal with that from a Wi-Fi perspective? Because we're all using a Wi-Fi credential to get onto the open roaming network for us to use open roaming to then obviously support that call. So we have emergency calling. Then we have the first responder services. How do we give prioritized access to those first responders when they're on site during those emergency situations? And then finally, on the emergency warning messages, I think we're all familiar with the use of cellular cell broadcast technologies that gives us the emergency alerts, the Amber Alerts. That's using cellular technology. But when we're outside the coverage of cellular, how can we deliver those emergency warning messages to users on the wireless systems? And all of those are really built on a foundation of secure and seamless guest access, okay, using Passpoint and open roaming. We can't be having a user trying to enter Wi-Fi, network credentials before they make that emergency call. It really has to be seamless, and that's why we're obviously looking to leverage much of the work done by WBA in terms of them driving Passpoint as well as open roaming to really deliver that seamless and secure Wi-Fi experience. Once we're on the Wi-Fi, then how do we deliver these mission-critical services? So that's the focus in terms of MCX. In terms of WBA, clearly playing a key role here in terms of addressing this at an industry level. From an emergency calling perspective, 2 deliverables already out there. One that talks about how to use emergency calling with a carrier profile. So you've got your cell phone with a SIM card in it. It will be provisioned for Wi-Fi calling. How do you then deliver emergency calls to that same handset, to that same user over the Wi-Fi network? And what are the challenges of delivering emergency calls over Wi-Fi? The second deliverable from WBA is about, well, what happens if I don't have a SIM card? So that's the national regulation about whether I need a credential. So what happens if I don't have a SIM card? What happens if I'm on a device which is a Wi-Fi only tablet? What are the challenges for the industry in being able to support emergency calls in those situations? And that's a different set of problems, and therefore covered in a separate deliverable. From an NSET perspective, the first responder services, we can see the work from WBA in terms of its deliverables on mission-critical services. And finally, emergency warning systems, still work in progress. So you can see in terms of the availability of these systems, emergency calls over Wi-Fi with carriers available today, and as we move towards the right, we can see more and more gaps, more and more need for the industry to come together to define those end-to-end solutions. Okay, so I'm going to spend time digging into each one of these in turn. We're going to start off with emergency calls. And so what's key is that today, the majority of emergency calls are made with these. Okay, 80% of all emergency calls are made on cell phones. And we know from the research, so the Open Signal report from 2024, from a US perspective, said that 88% of indoor data is consumed over Wi-Fi networks. So clearly, Wi-Fi is playing a critical role in supporting that cellular data consumption, or the data consumption on those smartphone devices. So 80% of all data is consumed indoors. And then some statistics about, well, how much of the carrier voice is made over Wi-Fi. And here there's less publicly available material. Some national regulators are reporting that at least 20% of carrier-provided wireless voice calls are made using Wi-Fi calling. If you look at the stats for FaceTime, for WhatsApp calling, and those over-the-top apps, it's something like 70% of voice calls going over Wi-Fi. So a significant amount of voice calls are going over Wi-Fi. And finally, the bottom part is that some of the work done at the FCC's CISRIC committee back in 2023, the FCC asked CISRIC to come up with recommendations about how to use Wi-Fi better to support emergency calls. And CISRIC 8 made some recommendations to the FCC around enabling emergency calls over Wi-Fi. So clearly we see an opportunity here of leveraging Wi-Fi to support these particular use cases. And so what is the end goal? So we have a Wi-Fi capable mobile device in a Wi-Fi only environment that is able to make emergency calls. And I think that is key, a Wi-Fi only environment. If we look at the standards coming out of 3GPP and GSMA, they all mandate that whenever a handset has cellular coverage, even if it's not from your home operator, but from a national competitor, that your emergency call will always be going over cellular networks. And we're not proposing to change that at all. So if you have cellular coverage, let's use that cellular coverage as defined in 3GPP 23167, 23402, all of the standards. If you have cellular coverage, use it for emergency calls. We're talking about those scenarios when there is no cellular coverage. The Wi-Fi device, the only wireless connectivity the device has is Wi-Fi. We need that device to seamlessly and securely authenticate onto the wireless network. And from an emergency calling perspective, we need to be aware about the specifics around location. And we'll see location is obviously key for an emergency call perspective because we need to route the call to the correct public safety answering point, the PSAP. In the US, there are between 4,000 and 5,000 PSAPs. On local jurisdictions, I need to be able to route that emergency call to the correct PSAP. And then once you route the call to the correct PSAP, the dispatcher needs to get a dispatchable location for the actual emergency. So we see two instances of where location is used, one for routing the calls and then one for getting the dispatchable location. And so we see a lot of, I guess, myths, misunderstandings about 911 Wi-Fi caller location. And this is an early screen when Wi-Fi calling was just launched on iOS. And it had, here you can see here on the screen, update emergency address. And so there is a perception that the only way to make an emergency call is to go into this settings, update your address, and then make your emergency call. Hardly seamless. And so the key is, well, what is this used for? And how is the industry addressing this location issue more holistically? And I can see, I checked on my own device today, and this menu has actually gone from my carrier bundle, so this has disappeared. But clearly, a registered location is part of the definition of Wi-Fi calling over the non-fixed voice over IP services. So how can we deal with location from a Wi-Fi perspective? And it's clear when we talk about location, there is network-provided location, which is meant to be, I guess, with a higher quality, compared with device-reported location. We see two examples of this from a Wi-Fi perspective. So from a network-provided location, we see an example here of radius being used to signal the location of a user in the radius exchange used to authenticate the user onto Wi-Fi. And this is called RFC 5580, location information, location data. Here you can see the civic location being signaled in 5580. We could have done geospatial, but here 5580 for civic location, you can see the user is calling from San Jose. We also see the BSSID of the Wi-Fi access point. So this is network-provided location. And as chair of Open Roaming, I want to call out that this is the technique which is mandated in Open Roaming, that all Open Roaming access networks include 5580 civic location information. So we've got a good head start if we're looking to try and transition the industry to provide location. The second on the right is user-defined location in a SIP header. So in the private access network identifier header, you can see here we're also signaling the BSSID of the wireless LAN that we're using to access the system. And so we could think about using these particular capabilities to be able to support some of the location requirements for Wi-Fi. Now, it's fair to say that we are transitioning how to handle location for emergency calls. And so why are we transitioning? Historically, in the cellular side, we used network-provided location, we used cell sector ID, tower ID, to determine how to route a particular call. Now, back in 2018, the ATIS, which is the organization that supports the carriers, reported that on average 12% of all emergency calls were being misrouted because they were being routed based on tower IDs. Where you had a PSAP boundary, in some cases that was going up to between 20 and 50% of calls were being misrouted. And if you misroute a call, it takes you about a minute to reroute the call, and a minute means that people's lives get lost because you have spent a minute rerouting that call to the correct PSAP. So clearly, this is a significant issue. And what we've seen is that there's rulemaking now that we have transitioned on location-based routing. The FCC in 2023 reported, because we were using historical tower-based ID, 23 million emergency calls a year got misrouted. And so location-based routing has changed that, where we've transitioned to now device-based hybrid, DBH. As an industry term, in Europe it's called advanced mobile location, but it's used now for determining the location of emergency calls. Totally transparent to the user, that it's the device which, when it detects an emergency call, may activate GPS, may activate Wi-Fi, may use those signals combined to get a position of where the call is being made, and then it signals into the network that particular location. So device-based hybrid. So this is a technique supported by Android and Apple from around 2017, 2018. They call it different things. So Android calls it the emergency location service, delivering DBH to carriers in the USA from 2018. 2017 to 2018, Apple delivers an equivalent. They call it HELO, hybridized emergency location to carriers in the USA. In 2018, how do we get this information to the PSAPs themselves? And from 2018, we had a clearinghouse, RapidSOS, which takes that information and then forwards that to the correct PSAPs. So this has led to a revolution in how to handle location for emergency calls. And importantly, it can be transported using different technologies according to national requirements. I'm from the UK. My national regulator says that when I call 999 in emergency, simultaneously my phone will send an SMS to 999 with my location. And so then that is able to be correlated together, and they can get my accurate location over SMS. Equally, it could be HTTPS in some countries, or over SIP itself. What does that look like? So in SMS, there's a syntax. Here you can see if I decode, I get a lat and a long and a radius and a confidence. So this is a 95% confidence. The phone is saying that I'm in a lat long radius, a circle about where I'm making that emergency call. And if you look at PMW, it means I've actually determined this location using Wi-Fi. The phone says, here's my location. And I used Wi-Fi to generate this location information. From the HTTPS perspective, here you see a post where I send my latitude, longitude, and radius. That's the accuracy. And you can see the source has been GPS and location accuracy 95%. And finally, I can send it in the SIP invite. So SIP defines the presence, information, data, format, location, object, rolls off the tongue nicely, the PID flow. The PID flow is an XML object that I send in a SIP invite, which provides location. And so this is an actual SIP Wireshark from an emergency call being made. And you can see here, I get a circle with lat long and radius and confidence. And indeed, this phone is saying I'm using DBH Hilo to estimate my device. And so this is now in the SIP message being sent into the network. In fact, the device doesn't know really how to use or what the network is using, and therefore often we see parallel attempts. So it may send HTTPS and SIP into the network and let the network then use the location accordingly. So a big transition from location. So we shouldn't just be looking to replicate Tower ID, we should be looking to leverage DBH. And so how do we then get that to the PSAP? Well, in the US, that depends on how the PSAP is integrated into the network, into the SENet. Is it IP connected? Or is it sort of I3 enabled? I3 enabled is end-to-end SIP. So if it's end-to-end SIP, we can signal information in SIP. Around about 40% of PSAPs are end-to-end SIP enabled. And then obviously they can configure with a carrier perspective the delivery of that information on an end-to-end SIP perspective. If they're not I3 enabled, if they can't get that SIP information, they need to get it as supplemental data. And here you can see RapidSOS as a clearinghouse, taking that information delivered by HTTPS, sent via Android ELS, Apple Hilo, into RapidSOS, which acts as a clearinghouse into the PSAPs, so that they're able to integrate this into their ALI screens. Their ALI screens are for their location information, tracking emergency callers on the PSAP screens, and this then all gets integrated, and you can see that in real time. So finally, what we see is that DBH is removing the reliance on registered location. Clearly, DBH is in real time giving you the location of where the emergency calls is. And from an indoor perspective, we've got to recognize that, hey, we don't get GPS all the time, and therefore it decreases the reliance on GPS for supporting those emergency calls. And this is a quote from FCC. So the broad availability of DBH combined with the developments of location-based routing has led to the improvements in location information for 911 over Wi-Fi over supporting networks, reducing the reliance on the user inputted registered location and associated challenges. So quite significant here that we're seeing that we're moving away from that register your address before you make the emergency call. Here, DBH is all automating that from a user perspective. And you can see the graph in terms of the confidence. Yes, when GPS is available, it gives fantastic location accuracy, but even when we're on Wi-Fi, we're getting sub 50 meters accuracy for those emergency calls. So great progress there. So fantastic. So we've made our emergency calls, we've got the dispatchable location. The first responders arrive at the building. We need to now think about those first responder services. So-called the National Security and Emergency Preparedness, the NSEP, also known as Emergency Preparedness Communication Services. We're here in the US, you just call it the Wireless Priority Service. Wireless Priority Service, once again, is a national jurisdiction. So in the US, governed by CISA. So if you go to cisa.gov/WPS, you can register your devices or see how you can register your business as being WPS enabled and how you register devices. I think in the US, about 5,500 businesses are enabled for WPS. In terms of user base, about 155,000 devices are enabled for WPS. What does that mean? It means I can make a priority call, even when the network is congested. In a conventional voice network, I dial *272 before the number, and it will prioritize that call if I'm authorized for WPS. And then cellular networks in congestion can implement various congestion controls. So I know it's the same term as access classes that we see commonly in Wi-Fi. In Wi-Fi, we've got our video, voice, best effort, background access classes. In cellular, we've got 15 different access classes. You and me, we get the bottom 10, and the upper 5 are for specific roles. And so access class 14 on a SIM card is for emergency services, 13 for utilities, 12 for law enforcement. And so the ability of the cellular operators during congestion is to knock off, say, 10% of Joe Public to give then additional resource to those emergency first responders. So that's how it works from a cellular perspective. That information is stored, is authorized by CISA, and CISA then communicates that directly to the mobile operators who voluntarily support this service, and they store that information in their HSS HLR to indicate that the user is authorized for emergency services. So, where do we see the benefit of Wi-Fi? Is we see a heavy investment into cellular-based emergency responder services. As I said, we're going through a transition from P25 and Tetra towards 4G, 5G-based emergency services. Whilst also, and this is perhaps a European perspective, shifting frequencies. So today, our PMR systems in Europe operate at around 400 megahertz, and we're transitioning those to 800, and we know that obviously that affects the range. But even here in the US, when we're going from 800 megahertz P25 to 800 megahertz band 13, band 14 LTE, 5G, we face a challenge in terms of range because on a P25 handset, I will be typically radiating up to 5 watts. So a super high power UE compared with normal cellular, I'll be down at a quarter watt. So clearly range is a difference when we're comparing P25 legacy with cellular. And interesting what we can do, at least from a Cisco perspective, is how do we map indoors? Well, normally from a first responder perspective, you get the fire marshal around to grid out your floor and to measure the PMR service on each one of those grids, and then report that you've reached the 95% threshold, and then you get your occupancy certificate. Well, with Wi-Fi, we can actually use something a bit smarter to determine cellular coverage. We can actually ask those Wi-Fi devices to report their cellular coverage, capability supported on the Cisco Wi-Fi gear. So if you could do show wireless client MAC address, those Samsung devices will report whether they're on 3G, 4G, 5G, and what type of service they're getting from the cellular operator. So we're able to automatically grid out the capability. And when we do that, we see that some floor areas have no cellular coverage at all. Others only have voice services, and others have mobile data services. And we're clear from a first responder perspective, we're more and more interested in those data services. We're moving to next generation 911 when we're looking at video type feeds. And so we can use the Wi-Fi network to look at the coverage that we're getting from the cellular network. And so that's one of the benefits we have. Conventionally, how do we ensure that we've got services? So when we did the grid map on the fire marshal, and he did the walk around, and he said, we have insufficient services. The fire code, the occupancy certificate will require you to deploy these bidirectional amplifiers. Think of it as a DAS for the emergency responder services. And so this is covered either by the International Fire Code Section 510 or the NFPA Section 1225, requiring now services for first responders in your building. And these are the red boxes on the walls that you will see in certain environments, and there are requirements in terms of battery backup, and the like for these DAS systems for PMR emergency responders. The question we have is, how can public LTE and private Wi-Fi systems complement existing LMR? When there is no LMR, PMR coverage, how can we use the Wi-Fi system to serve and support those first responders? And that's the challenge that we see from an industry perspective. And the good news, Wi-Fi 7 certification includes priority channel access. Okay, so the good news is we're getting capabilities in Wi-Fi 7 to address these use cases. It's called EPCS certification. It's part of Wi-Fi 7, so if you go look at your Wi-Fi 7 certificates, you can see devices, handsets, and access points that support EPCS from a certification perspective. Now, we need to deliver an end-to-end system. And we know we're used to roaming in Wi-Fi, and let's just call out, at least from a WPS perspective, there is no concept of roaming existing today for WPS. There is in other countries. In France, when the French first responder goes into Spain, he can actually roam onto the Spanish network, but the Spanish network isn't aware of the priority services. They're aware of some allocation and retention priorities, but not that the user is a priority service. So how do we deliver that end-to-end service with Wi-Fi? And so what we're seeing here is the bit that's done from a certification perspective is everything to do between the station, the device, and the access point, all covered off by Wi-Fi 7, Wi-Fi Alliance certification. Priority channel access between stations, access points. Fantastic. Where the gap is. How do we deliver the authorization to that access point? The key is that we want to integrate into existing authorization workflows. So we say the authorization is still CISA. CISA still can indicate whether a user is authorized to the mobile operator, but now how do we get it from the mobile operator to the Wi-Fi network? And so that's some of the work that we're driving both from a WBA perspective, but an IATF perspective, because we need to be able to signal that this access point is EPCS capable, and then we need to get the information back saying this subscriber is EPCS authorized, and here are the particular characteristics of his authorization. And so we need a technical framework to achieve that, but also we need a legal framework. And the good news is, from a WBA perspective, is that the ideal candidate for an end-to-end system with a technical framework and a legal framework is open roaming. And so the question is once we define this end-to-end systems, how can we then enhance open roaming to be able to integrate and deliver the glue to bridge the gap between existing mobile operators that receive that authorization from CISA and the implementation of EPCS in the Wi-Fi access networks. So a little bit of glue required from a first responder perspective. And so finally, public warning messages. I think it's quite timely that United Nations have an initiative that says public warning messages, early warnings for all. And the key is it's not just about cellular, even though absolutely we accept that the majority of effort is going into deliver cellular-based warning systems using SMS cell broadcast technology, so that when you are in range of cellular networks, you're able to receive those warning messages. But when we look at the United Nations, it says this isn't just for cellular. Emergency warning systems is a multi-channel approach. And ensure messages reach people through their preferred and trusted communications channels. And if my preferred and trusted communications channels is Wi-Fi, well, how are we going to deliver that warning message when the user is on Wi-Fi? When that user is deep in building and there is an earthquake alert, and so you want those messages to absolutely reach everyone within that building, how do you ensure that you deliver that alert over the Wi-Fi network? And once again, we've got some good news and some not so good news, is that we do have, from an 802.11 perspective, the ability to support emergency alert systems. So this is defined in 802.11, but unlike the EPCS when we had it as part of a certification, we don't have this as part of an existing Wi-Fi Alliance certification. So there is a gap there, and we're in a chicken and egg position, is that we need to define that end-to-end vision, take that leadership role to then accelerate the availability of this 802.11 defined capabilities across the device ecosystem. So this isn't part of a certification. This is one of the gaps that we need to fill. But here you can see what is defined as part of 802.11. And I guess the good news is it reinforces Passpoint. It's based on ANQP. Here you can see in the beacon, I get a hash of the message, and I can query the network about how I recover that message. And so very different from how cellular does it. So cellular squeezes that emergency alert into a cell broadcast because they've only got 90 characters to deliver that emergency alert. Over Wi-Fi, I can deliver that XML, that complete XML of the alert, so far more richer service, but this is how I signal how I can then recover that information. And there are a couple of options there to deliver to that end user device, all defined in standards. What's not defined? Again, we need end-to-end systems for mission-critical services. We have no definitions of how to scale the delivery of public warning messages to the thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of Wi-Fi access networks. And so without that end-to-end vision, we're in the impasse about, well, we're not going to get warning messages over Wi-Fi. So some of the work that the WBA's Mission Critical Services team has done, work group, is to look at, can we scale the delivery of warning messages to Wi-Fi? And so, first of all, we've got to understand, well, how do we scale warning messages today on cellular? Because we know that works. So what happens on cellular is that there is an XML format for emergency alerts defined by OASIS. It's called a CAP v12, Critical Alerting Protocol. So that defines the message syntax. In the US, it goes into a federal operated alert gateway, which then interfaces by, it's called a C interface, to a commercial mobile service rider gateway, CMSP gateway. That C interface is defined by ATIS organization, which then defines the D interface, which delivers it to a cell broadcast center, which then interfaces to the radio access network, and then broadcasts that cell broadcast over the particular area. So we know this scales because from a federal gateway perspective, I only need to interface with a handful of carriers on a particular country basis. Clearly very different from a Wi-Fi perspective. And so what the Mission Critical Services team in WBA has done is it's demonstrated how we can use cloud event notifications. So cloud event notifications are the basis of some of the work that has been going on in Kamara for telco APIs, so adopted already by telcos. And here we've demonstrated the ability of using hyperscaler functionality and cloud event notifications to be able to scale the delivery of those warning messages to Wi-Fi access networks. And there's a proof of concept up and running. That proof of concept, just using off-the-shelf hyperscaler capabilities, could deliver 500,000 emergency alerts to 500,000 different REST endpoints operated by 500,000 Wi-Fi access networks in 2 seconds. And when we compare that service level with the service level supported by the carriers in delivering their warning messages over public cellular, it's of the same order of magnitude. You know, a couple of seconds from gateway to delivery to handset. Here we're just scaling across the network, but we are able to deliver those messages in a short number of seconds. So we've demonstrated the ability to use cloud technologies to be able to scale the delivery. And the next phase, I guess, from an industry perspective, is to saying, okay, this is a proof of concept. We've shown it's viable. Who is going to move forward in defining this and specifying this, moving from a proof of concept, and then, as we said, using it to then accelerate the capability on the device ecosystem to enable us to deliver those warning messages when those devices are only attached to Wi-Fi and not within cellular coverage. So, I guess the key takeaways. Thanks for bearing with me as we've taken that journey through mission-critical services. So I guess the foundation is that Wi-Fi delivers that foundation of seamless, secure, scalable, low latency, deterministic performance that is required for emergency calling and mission-critical services. We're getting those foundational capabilities. There is a lot of fear, uncertainty, and doubt around emergency and location and liability. The liability isn't with the access network provider, it's with the provider of the emergency service. So enterprises can be confident that when they're delivering guest Wi-Fi, their users, when making emergency calls, can use device-based hybrid to signal their location to their carriers, to route to the correct PSAPs and get those dispatchable locations. This transition from tower-based network-provided location to device-based hybrid is an absolute game changer and really important from a Wi-Fi perspective because Wi-Fi makes that work better. Seamless access, absolutely. We can't be entering username and passwords, therefore that foundation of open roaming, eliminating those credentials seamlessly, securely, and scalable is key. And then from a WBA perspective, from an industry standards perspective, we need those visionaries. We need to show what is possible from a Wi-Fi perspective. We need to close those gaps. We need to deliver those end-to-end systems, and we need to be the advocates about how Wi-Fi can be used to support these mission-critical services. So thank you very much. And so
I'd like to invite once more Derek Underwood to the stage, Dwayne Douglas as well, Vincent De Paulo, please join us as well, Vincent. So let me start with you, Vincent. Yes. If you can just introduce yourself, talk about the telecom company and the work that you guys are doing in New York City. I think all the other participants have presented before, so wanted to give you the chance to expose and share with the audience all the work that you guys have been doing in New York City.
Diego, thank you for having me, first of all. The best way I could describe our business is a WISP, but I don't think that does it justice. What we really do is solve connectivity problems that no one else wants to solve. So what we've done in New York in a number of ways is solve access in locations where it may not be feasible to run a wire or put a tower up, or where there's an underserved community that no one else wants to go to. That's typically our niche. So in a few words, that's what we do.
Good, thank you. Starting with Dwayne and Derek. So great job in Chicago with that overview and plan of seamless connectivity across different assets. How do you guys see the long-term evaluation and measurement of success for all the residents and communities in Chicago, for all that plans that you guys have?
Well, the one thing is that we work in mostly marginalized communities where infrastructure exists, but it doesn't connect. And individuals don't really have access to that infrastructure to be able to build their own empowerment. And so the way we see it scaling is not only through giving them access, but helping them understand how to engage with that access while we're also educating them on what that access actually means to them.
Anything, Derek, to complement?
Yeah, I think, again, it's about utilization. The measure of success is, you can have the infrastructure, but if folks aren't using it, I think that's really what we're looking for, is how do we get more users on, how do we get more people empowered and able to close that digital divide.
Okay, thank you. Mark, excellent lecture about emergency services over Wi-Fi. One question is, how can we incentivize enterprises and companies, for example, like this convention center, really to adopt all those technologies to provide emergency services?
Yeah, and apologies for the lecture. Yeah, so it's a great question. I think some aspects don't require anything for the enterprises to do. So if we're looking at emergency calls, that emergency calls are being made over Wi-Fi today. And so the message there is you don't have to do anything special. And I think that's the first message, because we're seeing some fear, uncertainty, and doubt around liability on the emergency calls. And it's a complex subject, in particular because if you're running a PBX, if you're running WebEx calling for your employees, then you do have some liability for providing a location, but that's because you are providing the voice service. And so, but from a carrier Wi-Fi perspective, it's just carriage, and therefore you don't have the obligation. And so we see fear, uncertainty, and doubt from an emergency calling perspective. When it gets to the first responder services, here we're saying that the access network needs to have some capabilities and some interfaces to those carriers to be able to support that. And therefore, that's why we need the technical framework and the legal framework. And that's, I think, where we will see the hurdle about saying, well, why should I enable this? What is the quid pro quo of me delivering this enhanced capability for the users at my particular venue? And it could well be, using the example of Tokyo Metro government, about engaging with local jurisdictions about how do we incentivize the deployment of carrier Wi-Fi, open roaming, and then include some of these aspects in that incentivization. So I think it may well require and necessitate and benefit from that local government engagement that we've demonstrated, at least from a Tokyo perspective, can be very compelling as a catalyst for additional deployment. So I think that's where we will have to, I guess, pay attention to in the future in terms of how do we catalyze deployments.
Yeah, thank you. By the way, if anyone has questions to any of the panelists, just feel free just to raise your hand and we can make this conversation more interactive. There is one question there. Can you just come up to the microphone here in the center, if you don't mind? State your name and company, please.
Yeah, hi. Hi. Troy Martin with Ookla. I had a question around the emergency services part, and it sounded like there was a dependency or reliance on certification through Wi-Fi 7 to get adoption of features. Now, some major client devices don't put their devices through that certification process. So there is a risk, or in your opinion, do you think there's a risk of not seeing the adoption of those capabilities in all devices if they're not Wi-Fi 7 certified?
Yeah, so good question. So that's not emergency calls, that's the first responder services. And so I guess we're here with our ex-Motorola brethren. So calling out Motorola APX as being, the typical go-to handset, which has sort of a P25 LTE. So maybe it's only those specific handsets which are focused on the first responders, which goes through that. So maybe it's not the general iPhones, Pixels, which are used. Maybe it's leveraging that. So when I reviewed which devices had it on the Wi-Fi Alliance website, it was the Zebra Technologies sort of components and that focus. So maybe we will see a specialized set of devices which are focused on first responders.
All right, perfect, thanks. And a second question on different topic, just related to coverage deploying through municipalities and stuff like that. Could you comment just on the user experience if there's like a digital desert? As an example, I show up at a red light. My mobile device connects to the municipal network. I drive a couple blocks. I run out of connectivity, but my client device hasn't roamed from Wi-Fi to cellular, and I'm kind of stuck in these perpetual dead spots moving throughout the community. How do we address that issue?
I'll take a crack at it. I mean, I think one of the challenges with these networks is the coverage and setting the right expectation. When you are stationary or when you're moving throughout the community, I think building out reliable coverage that people can count on is absolutely doable with Wi-Fi. I think the roaming from Wi-Fi to cellular is a challenge, and it's a challenge in my own home. So I think that, but I don't think sometimes I think we oversell the capability of the technology and we overstate what the capabilities are. And so setting those right expectations and trying to contain these networks to areas that we truly can serve that mobility and roaming capability is a big part of the success and criteria for success in these projects.
Yeah, I'd like to add. So you're absolutely right. So handling the seams is the challenge, and I think from a WBA perspective, lots of focus across a number of different working groups. So I think that's 5G, 6G, on the so-called sticky Wi-Fi problem that the device hangs onto Wi-Fi when it shouldn't be hanging onto Wi-Fi. So I think it's sort of recognized at an industry level. I think those discussions in WBA about how we as an industry look to solve that, and there's been some proposals. So I think people accept, yes, that is an issue, and I think there's an awareness that, yeah, we need to understand how we as an industry manage those seams and transition between Wi-Fi and cellular.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Coming back to you, Vincent, sharing with you, when we think about New York City, at least I think about a hyperscale connected city, great broadband connectivity everywhere, but you see a very different reality, yeah, I imagine. So can you share with the audience what you really see and what you guys are working on?
Sure. So in New York, it's an interesting market because we have density, which lends itself to, makes fiber networks very viable. So the underserved populations tend to have options where in other markets they wouldn't. The higher paying customers tend to have options because the carriers are able to make a business case of it. But then there are the gaps. The fiber gap, as we call it internally, tends to be locations like parks. You can't necessarily run a wire, thousands of feet into a park or build a tower as high as you want. And so sometimes it requires a little bit of ingenuity to get services where they're needed. The city wants to have these information kiosks. They want to have people working deep within these locations. People want to, for some reason, work deep into these locations where there are no services. And so a lot of the larger carriers' models get broken when you start to go into these places. It's not a simple thing where there's a very high confidence rate that something's going to work. In fact, what we find a lot of the time, Tiago, is that OEMs, and no, not knocking them. I think that you just mentioned sometimes the services or the products are oversold, I find that when something is supposed to work, it doesn't, and something that's not supposed to work sometimes does work. And so what we do is a lot of experimentation. So we're not coming up with a dissertation that this is going to work and, it just works. What the reality is there's a problem that needs to be solved, and sometimes the first attempt doesn't solve it, and the second attempt doesn't solve it. And we've been called in by all of the large carriers, but we've done a lot of work with one of them. And their problem was carrier offloading onto Wi-Fi about 15 years ago. And they came to us, and the problem that they had was that they had these parks in New York City. And people wanted to start using their phones in the parks. And they had no way of reliably getting LTE services there at the time. And Wi-Fi was the option that they wanted. But they had no way of getting backhaul for their Wi-Fi. So it created this sort of unsolvable problem. And it's interesting because the way I like to describe how we solved it was a hop, a skip, and a jump. And we eventually got the connectivity there. But it was in such an untraditional way that I always assumed it would have been solved by now, but it hasn't. 15 years ago, we didn't have the technology we have today. We didn't have Starlink. We didn't have, these access mediums. But it's still very much a problem that we're seeing, and not so much in residential, but more in community spaces, especially in canyons within the city, where traditional services just don't work, which creates a void in a lot more places than you would think.
Yeah. Is something there when something similar happens as well in Chicago, where there is some gaps in terms of communities to get connectivity?
Yeah, there are gaps. So in most communities, you may have one or two carriers in Chicago, in the populous areas. On some areas where, the more affluent areas, you have more than one or two carriers, right? And also, it's the infrastructure gap as well. So when you're on, say, in the marginalized communities, that infrastructure goes to a unit. It doesn't come to the building, per se, right? They don't have MDF rooms. They don't have properties that are wired throughout, so they can't have an open access solution. Every carrier has to bring their own infrastructure into the building and take it directly to the unit, which becomes costly, right? So that's, $500 to $1,000 worth of a truck roll to put in affordable internet at $9.95. It just doesn't scale. So, but no one looks at the infrastructure. You would think that would have been done and says, how about we invest in wiring this property so we can bring our services to everyone in here, and we'd have an open access solution. The property's up and running with viable infrastructure that's supportive and scalable, throughout the community, and for the property owner themselves. It brings benefit to the property, so the value of the property goes up, the engagement with the residents go up. So it's just a positive all around. You would think something like that would be done, but you see those in these communities, all throughout Chicago, all throughout Cook County. Cook County is the third largest county in the United States. And you have digital deserts all over the place.
Yeah, I think we see the same thing. MDUs are a big challenge, just for the same reasons Dwayne mentioned. Coming in and putting infrastructure in for a service provider that might only get 5 or 10% of the property is challenging. So we're starting to see more of these community Wi-Fi networks go into place. I think the other place where we see coverage challenges are really in areas that are more populated than you would think, but they don't have, maybe that's that last mile connectivity. It's getting that fiber from 2 blocks away to the building or to the home, and doing that cost effectively is very challenging for many of the service providers.
Yeah, and Derek and Dwayne, you guys mentioned in your presentation about the workforce programs.
Correct.
How that is collaborating in terms of developing infrastructure. So can you share more about it? What are the type of partnerships, collaboration that you guys are putting in place?
So what we do with Quilt, there's Quilt, which is a nonprofit. We have Node Networks, which is the infrastructure operations organization. And we have TMA Technology Solutions, which is the one that partnered with Cambium and other organizations to bring in those type of solutions. And what we do in the community, we partner from a community perspective, meaning the entire community. We don't just partner with an MDU owner or a business owner. We partner with the chambers. We partner with the hospitals. In every community that we work in, we have to have a community partner. So what we do with that is once we have individuals connected, we put them through what we call our Pathways program. Most individuals are afraid of technology. You know, we do it ourselves, right? We're supposed to be technologists, but you know, we don't want to upgrade our iPhones because we don't want to see the change happen in our iPhone, and we have to learn something new. So in these communities, we have a pathway program where we introduce them to technology based on how they live today. You know, shopping, telehealth services, those type of things to get them acclimated to utilizing technology in their everyday life. And then we move them into what we call our growth lab. Our growth lab is where we take from those pathway programs and we put programs in place that starts to scale their experiences with technology. They start engaging more with it. Then we move into Quilt is a certified program sponsor for apprenticeships in the state of Illinois. So I put that in there intentionally because not only do we want to connect them, we want to have those outcomes that come from the connectivity. And so we put them through those programs as well. We partner with Cambium and we look at their solutions. We train individuals in broadband infrastructure. We have fiber splicing certification classes as well. So we partner with the fiber partners on installing those as well. We bring them on as employer partners as we get them through the training programs. Our whole mission is about outcomes, not so much about connectivity. It's about the outcome. But the connectivity is important to be able to get to those outcomes. And so using those hybrid solutions like we utilize with Cambium and working inside of the properties we work in with the solutions we build out in these communities, that's really how we benefit the community in the ways that we work.
Thank you. Mark, on your presentation, you mentioned several gaps that you see on these mission-critical services, either from certification or end-to-end compliancy. But if you try to summarize what are for you the biggest challenges that you see in deploying these emergency services, mission-critical services?
So it's not one size fits all. I think hopefully you got the message that emergency calls, yes, with device-based hybrid, we can do location-based routing here in the FCC, and then we can deliver that same location in the SIP headers to the PSAPs to get the dispatchable location. So the message has got to be that emergency calls, yes, it can all be supported. In terms of the other pieces, we've got to recognise that this is a multi-year effort in driving these particular capabilities. Yes, we're getting the Wi-Fi certification, but we need the bit of glue for the authorization. And so there, obviously, we've got the technical hurdles, but we've got work in progress in IETF to complete that work, and IETF have committed by the summer that should be in good shape. So we have the sort of the technical framework, but then we need to roll that in to the open roaming, for example, from a technical framework, not so significant. Okay, some additional radius attributes. Perhaps the biggest one is on the legal framework. So I don't know if people appreciate that. To me, the real challenge, the real sort of innovation from an open roaming perspective wasn't really about the technology. Yeah, we're all technologists and we all gravitate towards the technology, but the technology was standardized by EduRoam and Passpoint, a long time ago, a decade ago. It was really the ability to wrap that around a legal framework which allows the federation to scale. And so let's look at how we can adapt that legal framework for these new types of services. I think that's going to be the challenge, and I don't know if you spend much time with lawyers, but their approach to, I guess, timeliness and how rapid they innovate and drive new services into contracts is perhaps at an order of magnitude slower than technologies. So I think it's going to be the legal framework that we need to get right, but is where the significant effort has got to go into. I think technology, we understand how to do it. The legal framework, we've got to get right.
Okay, I got the message. We need to bring more lawyers to this group.
And we have a thumbs up from Karen.
Okay, one other question that I think for all of you is, all of you mentioned both in New York, Chicago, that Wi-Fi really is providing a good set of connectivity sites. So how do you see those sites as impactful to the local communities, either students or remote workers? What the impact that you see on the ground from those hotspots?
I can take that. So what we've found where it's most impactful is actually not where the politicians and the communities would lead you to believe it is. If you look at, I've spent more hours than I'd like to admit sitting in our local politicians' offices, and they'll sit there and they'll tell you, the study said the broadband adoption is very low in this particular subset of people. And so we'll go in and we'll try, like Dwayne said, we'll try to put the Wi-Fi access points, and then people don't go on them. And then we'll go and, all right, it's expensive to wire a building, so we'll try MoCA. And in some cases, it may work. And then people don't take the service. And so what I found is that there was a disconnect in, where essentially we want to put the services and where we think it's going to work, versus where people actually want them. And there's at least in New York, I'm sure every community has this, but there's a group of, sort of lower to middle market customers that have one carrier that they can choose from. And they're very frustrated with that carrier. And what they want is choice. And they tend to adopt the services a lot more in more volume than the lower end. And then the higher end just doesn't have that problem. So that's where I find that we've made the most impact, which is serving the communities that have that one carrier, that want another carrier, that work from home, that are really I think we all have this. We use AI more than we'd like to admit. I think everybody has that problem. And so that's where I find the most impact in our work.
I think we see it from the capabilities that these networks provide from a mixed-use perspective. It used to be that the bandwidth, there wasn't maybe enough throughput, there wasn't enough bandwidth, the technology didn't support multi-use. So public safety with consumer, that became very challenging. And I think what we're seeing now are networks that are built for multiple purposes. And there are more sensors, there's IoT sensors, there are video cameras now that are using the Wi-Fi infrastructure in many cases, even in downtown Chicago, for public safety applications, along with consumer Wi-Fi connectivity. And so I think that's really where we're starting to see a lot more adoption is in that mixed use model, where it's not just about connectivity, it's not just about sensors, not just about cameras, but really the whole package.
Right. And where we see it at is really in the adoption. It's not just the adoption by the end user, it's adoption by the collaborative. Because within many of these environments, the situation is based on barriers that we don't face. I tell the story where I can get up in the morning, come down to my computer, and jump on any opportunity. And I can spend all day on those opportunities, winning as many as I can, as many as possible. In these various communities, they don't have the ability to do that because they have to worry about their light, their gas, their rent, their safety. So those barriers exist. And the only way we're going to get rid of those barriers is by collaborating with the community, because there are organizations within those communities that solve for those barriers. But we have to connect those individuals to those so they can solve for those as well while we're getting them to adopt these technologies and everything else that we're running through. Even with our training classes, if I want to get someone through a training class, I have to address those barriers. If I want to get someone connected, I have to address those barriers, because why am I going to pay for internet when I can't pay for food? So we have to look at it as an ecosystem and really channeling services to individuals that are already existent. We're not creating new services, building infrastructure that can actually support the individuals within those communities and scale those efforts across these various communities and cities. And so I base it all on adoption from a community perspective, not just from a resident perspective. I think that's the biggest impact that we can make.
Yeah, thank you, Dwayne. Any question from the audience? Okay, so think about it. There is one? Yeah, please.
Hi, everybody. Rafael Prieto from Ford Motor Company. So, emergency services. You're talking that between 5G, public 5G, maybe private 5G and Wi-Fi, we can complement emergency services, right? And we're trying to get to that point where we offer that. We have become a company where Wi-Fi is our primary connectivity service. It used to be the second one, now it's the first one. So you basically pull all the cables. So most of us spend our day at work looking at MS Teams, or WebEx, or Slack, right? So when there's an emergency, I'm not really sure if we're going to be able to see those emergencies coming through those services instead of our phones. Right? I don't know if it happens to you when sometimes you'll get an emergency call or something on your phone and you tend to ignore it, right? It's, oh, they're testing it or whatever. But if it's coming through WebEx or MS Teams, you pay more attention. So I'm just wondering about what do you guys think about that when it comes to services?
Yeah, so I guess I'll take that one. So it is, I guess, specific from a, they call it MLTS, the multi-line telecom service. So if you're, the regulations are for fixed line VoIP or fixed VoIP providers, and that would be the WebEx, the Teams. And so to be absolutely clear that there, here in the US, that there are requirements. So Carrie's Law, Ray Baum's Law, they place requirements on the providers of those services to support location. And so it's interesting that we talked about Rapid SOS for the Android and Apple integration, so Hilo going to Rapid SOS and ELS going to Rapid SOS as a clearinghouse into the PSAPs. The same architecture, so from a WebEx perspective, we use Rapid SOS as a clearinghouse. It goes via a third party, but gets into a Rapid SOS. So the same when you make an emergency call from an enterprise building, the same approach is being used to deliver location to the PSAP. So I think that should, I guess, feel good that we have a common approach that can support, cellular specifics, but also Wi-Fi specifics, where the enterprise is deploying the actual the voice service itself. So voice service itself, yes, you will need to do the integration into these systems to provide it, but typically from a Wi-Fi calling perspective, we're talking about using an EPDG with an IMS APN to support those emergency services when you're outside any cellular coverage. So the handset will always send that 911 call over cellular if it's available. Only when it's not available is it going to send it via an EPDG to the carrier's emergency CSCF and onwards to the PSAP. So very different public Wi-Fi that you're using your carrier's service versus the enterprise, you're using the enterprise voice Teams WebEx. But both of those broadly align in terms of the architecture, in terms of how we're delivering it to clearinghouses, how those clearinghouses are then delivering it to the PSAPs. So I think we've got you covered on both of those. But there are requirements, and this is perhaps why we see some confusion, misunderstanding about location, because when I'm going to a retailer's IT team, talking about emergency callings, they know they've got to support Ray Baum's Act and Carrie's Law for their enterprise PBX services, and they naturally assume the same obligations and liabilities exist for carrier Wi-Fi when they don't, because the liability is with the provider of the voice service, which is the carrier.
So another question is hotspots. Most of our cars are hotspots, right? They come with integrated Wi-Fi, and you can add them through your 5G. When you're talking about location services, I'm assuming that if you're using the hotspot in the car, you're basically using your 5G, but it's for locating a person, locating the car, right? Or is it, I'm just trying to probably make it a little more complicated. Let's say I'm using open roaming and my hotspot in my car, right? How will that differentiate between, when it comes to locating the car, using 5G or open roaming, the Wi-Fi in the car?
Yeah, so here we're just talking about the emergency calling aspect, and so once again, that your device will only make it if it only sees Wi-Fi and no cellular. But the key message is this device-based hybrid, is that phone silently, so you won't know, will ensure its GPS is enabled, ensure its Wi-Fi is enabled, and then we'll use Wi-Fi networks, GPS, cellular location, in a hybrid algorithm. So Apple won't tell you how they use their hybrid algorithm, neither will Android, but they will take all of those inputs and then develop a 95% confidence about where the user is, and then they will signal that into the network. As I said, in the UK, they'll send it via an SMS. Here in the US, they'll send it via HTTPS and SIP, depending on the particular operator. So all of that is hidden from you. The user, and it's got guardrails, because obviously privacy is impacted, and therefore it's clear that this goes to a particular endpoint, and this is certified at a national sort of regulatory body perspective, that they define in the carrier bundle the endpoint about where this information goes to. So it can't be, there's no man in the middle who can then observe this location. It goes to that federally authenticated endpoint, which then integrates into the other systems. So very different from the other parts of location. This is just about specifics around location for how to route emergency calls and how to get dispatchable locations. There are other use cases for location in Wi-Fi that we can talk about, but here we were just talking about emergency calls.
Thank you.
Thank you. One more question, please.
Hi, I'm George Heckman, Heckman Venture Development, and been leading the WBA's MDU connectivity strategies group for the past year and a half. Really excited to hear about the work in New York and Chicago. In particular, you brought up a bunch of issues, many of which we are endeavoring to address and many of which we're not addressing adequately enough at current time. So we would love to get your input into that effort. There are solutions, I think, to some of the issues that you're confronting. What you described, Dwayne, in Chicago hit home in particular. So look us up. The WBA is putting a lot of resources into this working group. We've published our first white paper, and you'll see where some of the gaps are that don't address your issues adequately, and would love to hear from you. So just a shameless plug, Tiago.
Thank you, George. So final question, as we are running out of time, to all of you, what you guys would like to see from the cities and the role that the cities can take with the private sector companies in accelerating infrastructure deployments in all types of communities, not only the ones that have high demand for connectivity. And for Mark, as well for the cities, what role they can play for emergency services and the work that you have been leading and WBA has been leading. So I know who wants to start.
I could actually start that. So where I think, at least in New York, where I think the city needs to help us out a little bit, there are areas that they've told us have low broadband adoption. We've built the services, and 2 other carriers built the service, so now there are 3 carriers. And we're all competing for the same 50% of people. And there's still the 50% that won't get the services. And I think that now more than ever, it's very important that the next generation has access to the tools that are available to them, particularly things that enable remote work and that enable them to build things. And I think that we're not, at least New York, is not doing nearly enough to educate people as to why they need to get on Wi-Fi. Sure, Dwayne makes a very good point that there's an economic reason why people don't get onto Wi-Fi. And subsidies alone don't address that, but I do think that there's a lack of education that needs to take place, that can't take place on the carrier level. We could solve the problem and still not have the desired outcome.
I think from my standpoint, the areas I'd really like to see the cities help, one is with right-of-way. One of the big challenges that many service providers like these 2 guys up here have is getting access to street furniture and access to power and access to right-of-way. And that's something that I think the city could really do to help improve the service in certain areas, given how big of a challenge it is and how much right-of-way the cities have access to. The other thing too, I think, is is really just is giving that some of that access to the fiber that's in the ground. There's so much infrastructure that the city has put into place, but there seems to just be a continued push from many of these cities to try to get fiber all the way to the door for every citizen, which is just the time to do that, and the practicality of doing that's impossible. So being more open-minded about the technology and also giving more access to right-of-way, I think would improve the quality of service.
Thank you, Derek.
Yeah, so I think I said the local municipalities absolutely the catalyst, that can drive this. And we think, I guess more broadly when we talk about mission critical, they're the authorizing jurisdictions on many of these aspects which are local in nature. We talked about this certification of occupancy, which today is linked to fire code or fire prevention association requirements. So how can we engage those bodies with being the catalyst for change? And I think, it does need that engagement. And I guess the good news is at least we've got a track record from a WBA perspective with what's happened in Japan. How can we cookie cutter that and then scale that? I don't know how WBA scales that type of engagement. Maybe that's another challenge that we've got to face. But clearly that's the opportunity to catalyze these deployments.
Thank you.
Right.
Wayne?
I think that the major things that cities could do is really education. We tend to believe that because they're in these positions that they're aware of these situations and they understand these technologies, and they don't. They have a lot of things that they're working on. I respect that, much like I respect the carriers and the work in their mission, the things that they do as well. But the thing that we do within Quilt and the other organizations that I have, so we look at the infrastructure. We can see what the infrastructure is in the city of Chicago. It looks like a big bowl of spaghetti, which means you have all of this infrastructure down there, and 50% of it's probably never going to be utilized because you're still overbuilding on top of those as well. We have new fiber providers coming in, building their own infrastructure, and 50% of that won't be utilized as well. But our political officials, they don't know this. They haven't done an accountability of what's actually in the ground. They're funding programs to put more fiber into the ground versus utilizing what currently exists. I currently operate with 5 different fiber providers in the city of Chicago to bring solutions throughout these various areas. Education is very important for these individuals. I took 5 or 6 alderpersons, which are like our mayors for our communities, to the data center for their first time. First time they've ever been in a data center. And we've had this digital divide really at the top of everything since 2020. So the status quo, they need to take a step back from that, reevaluate what this actually means and the impact it can actually mean economically for these environments in these cities, because a empowered resident is bringing tax dollars, is bringing safety into your community, bringing businesses into your community. We have the resources. We have the jobs available. Why aren't we targeting these individuals? One community in the city of Chicago has between the ages of 16 and 24, 90% are unemployed. 90%. Those are resources that the city should be taking a step back from their status quo and evaluating what's really happening in these communities and bringing forth with the infrastructure partners and everyone else involved in those communities to help scale up these efforts.
Yeah, thank you, Dwayne. Still a lot to be done, not only with the cities, but as well inside WBI, a lot of work yet. So please, let's give a round of applause to our panelists. Thank you.
This session is going to be titled Enterprise Connectivity, Reinvented for Hospitality, Retail and Venues. So I'm Steve Namasurveyan, Vice President at the WBA for our industry alliances and our memberships. Privileged to be hosting this next session over the next hour and a half, taking us up to lunch. So, across hotels, retail, enterprise venues, connectivity is no longer just infrastructure. It's become integral to our experiences, to our customer experiences. Guests expect a seamless, secure, always-on digital experience. This session, we're fortunate enough to bring together several industry leaders that will be talking about the technologies, the innovations that they are bringing around for business customers. I will be talking about some of the technology strategies and real-life deployments that are making this happen today to transform the way in which we experience connectivity in venues. So we have a busy schedule. Without further ado, I would like to invite Mark Cheney from HPE to the stage, and also Jeff Parker from Sage Hospitality Group. So, gentlemen, please to the stage. Thank you. So this format, we did have Rodney, unfortunately wasn't able to make it today. So we are fortunate to have Mark and Jeff, and this will be conducted as a fireside chat. So, John.
If you all want to text him a picture of the empty seat, that'd be great.
Can you hear us? Okay, yes, you can. Thank you. Oh, it's hard to see everybody. So it's just going to be the two of us. We're going to have a little bit of a focus on network security, the vulnerability that hotels and venues have around that, considering all the guest integration, IoT, data analytics. I could spend a lot of time talking about the data science side, but I won't. That would bore you. And then we're going to talk a lot on lack of indoor cellular coverage and what that means for some of the guests coming into venues. Jeff is going to talk specifically about one of his venues that we worked on and address some of those situations and how that occurs in the environment. So, and hopefully we'll be able to leave some time for questions. So I'm going to start out on the cellular connectivity portion, considering that our other panelist wasn't here, and we'll come back to that and address some of those things. So one of the items was, and I'll throw this out to Jeff, is cellular connectivity inside hotels has historically been inconsistent and getting more and more difficult and challenged, especially with 5G and 6G coming. All right, signal drop in elevators, conference rooms. I know specifically I've been in venues where I walk into the lobby and I can't make a call, I can't receive a text, there is literally no coverage, right? And DAS is just too expensive to implement. So how significant has that been in Sage's properties, and how are you seeing guests express that frustration?
So it's significant. We all rely on our cell phones. Every one of you has a phone that's bolted to your hand at all times. So it's very important. And a lot of our guests we have found aren't necessarily going to want to go through the steps of joining Wi-Fi for managing the Wi-Fi handoff. So with some success with some HPE products, we did a passpoint solution, AirPass, where at one of our hotels that had terrible coverage, and you don't get credit as a hotelier for good or bad cell phone coverage, right? It's expected to be good, and if it's good, you never hear, oh, Verizon was great today, right? So we put in a solution. There's a major construction project in downtown Austin, and we had bad coverage before that project started, and that project going up, it just made it miserable and almost impossible. So we partnered with HPE Aruba, and we were able to put in a solution with this AirPass where the people don't have to do anything. So it truly is a frictionless experience. Their phone comes onto our network without them having to hit a splash page or even connect to it. It just sees it comes on, and they get great coverage and great Wi-Fi. And we've seen a dramatic increase in the number of sessions just from that handoff. It's why I want to say it's probably 40 times the Wi-Fi people going through the splash page and connecting. And almost all of our cell phone usage has gone over onto this path of joining the network, where what we're really seeing is just sometimes like PlayStations, and then people's laptops are the ones that are still using the splash page mode of connectivity.
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, could you elaborate a little bit more on just the whole guest experience and guest friction in general in hotels, and maybe how this sort of cellular offload built into a lot of the devices has helped?
Sure. I mean, all the major brands and every hotel out there's got some level of splash screen or landing page that you should hit first before you go. And then there's lots of reasons to do that. The biggest one is we want to know our customers are the ones using it. There's some terms and conditions, some privacy policies, some other stuff to jump through as well. And also a lot of hotels have taken that as an opportunity for upselling, which is it's not something we see a lot of people buying into upsells. They're either through a loyalty program going to get it for free anyways, so they're crediting it back on the bill and whatever. So you get your phone, to Mark's point, you're in a conference room, you're wherever, you drop your cellular signal, you're not able to send messages or connect, and you might not even realize that you're not on anymore because you were on when you were out in the hallway or whatever. So that communication stops. So it is a problem, and you'll see guests complain about that, not typically on a hotel page or, but in Google reviews and some, TripAdvisor kind of scores. So you definitely see people complaining about it. So by going to a frictionless where they don't even realize, now, they're not giving the hotel any credit for that, let's be clear. They know they get good coverage and maybe they we're kind of counting on that, but they walk on and they're on. It's seamless. It's just like if they were on the street, same kind of connectivity to them, and then we're offloading it via Wi-Fi. So like I said, we're having so many more sessions, an order of magnitude more sessions on devices that are wirelessly roaming on via Passpoint and AirPass onto that network, that complaints in the general Wi-Fi have gone down because when they were having problems with cell phone connectivity, they'd jump on the Wi-Fi themselves, and if they had any issues connecting, then we had friction. So to your point, Mark, now we're not having that friction any longer because they don't have to hit a splash page. They just see the continued connectivity throughout the whole process. Truly a seamless experience.
That's a great response. I don't know that I'll ask a question on this, but if it was, I'll just make a note. On an earlier session, we talked about kind of public safety integration built in with some of the first responders and capabilities into 911, and I think some of the cellular offload potentially has a great integration on that whole process. So I look forward to that. Let's go with one more question, around this sort of seamless connectivity. And so I guess the question in general, from a strategy standpoint, how are you addressing this at Sage in general with your properties in terms of DAS, small cells, carrier agreements? Where does Wi-Fi offload fit in today, and where do you see it going?
I think it becomes more and more important with DAS costing as much as it does. We do have DAS. We have several hotels that have DAS. We're building a new project in Anaheim. We're going to build a ground-up hotel. We'll put DAS in automatically. We do like small cell as well. Definitely a better price point overall if you can get similar connectivity, but you're still running all that additional infrastructure to make that solution work in building. And the carriers aren't always willing to come and play, right? There's a big expense just to get a carrier to bolt their solution on to a small cell or even a DAS solution, and some of them don't always want to play. They have different standards, and I appreciate standards, trust me, but they have different standards of what they want a network to look like, and they don't always agree on that. So even though we're seeing neutral hosts out there more and more, the neutral host environments can be troublesome with getting all three of the major carriers in the United States plugged in there. So we're looking more and more solutions where the Wi-Fi handoff makes more sense. You're only running it on the infrastructure you have. It's secure, right, because it's Passpoint, and again, if it's seamless to the guest, it's a win-win-win. Now, some of the challenges we're going to have going forward, the hotel we referenced in Austin, the Van Zandt, is an independent hotel, so we got to make the rules there. So as the hotel brands out there, and you guys all know the major brands, you probably all have points at every single one of them. They want you to be captive. They want to give you advertising. They want to do the things that captive portal lands you on. They also want to have some kind of control on the back end, a lot of it around trafficking and stuff. So there's reasons to have those landing pages. And the brands are going to be hesitant to give up that power and that controlling of the guest. I think they'll get there. They're all looking at their own solutions. Hyatt has a great solution right now, and I know that Marriott and Hilton are going to be quick followers on getting there as well. One of their partners is in the audience here. So we're definitely seeing a need for more, and then we're trying to offset it because it does the expense of DAS and not being able to guarantee all three carriers is an issue.
Exactly. That's great questions. All right, let's pivot a little bit to sort of this network security or kind of a zero trust architecture, zero trust framework. So I know Rodney's not here, so you're going to have to take on his role, but let's ask this kind of question. I got a couple of questions as a follow-up as well. How do you balance the need for continuous verification, or in your network with the expectation around guests, and having to think about their network security in general?
So on the side of the house, we call it back of house and front of house in hotel language. The administrative side, it's very important that we keep things authenticated. Anything that touches guest data has to be protected. Even stuff that isn't technically PII still should be protected, and we still need to do that. But because we control both ends of that arrangement, right? Often the hardware we're issuing ourselves, or we're putting some kind of client on people's phones, or it's the computers that we control and manage and have clients on those as well. So creating zero trust environments is simple on that side. I mean, it's costly, but it's simple. On the guest side, as we mentioned with the cell phone handoff, anything that is in the way of the guest connecting to your network is a problem for the guest. They don't like the splash page. They don't like terms and conditions. They don't. They're not always able to download a Passpoint client if they're on a laptop, and their administrative offices have locked that machine down. Certainly with mine, I know the admin password, fortunately, to my laptop, so I was able to download the certificate here. But a lot of people on their laptops are not going to be able to do that. And then if you look at devices that don't have a browser, so I have a remarkable tablet. I love it, but it doesn't have any way. So when I tried to connect to the regular network here or the Passpoint network, I don't have ability to do that. It won't connect because I can't load the splash page and I can't put a client on top of it. So because it's very important, and guests tell you that they want security, but anything in the guest's way from connecting is a problem. And they will give up security. You see it all the time. They will give up security to get connected. They don't care. At least in the American market, they don't care.
Thank you very much. So if I was going to try to summarize that or maybe make another note, there's a real challenge around zero trust frameworks, architecture, and guest experience or guest friction. Is that something that Sage in general is trying to figure out, kind of their plans, their agenda, and going forward strategy?
Absolutely. And one of the things that we're looking at, hotels have often had backup circuits for admin offices. So if the internet goes down, we've got a cellular offload, a cradle point or something in the back office. They'll let you run credit cards and check people in and out and that kind of stuff. And we thought that was enough. But I'm telling you, in today's age, that connectivity is so important. Sage is now looking at putting in secondary primary circuits, meaning both of them at a gig or better, hopefully coming in from two different sources or two different points of entry. So something maybe like a Starlink on your roof or a cable coming in or whatever, so that we're also backing up the guest network, because the guests don't care if you check them in and they can't use their computer or can't use their phone. So it's critical to build the architecture out that allows for those kind of things. So our head ends are getting bigger. We're adding additional circuitry just so the guest connectivity stays. I mean, I know at my house when the internet goes down, it's the end of the world.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you. All right. I do want to leave a couple of minutes for questions, and I'm kind of watching the screen. So I'm going to pivot a little bit to sort of data analytics, IoT. I know I could spend the entire time on this just with kind of the interest that I have. So I know IoT proliferation is a fast-growing environment in hotels and in properties. It brings up some security challenges from attack surface standpoint. How is that something that Sage is looking at in terms of managing, that flexibility, that security, those requirements without adding operational complexity?
Without adding operational complexity is the trick there, right? We are looking at doing a lot of this stuff. I think there's a lot of promise in the IoT market, and not necessarily in stuff that, hotels have been doing IoT since before it was called IoT. We've had door sensors and occupancy sensors and mini bars that charge you as soon as you pull out that bottle of Jack Daniels for years, right? For years. So the managing and controlling that footprint is where things get complicated. I think what's important, you have to pick good partners in your ecosystem that get along with each other. So you can't just go buy, like I do for my house, you can't go buy IoT off the shelf that doesn't talk to each other, isn't managed in the same portal or whatever. So you need to work with good partners, and you need to have good infrastructure for that to be true, so that the sensor that the toilet is running, or that you have a leak, or that the patio door is open, or any number of things, it now has to come through a single channel to be managed in a single place, so we can know when there's problems. Because all of those devices, as cool as they are, we've got ones where it's a vermin trap. So somebody's job every day is to go check all the vermin traps around this hotel, right? We put IoT in, so now they know the trap's been triggered. Now, so we have false positives, sure, but oh well, they're not. What an awful job that's got to be. So we're reducing that and things like that. But you need good networks and you need infrastructure, and you have to protect that. So now that's another attack vector, to your point, Mark, that I have to update and patch and manage. So one portal, one partner. It's not possible to get to 100% yet, but it's getting closer and closer. So go look for good partners in the space that can help you manage and control your footprint, and then buy stuff that fits in their ecosystem so you don't have too many one-offs, because that's where you really struggle with protecting, patching, and managing.
Oh, that's great. So if I could summarize, if you could use the network as a sensor or the network as infrastructure to kind of manage all of those communications and protocols and kind of be a secure channel environment, that would really help.
Absolutely, it's important. And like I said, when we're building new hotels today, that is exactly what we're doing. We're building infrastructure in so that all the devices can talk and channel through. door locks are one that people don't really necessarily think about, but you watch in the next 2 or 3 years, all the major brands are going to require online door locks, which is just much more infrastructure that you're going to need to manage. So just know that.
And to that point, if you have to have another gateway and another device to manage, right? If you can have that run over the network that's already running all of your back of house and other operations in a secure environment or a converged environment, that would probably really help.
That's the goal. That's the ideal.
Okay. I guess we'll leave a couple of minutes for questions. We've got about 5 minutes left. I don't know if there's anybody wants to jump in and ask us some questions.
Hi, thanks for the discussions you had already. In the IoT space, what you were mentioning coming in the next years, do you see in the hospitality market a big role also for CSA Matter, or is that you see that still more on single residence environments? And how do you see the evolution?
I'm seeing it still more on single, but I'm not as familiar with it as I am with some other technologies because we're not deploying it. So Mark might have a better response than I do.
I mean, it's a convergence and it's coming. We're just hadn't seen the proliferation yet, but it's something that I think property owners, brands definitely need to think about. That's a great question.
Well, at least CSA is trying to bring this common control channel to all those IoT devices inside the home, which is what you were mentioning, that they're not separate one from another, and you can have integration between them, policies and rules you can establish. So,
no, I think it's great. I'm just not seeing it in hotels yet.
Yeah, and I think to your point, if again, it goes back to the network is already running as the sensor, as a backbone to run your entire environment, to quote, to build a kick-ass network that's not just for guest traffic, but for everything else. So if you can have that protocol from an IoT standpoint and kind of now manage it in a secure fashion and kind of, channel it off and manage it, that's exactly what's happening. So thank you.
Mark Edwards from Home Depot. So you mentioned captive and captivating eyeballs as being this business principle that I see as more of an assumption that the business, that there's value there. Do you guys have data to actually back that up, that there's meaningful engagement with the captive portal that results in some kind of actual dollar signs? Because to me, I'm waiting for the thing to say done and I'm done.
My marketing team will tell you that email is the most important thing that they can collect. And they get frustrated with the brands. Our independent marketing team gets more data because we control that interaction, right? So they believe that you're monetizing those emails. So I will tell you 100%, particularly in our retail and restaurant side, we really see monetization. Now, the brands are seeing monetization too, funnily in things like credit card offers. So you talk to the guys at Choice, they will tell you once they put that landing page on with a Choice ad or banner or whatever, the people applying for their credit card went through the roof. So it is happening. And I know right now Marriott is working really hard on monetizing that screen more and more and more and extending it everywhere, which again, we need better networks for. But they want that same kind of captive portal on the TV. They want that same, so I don't want to say seamless, but a very common experience across the different endpoints, because all these are now network endpoints. And everywhere the guest sees, they're trying to monetize that, whether it's advertising their own brands, come stay at the beautiful Maui Marriott, or it's getting you to sister plans with Hertz or American Express, those kind of things. So yes, I'm seeing monetization. My marketing team will tell you yet we're having success with it, and I know Marriott's not spending the money they're spending on it if they don't believe they can monetize it.
So there is data to back it up, right?
Yep, there is data to back it up.
Cool. Thank you.
I think I would answer that as it depends, because the challenge around guest friction and guest experience versus what you're having to deal with there and sort of app integration. We see this across the board, not just in hotels, but in intelligent venues, in stadiums, in convention centers. It's all around how do I balance that guest or fan experience with, friction, and that is a tremendous challenge that as a group we really need to continue working on.
I struggle with in retail as well.
Exactly.
But yours is great. I'm a Home Depot customer. Yours is terrific because on your side, I can give you data based and you read my receipts. Because if I can find something easier and your app allows me to do that because it knows where I am, so it knows what bin, I'm not getting the Southwest Plaza bin, I'm getting the bin by my house, right? I know and find the part I want and I leave, I come back because of that. So I don't know if you've got data to support it, but I'm telling you personally, you're getting more revenue from me because it's easy for me to find what I need.
No,
Fair enough.
And guess what Home Depot does? They use AirPass.
There you go.
I'll piggyback off the first question. Your IoT network, where most of it might be wired, the wireless, do you have a separate wireless network for your IoT devices?
The answer is it depends. So yeah, almost in every case it's true. We're using something like Zigbee or LoRaWAN networks for our IoT, but as we're moving further on to newer networks, we're not putting that. We're trying to get everything to run over Wi-Fi, so we're only deploying one network, and we're only supporting one network. The truth is I'm just lazy and I don't want to support 3 networks. So it's out there. There are tools, good partners on the hardware side, but from a hotel perspective, we are currently, yes, running multiple networks, but we're moving very quickly towards not doing that.
And you can converge it on your, on your cellular network. I'm sorry, on your Wi-Fi network across there.
Right, on the same. But I'm just asking because IoT is tough. Once you put it out there, you don't want to ever have to touch it again. And so having a dedicated network, much less maintenance than on
we've been having this argument as long as I've been in the industry. Converged, not converged, converged, not converged. There's pros and cons on both sides. I believe that if I can get everything converged with 1 or 2 partners that can help us work together on all of it, it's a better value for the hotel. So that's how I attack it. But I understand the benefits of having separate networks, particularly when you do need to touch it and rip and replace. It makes it a lot easier. I've had scars from both sides of that.
Yes.
Thanks.
Great improvisation. We'll see if Rodney can sort out some free nights at Nobu for you. Thanks, sir. Yeah. Thank you, Mark. Thank you. Okay. We are on track. I can't hear tummies rumbling yet. So next we have Diego Churi Oliveira. He works for Itaú Unibanco, who are the largest bank in Brazil, and he's going to talk about the role of Wi-Fi for Itaú Bank. So welcome to the stage, Diego.
Thank you. Let's see. Hello, everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank the WA team for inviting me in this event again. It's a pleasure to be here with companies and people who are reference in the market. Today I will talk about the role of Wi-Fi at Itaú Unibanco. Let me introduce myself. My name is Diego Tudy de Oliveira, but I'm known as Tudy, my middle name. I am an IT manager at Itaú Unibanco. My team and I are responsible for all access network, SD-WAN, LAN, 5G, and other technologies. A little more about me. I have been Wi-Fi enthusiast 70 years. During my career, I have delivered major projects for some of Brazil's biggest retailers, hospitals, banks, factories, telecom companies, and logistics centers, warehouse. On the right are the main events where I have recently spoken. This slide shows the result for the first quarter of this year. Itaú is present in more than 18 countries. In Brazil, we have more than 2,400 brands, over 90,000 employees, and 70 million customers. All these numbers are connected to our 101-year history. We value our legacy very much, but we are also looking ahead to the next 100 years. Itaú is the largest bank in Latin America and one of the 3 most valuable in Brazil in the last 10 years. We recognize for our customer focus and for being a pioneer in innovation. Here we can see that the consumption and adoption of technologies is growing rapidly. New technologies are emerging every day. People expect and value new experience, smart solutions, and customized service. Generative AI is fundamental to this evolution to help us create new experiences. To better understand this, I'd like to share some examples for Itaú. Itaú will open an exclusive VIP lounge at the São Paulo airport using advanced technology, including open roaming. We also have Itaú Shopping, a secure shopping platform accessed through the Itaú app. Customers can buy Samsung and Apple devices through our loyalty program. And for Apple, Itaú was the biggest iPhone seller in Brazil in the last year. It's a beautiful slide. Oh. Everything we are doing has one main objective: to improve our customers' experience. To support this, we designed a brand that keeps the customer at the center of every decision. All our actions are based in 4 pillars: design, technology, products, and data and AI. We can see that connectivity has been changing the banking in recent years. Here are some of the main actions and achievements in this area. Itaú is always a pioneer in digital transformation and adopting technologies that we believe improve our customers' experience. Our focus is to create new experience and accelerate the use of technologies that enable business growth. One important point is mobile connectivity. We like to measure everything, and the use of mobile connectivity in our environments has increased our availability. We can also see that connectivity is a key part of this transformation. I want to show you what your environment looked like in the past and what it looks like today after the actions shows in the previous slide. We now have a hybrid connectivity environment. I provide mobile across all offices and ensure in the same connectivity experience everywhere. Our offices are becoming more autonomous, especially as we move more workloads to the cloud, increase the use of the IaaS, PaaS, and SaaS technologies. I'd also like to highlight our level of observability. Before, we only monitored the infrastructure and key OS, but now I monitor is about about the customer experience, and KOE about the experience. The use of strong tools, our data lake, and AI technologies has enabled important integration in our observability and incident response. This is improved our MTTI and MTTR, help us identify failures and very fast, resolve very fast. Itaú Unibanco, we adopt technology that better serve our customers. We do not buy technology for technology. Our focus is innovation, speed, and availability using multiple clouds. Today, we support more than, for an idea, 400 million access every month across our applications, our app. We offer our customers and our internal users a connectivity experience that we call phygital. This is the combination of digital or remote experience with in-person experience. With this number, we can clearly see the size of our environments and how connectivity is being used. Mobility is the key to evolution's growth. I would also like to highlight that proper capacity planning is essential to enable reliable connectivity. Understand your infrastructure and your network. Capacity is the foundation for stability. Some key technologies are enabling us to create more autonomous offices and deliver the best connectivity experience. One important example is the use of LEO, Low Earth Orbit, satellite as part of our WAN technology. We also use SD-WAN to ensure security and availability across our network. And of course, high-speed Wi-Fi and open roaming are key technologies to deliver new and better user experience. These technologies help us build a more resilient, secure, and modern environment. Our office operates in a cableless model. That means we truly do not have cables at employee workstations. Everything works use Wi-Fi only. This makes Wi-Fi a mission-critical environment for us. For this reason, we maintain full Wi-Fi coverage across all offices. In addition to the large numbers shown on this slide, I would like to highlight that we operate a hybrid work model. However, all our buildings are fully prepared to support maximum occupancy. Let me share two important office use cases. The first is our main business campus, now as SAIC. This campus has 6 towers with a total of 100 floors available to work or circulations. Without any doubt, this is our biggest Wi-Fi use case. We have more than 19,000 Wi-Fi connections every day. Many different business areas operate there. We also have hundreds of digital brains, critical applications such as contact center operations, and 3 large auditoriums. Our second example is the one of the most iconic building in Brazil, most valuable building in Brazil. It was recognized as the most valuable building. Itaú has occupied the building since its opening 2000 2012 and acquired in 2024. This is where our financial desks, traders, treasury team, and VIP clients are located. Any downtime in this environment is a simple not acceptable. I think you agree, all right? Thanks. I discovered the open roaming in 2023, and we quickly established a partnership with Thiago. We strongly believe in the benefits that open roaming, together with Hotspot 2.0, can bring to our connectivity environment. Today, our major offices already operate with open roaming. Soon, we will expand this to all offices. At first, we use third-party identity provider, IDP. But we are already working on launching Itaú Unibanco as an IDP. I believe this is where we will unlock the greatest value from this partnership. I would also like to share our clear business and technical vision for open roaming. For Itaú and for other companies participating as an IDP or NP, the benefits is very clear. A frictionless network, more security, more availability, and the better experience for millions of customers. For most people in this event, the difference between a traditional gas network and the open roaming with Hotspot 2.0 is probably already clear. But I would like to reinforce it here. We can see real benefits across four important layers: authentication, security, and onboarding and user experience. These gains are real, measurable, and high valuable. We make many changes every year to keep our system and infrastructure modern. For idea, we completed more than 400,000 changes in the last year. And this number continues to grow. We always measure customer experience because it shows us the right direction. We have important goals for NPS, Net Promoter Score, and for Wi-Fi connection health. Our numbers are considered a benchmark for other companies. This is truly a successful case. Our performance indicators are very strong. Maintaining this level is already a challenge, and we continue improving year after year. We also work with ZOIS, with help provide an important framework for governance and change monitoring. In addition, we use frameworks such as I2, SRE, Lean IT, and others. I will use that slide to close my presentation and leave our message. Itaú Unibanco, made for the future. And we truly believe the connectivity is an important part of the building the future. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. It's a pleasure.
I'd like to invite Diwakar Kasibotla, who's CTO from 11 Software, to the stage, from managed Wi-Fi to continuous compliance and turning networks into operational systems. So, Diwakar, welcome to the stage.
Thank you. Which is the next one?
Yeah, forward.
Forward. Okay. Got it. Thank you, Steve. I'd like to start with a question for all of you here, especially the operators. When was the last time a guest complimented your Wi-Fi? Think about it for a second. And while you're pondering on that question, I'll share a little bit about who we are at Levin. At Levin, we have one of the largest software guest Wi-Fi authentication platform that we have built. And also, we do the network operational health as well at Levin. We are at more than, our platform is used by more than 30,000 plus properties. We are at 140 plus countries. And we do over 1 billion authentications a month, close to 12 billion a year. Primarily, we are focused in hospitality and residential market, and when we say residential and MDU, we also do student housing. And we are doing this so as to enable frictionless connectivity to our guests so that improve the guest satisfaction as well as driving the loyalty. And we have deep integration across the hospitality stack. Our primary brands that we closely work with are Accor, Hilton, Marriott, and then we also work on the MDU side with Granite Communications, who you will hear in the panel tomorrow in the MDU panel. Now, let's get back to the question that I asked, and the answer is probably never. Or maybe rarely that you hear from a guest that the Wi-Fi was great. And the reason being the Wi-Fi, the guests expect it to work seamlessly. Just like electricity or water, the guests are expecting Wi-Fi to work. So the definition of managed Wi-Fi, which was, keep it up, fix it when it breaks, has completely changed. It has become outdated. And the industry has moved on, where the guests always expect a seamless connectivity, Wi-Fi connectivity across the properties, across the residential units, or across the student housing. So the question that we have to ask has to change from, are the guests connected, to is every property performing it to the standards right now? And we will get into it in a minute, what it means by standards. So connectivity has become table stakes, and compliance is the new differentiator. Are you compliant? Are you able to move from a reactive managing your Wi-Fi to more of a proactive nature of managing the Wi-Fi and the network? And how do we measure the compliance piece of the Wi-Fi? Periodic audits. So typically, the way that you measure whether your Wi-Fi is compliant, your network is compliant at a property or in the multifamily units are you do periodic audits, typically quarterly audits, or sometimes monthly audits. And the complexity has exploded, and we typically see the data over last couple of years. We've seen on an average, a guest will bring 2 to 3 devices, a mobile device, a tablet maybe, and a laptop. On an average, 2 to 3 devices. Now, the average devices the guest brings is 4 to 5. You have wearables, you have other set of devices that they bring in when they are traveling or in the residential market. So the complexity has exploded, and so are the number of SSIDs, right? So you have the guest Wi-Fi, you have the vendor network, you have the back-end network that the employees have to log into, the property or the brand employees can log into. You have the IoT network that you talked about, Mark. And there are multiple networks that are being built in the properties. And then when you are doing these audits, there is a drift. When you move from one audit to the second audit, and let's say you gave 80% or 90% grade to a property saying, yep, you're following you met all the compliances except these two things. You go back to the next audit, between those two audits, there's a complete drift. And this is exactly where the incidents live. And then the reactive nature is expensive. And we talked about, a truck roll costs typically at $800 to $1,000 to replace anything when we find an issue. And it's just makes it much more complicated to do a truck roll. And it takes a long time before, and during that time frame, the quality of service is drastically reduced. So the periodic audits were built for a more simpler era when the number of devices were little. And this is just an example that I wanted to share. How much does it cost for a manual audit? And it's modeled on a 1,200 property portfolio that we are working with right now. We are working with a brand. And some of the things that they do is they do a monthly audit. And you can look at the number, you can look at the complexity, you can look at the number of hours that's spent by these individual engineers. By the way, this is just the labor cost. I haven't accounted for the cost to travel to that location. I mean, when we talk to these brands, you have employees flying across the states in making sure that the compliance is met, the properties are being audited, and it's just ridiculous, in my opinion, that this is happening because it's very expensive, and then this also does not account for the drifts that happen between these two audits. And of course, it excludes the cost of the breach. A breach is very expensive. It impacts your brand. It impacts your loyalty. It impacts your data. So a breach is very expensive, and it's not accounted for here at all. Now let's look at some of the facts and figures from a breaches standpoint. 3/4 of the security leaders are experienced because of the IT assets that are sitting in your network, in the property network, or unmanaged. More than 6 properties out of 10 have said no continuous monitoring. There's no continuous monitoring across those assets, devices, networks, and that's what is creating a lot of the vulnerabilities and the breaches. The last number is astounding. It's 9 out of 10 properties. Every 9 out of 10 properties are breached second time in the same year. Because once they identify that there are vulnerabilities in your network, they come back again. So it's very expensive when you are seeing these devices and the networks being open and the vulnerabilities that are exposed for breaches. And what causes the network vulnerabilities? Misconfiguration and firmware operating system updates that never get applied was the #1 reason for those findings. As we look at compliance reports, as I shared, like we are working with a large brand, and we are looking at the compliance reports, that was the #1. They have outdated access points with old versions that are creating these issues and exposing the vulnerabilities. Configuration or the patch drift. End-of-life equipment. Hardware and the firmware running past the vendor support, you would be surprised to see, or maybe not for some of the operators, and that there are old versions of Windows still running at properties that have been decommissioned, are no longer supported by Microsoft, that's still running because someone likes an MS Access report that they're used to, they've been running for the last 10 years, and they don't want to get rid of it. Or there are running software solutions that only can run on old version of Windows, and they don't want to get rid of it because of monetary reasons or whatever reasons they don't want to touch. So they are the #1 reason for these breaches as well. Identity and access gaps. We talked about IoT networks. We talked about guest networks. They have to be. We also talk about PCI DSS, which is the payment systems. They have to be all isolated. They have to be segmented. But what we found in the compliance reports are that a lot of the times there's no segmentations. You on the same guest network, you have the security video cameras being also run. On the same, you have the IoT network also being run. So you see that there's just no segmentation. Typically, you would want to do the segmentation, isolation, creating the VLANs for each of those networks so that they're not interacting with each other. But we see some crazy stuff happening in terms of not creating those segmentation. And stale credentials, you can go to a lot of these properties and enter whatever property 1, 2, 3 as their passwords. Their passwords are put as a sticky notes in front of the front desk. So there's just a lot of access points. Rogue access points is another one that we see that sophisticated guests can bring their access points and plug it into their network so that they can create their own Wi-Fi area in the room because they don't trust the Wi-Fi there at the property. So that is also, so suddenly when we are doing compliance, when we are running the compliance reports, you will see access points that have not been authorized, that shouldn't exist, but they still exist in the network. And of course, the third-party service providers and network access, they have a lot of access to your network. So these are some of the reasons why network vulnerabilities are caused. So what's the new operating model? Compliance is a continuous state. We should move, and a lot of the properties want to move to a more real-time and continuous real-time monitoring. Every access point, every session, every movement, making sure that there's no drift being caused between these audit periods. There's now no audit period because your system, your network, your system is being monitored 24/7. And what it does is it detects issues before the guest notices it. For example, at a 100-room property or a 200-room property, you have access points, multiple access points, hundreds of access points, and if one of the access points that's closest to the guest goes down and the Wi-Fi and the guest is trying to connect to a access points that's 2 or 3 rooms down the hallway, you would know it first because you can see that the access point has gone down or it is not working anymore, and probably it's impacting the guest's Wi-Fi service. So it moves us from more of a reactive environment to a more of a proactive environment, and you can immediately go and fix the issue or replace the access point or take some actions immediately so as to improve the performance, and not after a 1-star review on TripAdvisor or travel or the travel sites. Auto-enforce standards. A lot of the brands have their own standards. How the network isolation has to be managed, how the network isolation has to be designed, how the configurations have to be set, what versions of access points are prescribed. All of that can be set using this continuous monitoring. You can set the configurations, you can set the brand standards, you can enforce the brand standards when you do these continuous monitoring. And then making sure that all the properties of a brand are running with the same standard across. You have that visibility across all the properties that the brand has, and making sure that the standards are met, no exceptions, and there is no gaps in that. And if there is any deviation, you can generate a report, you can identify what changed, and kind of take action on it. Here is with the solution that we have. We are working with one of the brands and a couple of brands. It's 98% faster. Their because there's a little bit of changes on things. So I'm not saying 100% faster, but 98% faster, 100% accurate all the time. If there is any deviation, any drift in the network, you immediately know about it. You can be immediately alerted about it, and someone can take an action on it. It's continuous audit, and you can see the difference from 6.5 million to less than 1.7 million, the cost difference. And this is a lot. And think about the logistical nightmare that you had before when you were more reactive to now. Now you don't have to send someone with an Excel sheet or on what properties I have to go to, what devices that you are running, what hardware, what software. It's a logistical nightmare, and you avoid all of that by doing a continuous audit, by using solutions. So what you need to, so this is a question for every operator in this room is, your guests have moved on. They expect it to be, the Wi-Fi to be always available. And the bar is already set. So what are you doing to enhance that availability of Wi-Fi? The competitors are already moving, and as I said, a lot of our properties that we are working with and a lot of the brands that we are working with are already moving towards more of a continuous monitoring model. And the technology exists today. That can do all of this for you. So this is not a question of can it be done or is it available? It's available, and we are leveraging some of that technology stack, and kind of getting the customers can directly see the benefit out of it. So we should stop managing the Wi-Fi and start managing the system, because Wi-Fi is just a small part of the overall ecosystem, especially in the hospitality world, especially in the multifamily unit world, where there are multiple devices, multiple network that are running there. I started with a question, and I'm ending with a question for all of you. So for the operators and for who is providing the Wi-Fi services, you should seriously think about how many properties in your portfolio are operating to standard. Not forget about it being reactive or proactive, but are they working to the standard that you have set, that every property should adhere to, or every hospitality building or the multifamily unit building has to adhere to, and how many of those properties are operating to standard. If you are interested to learn more about how we solve that, please scan the barcode, or you can email me, and I'm happy to talk more about it. Do we have time for questions? Or?
Yeah, we'll give you a few minutes. So 1 or 2 questions, perhaps.
All right. If not,
I'll start. I have one question, just in terms of your compliance.
Yeah.
So in terms of the different chain scales, do those compliance standards operate across the entire, say, mid-tier, low end as well?
Yep. It's the standards are what are set for the property by the brand, and you can set that at the brand level, and then you can make sure that they are being compliant across all the properties under that brand, and the compliance pieces can change and vary.
Okay, so they might change it for different tiers and stuff.
Absolutely.
Diwakar, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. So over the next 30 minutes, we have a panel session. So I'd like to invite a few people to the stage. We have Hannah Greenberg, CEO from 11 Software. Jeff Parker, can I ask you to come back to the stage? So Jeff, if you remember, was on earlier. He's Vice President for Sage for Hospitality. And Mark Grayson, Cisco Fellow and a good fellow. Okay, you've all got mics. So we're going to talk about enterprise connectivity reimagined for hospitality, retails, and venues. So we'll be talking about monetization, seamless connectivity and guest experience, converged networks, and then connectivity as critical infrastructure. So just picking on that first theme first. Customer experience and digital experience. So we are, I guess, 1 or 2 years into Wi-Fi 7, and I want to sort of get the real world view, particularly from Mark and from Jeff on Wi-Fi 7. How has that gone? What deployment sort of challenges are you seeing? So maybe Jeff first from a hospitality standpoint, and then Mark, we can ask you from a retail standpoint.
Sure. So Wi-Fi 7, it's not in a lot of hotels yet. Shocker. We're very slow followers sometimes, particularly when capital investment is involved. One of the major brands did announce last week that as of May 1st, all new implementations of Wi-Fi will be on Wi-Fi 7. So that it'll get rolling when one of the major brands does it, and they have done that yet. What we're seeing, new builds, we're putting Wi-Fi 7 in. It's our standard at Sage, whether it's a brand standard or not. But just for new builds, existing networks we're not. The struggles we're running into with existing networks is the infrastructure piece. You need a lot more switching power to run Wi-Fi 7. You need a lot better cables than we have in our 25-year-old walls that we ran with Wi-Fi 1 or 2 or whatever we did. You need a lot more access points. The densities we're seeing are 15 to 20% greater than a Wi-Fi 6 or Wi-Fi 5 deployment. It's a significant jump, and that where we have done in the past, a lot of hotels, we have an access point in every other room or in soffits or stuff like that. With Wi-Fi 7, it's every room, sometimes larger rooms, suites, presidentials, need 2 or 3 access points, and hiding an access point in a soffit behind something, even that's supposed to be Wi-Fi invisible, isn't working anymore. So we're exposed access points now everywhere, which is a different kind of threat, but our architects hate it because they don't want access points in their lobbies. But we're seeing increased cabling infrastructure needs to happen, a lot more cost, and you have to remember that the switches need more power, they also need more cooling. So IDFs that you might have gotten, intermittent distribution facility, that you might have gotten away with just vented doors, you now need to put a cooling unit in to support some of this switching gear, plus the UPS and all the other stuff there. So it's a significant impact. Impact on new builds, certainly, but an impact on retrofitting an old hotel is going to be a significant cost beyond just the hardware.
Yeah, Steve, so Wi-Fi 7, I think it's made for digital transformation. So absolutely, we're seeing that, I guess, from a market adoption. I think we just announced last week that in this last quarter, 50% of our wireless was Wi-Fi 7 with a double-digit quarter-on-quarter growth. So we're absolutely seeing that transformation. And obviously, we're seeing the high-end handsets support it. So we're seeing the ecosystem move, and at a fast click, I would say. But in terms of the challenges, the question was on the challenges. I would agree with Jeff there that we're seeing, obviously, with Wi-Fi 7, we're seeing a transformation in terms of how many radios we light up. We're adding in perhaps other radios. So we're seeing a transformation from, obviously from AF to 823AT to BT power requirements. And so what does that look like? That could be drawing 50 watts over PoE. So to Jeff's point, that's going to require Cat6a cabling. So these devices come with mGig. So is that 2.5 mGig, 5 mGig, or 10 mGig on the highest tier of access points? So 10 gig mGig is Cat6a. So that maybe is a recabling. So these things, I think, are some of the challenges that we see from a Wi-Fi 7 perspective. But the benefit, I guess, from a traffic perspective, we see this getting deployed simultaneously with a move of retail to the cloud. And so we're seeing some phenomenal numbers in terms of traffic. With that transformation, we're seeing some retailers, I saw some data points from some stores, 1 terabyte a day from a single store that has transformed with Wi-Fi 7 and all its business process over to wireless. So yes, we're seeing some significant challenges, huge traffic growth, a transformation to the cloud, but also the infrastructure in terms of cabling and PoE.
Okay, thank you. And something Jeff mentioned earlier about sort of different device types, corporate devices, those types of things. So I guess in the sort of environments that you operate in hospitality and in retail, how does that impact your deployment strategy, Jeff?
The different devices is right now it's getting capital. So my deployment strategy is I ask for money first. And that's hard. Hotels are facing a lot of challenges right now, and flat markets in the United States is one of them. So getting more capital and stuff. I'll tell you that proposal, the first proposal I got for Wi-Fi 7 for a 300-room hotel, I literally fell out of my chair. I thought there was an error. It's that far off. So that the first place that impacts me is capital. I think once we see, I hate to toot iPhone's horn because they do enough of them themselves, but as soon as we see more and more of our customers have Wi-Fi 7 come in, just like every other wireless protocol, as soon as a large portion of iPhones have it, we're going to be forced to put it in.
Mark, anything from a retail perspective or in hospitality?
Yeah, I mean, similar. So I guess if you look at the device ecosystem, we see 60% have been sort of 6E7, and obviously that's, I think they're anticipating the market is going to switch 50% to Wi-Fi 7 next year, and so yeah, we'll follow those devices.
Thank you. I want to bring you in, Hannah. Just a question about how 11 is helping your customers. With that brand experience, and also what type of sort of business outcomes are they trying to achieve through their connectivity infrastructure as well?
Yeah, for sure. So I think one thing that Jeff mentioned is that the hotel industry are very complicated assets, and every department, every upgrade is going to be fighting for the same type of capital. So I think the capital has to go quite a long way, to Jeff's point. And where we help our customers is really to take business outcomes and achieve them through the Wi-Fi infrastructure and through the capital investment cycle, right? And so I think in days beyond, it used to be we're going to get our guests to pay for premium Wi-Fi. I think that ship has sailed, maybe in some specific use cases, maybe convention center or resort type environments, but that's really gone away. And the shift has gone towards how do we capture value in other ways. And I think part of that was mentioned earlier in terms of the loyalty and how do we bundle premium experiences to drive loyalty members, right? These brands, their core competency is driving loyalty. That's why they exist. And so, I think the shift in what does good look like, what would offset some of these capital expenditures is around what is the value of a new loyalty member. Every single brand, whether it's Hilton, Hyatt, Marriott, some of the ones that were discussed today, up to Four Seasons, et cetera, all have a dollar value that they ascribe to a new loyalty member. On the kind of select service side, it's $5 or $10 per year. And on the full service, more luxury side, it's probably $100 per year. And that is the value of a net new loyalty customer to the brand equity, right, to the brand value. And that's the type of conversations that we're in, is how do we make this work? Because we know that the upgrades of the network need to happen for all the reasons everyone in this room know about, right? In terms of the compute and what we need to do. But to have the CEO or CFO sign off on it, well, you need to have a more holistic approach to how am I going to drive some of the business outcomes. So the loyalty piece, I think, is important. And the second thing is what we're seeing is rather than just looking at the captive portal, you get online and then you go to your Zoom meeting, maybe you get some credit card offers and things like that you see often, sprung up on you, is what does the full guest experience look like? Like how much more booking of spa appointments and golf experiences can I get with those same guests as they're getting connected? And so we see this more end-to-end type experience. And that's what we're also kind of helping our customers with is how do we connect to the post-authentication experience? And maybe you're going to get one additional spa appointment or one additional booking, which will completely offset what you used to get as your $4.99 or your $9.99 for the premium Wi-Fi upgrade, which is no longer really market.
That's actually very fascinating. It's the first time I've heard of financial value associated to the cost of that loyalty program. So, is it considered the Wi-Fi that is a cost center or something that's now revenue generating?
I think it's changed a bit, right? It's still definitely a cost. I think that there's two things. I think the best operators look at Wi-Fi to help reduce some costs, right? So we talked earlier a little bit in one of the earlier panels about IoT and energy management and things like that. If you can get your Wi-Fi infrastructure to help you there, that's good. Dee Walker was just describing about how you can lower security risks and lower the cost of compliance. That's a cost savings, right? Net human savings to the network. And on the revenue side, as I mentioned, it's just a bit of a shift. What does revenue look like? It's not a line item in the in the folio that says upgraded Wi-Fi, right? That is now more of a holistic approach. How am I driving experiences for the loyalty members? How am I driving value to the loyalty members? And if I can steal a member or a customer from another brand, I'm going to try to do that. So I think it's a different lens of revenue, but I think it's still probably the answer is both.
So so I think what we can do with at least from a retail perspective is change how we engage with those. I mean, loyalty cards. It's just an enormous business. It's $15 billion a year, growing 15% CAGR. And clearly there is a return on that investment, and a very positive return. But if we look at least from a retail perspective, is when did you get to know your customer? You got to know them at the checkout. Okay, so everything you really did from a loyalty perspective is all reactive. It wasn't proactive. I think what we're seeing now with the very latest stores from a retail perspective in terms of open roaming and Delhaize and the like, is we get an entry event. So when your loyalty subscriber walks into your store, within 60 seconds, the Spaces IDP, which is delivered for Delhaize, sends an API call to the Salesforce CRM system with a loyalty ID saying this loyalty ID customer has entered the store. And then you start your engagement, not at the checkout, but as they've walked in the store, and then the Salesforce CRM systems can build the package about how you're going to engage with that customer throughout their visiting your store. So I think it's totally different, and it is transformative, and it requires wireless to then trigger that engagement. And I think the output that we've seen from those key customers who are embracing this is 30% more app engagement. We know the app loyalty is the new brand loyalty. So this is driving app engagement, it's driving brand engagement, and it's driving results. So I think it is, and that's really foundational on wireless, is enabling that.
Yeah, I would just add that the two other things that popped is so guest satisfaction score is very important. Those are measurable, they're trackable. But I also think that now we're able to track things like repeat bookings. Even not just repeat bookings for transient guests like us, but repeat bookings of events and convention spaces. If the Wi-Fi is poor, that we're not going to come back here if the Wi-Fi is poor. You're going to find another venue to do so. So repeat bookings, also measurable way. And another thing that I think we didn't really speak about is back to your kind of app downloads is the brand in a hotel space and also in the retail space, they want to control that customer experience on the app. So if you can get a customer to your app, you open up a wide range of possibilities that will both drive more value and more revenue than you had before with just sort of the click to connect type of model.
I think there's also tangible ways. I equate everything to another beer. So my philosophy of one more round is such that you have rock-solid wireless networks. We're all seeing solutions like Toast out there with tablets. They're ordering at the table. Well, as soon as they fire off that order, it's going back to the bar. They're not walking back to a terminal somewhere like they used to, punching in the order. Does two things. One thing is now they can engage you more. So they might be upselling you on a dessert or upselling you on the special, which are high profit. But where we're really seeing it, because it's nearly pure profit, is that one more drink. If that service is faster, they're able to kick your table one more time in your 35-minute stay or whatever it is, the likelihood of you, while you're settling, saying, you know what, throw one more beer on my order, and I'll close the tab now. It happens, and we're seeing upticks when we're moving to wireless solutions with pay at table and order at table. It's helping drive the average check up in a significant way that is almost pure profit.
Is that how you get the budget approval? You just put the number of beers that it's going to take?
Absolutely. Ask Dana can tell you that's exactly how I do everything.
So, I previously worked in hospitality. I've known 11. You've been in 11 have been in, I guess, hospitality as long as Wi-Fi's been in hospitality. So it seems, and I don't know if this is the case or not, is there more alignment between, say, IT corporate and, say, digital marketing now and the brands? Or?
It's definitely not an IT decision anymore, or just an IT decision anymore. The buy-in often is IT as a cost center, marketing and loyalty is the revenue center, right? So I think the combination of two can kind of allow the launch of some of these large refreshes because there's actually, a fund to pay for it, to be quite honest. But I do think in terms of our experience and our customers, it is definitely standards and expertise driven in the IT space, right, through the CTO or CIO. And then the outcomes, how we're driving app engagement and some of these other outcomes we spoke about is a marketing loyalty function. So they're working together and they're starting to speak each other's languages, which is funny to see.
I mean, yeah, when I worked in it, certainly digital marketing was missing. And in fact, I guess, yeah, in Paris, when we had the Congress before, we had Accor there from digital marketing. So, awesome. Okay, yay. A little bit on stability. Actually, sorry, I do have one question, because I remember we sat down in Vegas a few years ago at one of the hospitality events, and we talked about that, that freemium model. And it was still, I think, a chunk of change in terms of what hotels could charge for. I think I've stayed in at 2 Marriotts in the last week. Is that revenue stream on the decline, at least for the customers that you serve? And are there any other emerging revenue streams?
Yeah, I think it's select instances where it still works, right? Some of the resort properties, like the high stakes, high bandwidth environments, resort conferences, things like that, you still see it. Other times you see that you can pay or you can become a loyalty member. That's more common in the kind of mainstream brands that we probably all travel with. But I think where the shift is and maybe in limited service, it's really out the window, right? So select service, sort of table stakes to have strong Wi-Fi. The shift has really gone towards what additional revenue can we drive from that member who is captive? And that goes back to, once you connect, let me put you onto the booking platform, the post-authentication to upsell you, charge you for a late checkout, pre-charge you for a late checkout, charge you for a round of golf, et cetera. That's where we're seeing the pivot. I think people are not expecting a growth in the line item of Wi-Fi in typical hotels, specifically, definitely in the US.
100% agree. We're either burying it in the loyalty membership or we're burying it in a resort fee, which I know we all hate. That's just not something, other than in meeting space, we're not charging. Now, the exception would be very special circumstances. So if you need a static public IP address or you want switching and routing, DK talked about private networks in a room. Those kind of things we are still upcharging for, but they're rare.
But it's not the benefit of Wi-Fi that it supports all of these venue-specific value chains. It's not just one value chain. It's so you embed Wi-Fi into delivering that. It could be a better retail experience, a better fan experience, a hospitality display. So it can do all of that. It's unbounded in terms of its capabilities. It's just open to what those values are and how we can use wireless to support them.
So is retail thinking the same way as hospitality in terms of monetization, or where are they in the I guess their sort of life cycle?
I think it's the same. The transition to the app and driving app engagement, and obviously via the app and the loyalty ID to measure incremental wallet, and so there are data points that drive. I mean, the whole loyalty business is about driving that 12 to 18% incremental spend because of loyalty, because that's historically how it's existed, and we're using wireless to augment that, to accelerate that. So yeah.
So I'm going to ask, we've got about 11 minutes to lunch, 1 or 2 more questions, and then we're going to hand out to the audience. So I've just got a question more for Jeff about network stability in the venue, and what you guys need to think about now, because, as Dewaka said, when the Wi-Fi is great, we don't all go to reception and say, you're doing a fantastic job. But what are you having to do now in terms of making
it's
sure
our number one amenity in hotels. It is more important than water, at least cold water. People will take a cold shower. They'll leave your hotel if you don't have Wi-Fi. It's that simple. It's more important than safety. I wouldn't personally think that, but people will stay in structures like Airbnbs that I would consider to be unsafe, but if it has good Wi-Fi, they'll still stay there. It's the number one amenity. The bandwidth is going up every single year that's being used. The myth that we're going to hand this off to cellular is just that, a myth. I don't care, whatever, 7G networks, 18G networks. Where Wi-Fi is just going to be keeping up with that on the other side. As we talked about earlier, we talked about handoff. Wi-Fi is your most important amenity. People will not stay with you, and they will complain, and loudly, and to anyone and anywhere that they can get it.
So I think I know the answer to my next question, but is Wi-Fi more important today than it was 10 years ago?
Yes, 100% more important.
Yeah, so what was 10 years ago like? Just trying to think. It was pre-COVID, wasn't it? And so hybrid work was maybe the exception rather than the norm. What was connected to your Wi-Fi network at home? Maybe it was your PC, your phone, your TV. I knew you were going to ask the question, so I've got a Meraki network at home, and so I just queried how many Wi-Fi devices had been on my home network this last month. 95. 95 devices on my home network. And so I think that tells you all. So how many cellular devices are in my home? Well, I think there's 4 or 5 handsets. That's it. So 5 versus 95. We know what the winner is. Thank you.
I would agree. The answer is yes. And I think it's like a little bit of a self-fulfilling prophecy. We put these standards and rigor around ourselves. And so we're just continually it's going to keep going upward. As our world gets more connected, we're traveling, we're digital nomads, we're working from all over the place. Deadlines are getting faster. So I think it's definitely a trend, not a fad.
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to pause. We have 8 minutes to lunch. So I'm going to open up to the audience for a few questions. So, Gaitan, please. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve. I had a question for myself, but for you mostly. We're talking about the app trend to engage the customers, but every location you get to wants to have their own engagement, so their own app. I'm struggling on my phone, even though I'm still capable of handling it, but I have so many apps. It is a nightmare. There's going to be an app for the convention center, an app for the hotel, an app eventually for the taxi group you may use, or the transportation system, the train system, the airplanes. If you're a Fidelity customer in the airplane, you can actually sometimes get free messaging in the satellite system. How are you guys seeing that scale on apps for end users at the end? Because we're moving towards that, and it's becoming very complex. And the related question to that is, on each of those apps I authenticate. Open roaming is also, just like I'd say the banking systems. Ideally, I could have a single open roaming ID, but from a marketing engagement customer perspective, I want to own the customer ID myself as well. So I'm going to be ending up with so many open roaming IDs potentially for myself, just like I have maybe 5 or 6 credit cards, but it's going to be even worse in that space. And how do you link the apps with the IDs, ideally in the future?
So I guess I think an interesting data point. I think the average user has 12 loyalty IDs, and so 12 loyalty IDs, 12 apps compared with how many apps you've got. Is that a lot? Well, okay. So I think it's perhaps manageable, and that's how people have obviously signed up to those numbers of schemes, and they obviously see value in those signups. From an open roaming and provisioning perspective, the one thing that we've got in the standard is the so-called home service provider preference, which means that if you run your Wi-Fi network, you can advertise the realm that you prefer, and that makes those passpoint profiles appear as if they're at home, and therefore the device will always favor them. So this is why, for example, just in our Cisco Live, we can prioritize a Cisco One ID profile versus maybe a Samsung ID profile. So we have the capability within the architecture to allow a particular venue to saying, I prefer these realms, these identities, and they will be used in preference. So I think we don't have everything in terms of being able to prioritize, but we have some broad capability in order to be able to prefer one identity, one passpoint profile versus another. So I think, given the 10 to 12 number and the ability to prioritize at least one of those per venue, we have some of the core foundations required.
There's also a lot going on about know your customer, where it's not necessarily hospitality that's driving it, it's more privacy, but where there's this dream that you'll have this token of your information, and you decide to share it where you share it. So now you are the hub, and what to share. So from a loyalty perspective, I would share with Marriott, for example, I like this, I want cold beer in my fridge. I go down the list of stuff, and then I can revoke it. But it should solve some of this identity stuff if we can get out of our own way. But that way, everybody still, at least until I revoke it, has my loyalty in their program, but I'm only logging in as one me, depending on what I'm logging into and authorizing and not. So there's a lot going on in the European Union about, again, around privacy more than this, but hotels are starting to get involved. There's a couple organizations that I'm involved with that are researching this for multiple reasons, but one is to have one way for them to log into lots of different systems and decide what they share and don't share, what's tracked and not tracked.
I would just add that what you described, this like app fatigue, is one of the barriers to sort of pass point in hospitality, for example, because app-based pass point or downloading the certificate is the nicest way to do it, at least in hospitality space. And when you have less than 50% of members that download and have the app, like it becomes a friction point. And so what you described is real. The app fatigue is there, and I think part of what Jeff was describing hopefully will solve it. But this is a discussion across all the global hotel brands. They all understand, and the marketing teams being involved, to Steve, your earlier point, will hopefully help us get there, because it's not just having the app to download the profile. There has to be something in it for you. Like there has to be a reason to go to it. There has to be a benefit to the user, to the consumer.
So to Jeff's point, I think privacy is indeed very important, but the more privacy you want is also putting burden on the user. So just as we're talking about the friction of downloading apps, what you were describing, Jeff, if a user has to decide for every venue he's engaging with what information he wants to share and so on, it's also an incredible effort he needs to put in to configure all that and put those decision rules. Right now, a lot of the data is, taken, I'd say, in a hidden way from the user and shared with many people, and he doesn't really control what's being shared in many ways. If he wants to specifically decide with whom he's sharing what, he's going to have to make those decision points at one time, and many people won't do it.
And many people will download 40 apps. So, the amount of information a hotel has on our guests is scary. We know what side of the bed you sleep on. We know if you slept in bed. We know what TV channels you watch. We know if you took a shower. We know if you used shampoo. We know you're missing a towel. It's beyond that. We know where you hover. With the great technology, we know how many hours you're spending in front of the TV, or if you're Zoom calling or whatever. So I guess I balance it. If somebody's going to control the data, I'd rather it be me than 100 hotel chains. And I work in the industry.
Now I'm scared. So you're going to say something? All good? Okay. One more question, and I think...
Hi, everyone. This is Adi here. I represent A7 IT Solutions and Invensys. So I have over 21 years of experience. I've deployed extensive wireless with all the OEMs, the major players. That includes Aruba, Cisco, almost everything in the industry right now. So I would like to understand how 11 Software is addressing the industry challenges in terms of enterprise wireless as well as guest wireless. So do you have a specific solution for guest, or do you have a specific solution for enterprise? If so, what kind of customers you support? Is it all SMB, large business customers? So I would like to understand more in detail.
Sure. And we could talk after too, as more of about the business. But we work with all of the OEMs, right? We're agnostic to what's the layer underneath, whether it's Cisco or HPE, et cetera. We are primarily in hospitality. So that's every size hotel brand, from the ones with 9,000 to the ones with 100 and everything in between. So enterprise and SMB together. In terms of the challenges, I think the one thing that we see and that we solve for is complexity at scale, right? So whether the geography, the type of network, the number of access points, the manufacturer, the language, the geography, the service provider, the chain scale, like all of those different factors. For us, we're agnostic to it. That's what sort of helps our solution scale, is being able to work with all those different nuances. And so I'd be happy to talk with you afterward if it'd make sense to chat more.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'd like to understand, the possible options, designs, capabilities, features, right? And I know the real world problems today because I've worked for a lot of big organizations. I've seen different industry types, different issues, right? So how 11 Software helps in overcoming these problems, right? So And also, I'd like to sign up VAR services with 11 Software. So,
Awesome. Yeah, all the hard problems, we'll talk through them. Happy to chat with you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. Perfect. 0 on the clock. I've never seen it done before. So Hannah, Jeff, Mark, thank you very much for being on the panel. Thank you, everybody. And that's, I think, a break for lunch, which is just outside.
So welcome, everyone, once again. Very, very happy really to be here. I hope you have a great day. And for the afternoon, we have an enterprise session, right? So we'll have basically first 3 main presentations. Really, really excited to see what our invitees as well will bring forward today. And then we'll have a final panel at the end where we'll be discussing, as you guys will see as well, topics such as Infight, right, in terms of connectivity, convergence, AI, ML, such a hot topic, of course, unavailable these days. So I hope you guys enjoy it. And without further ado, I'll just hand over to them. We are so happy, naturally, to invite our... let me just pass forward. You guys can see here the agenda. So basically, as I've mentioned, right, 3 presentations. We'll be inviting Chip Lacorte from AT&T very shortly. Then we'll go with Mital Parek from HPE. Dan Taylor Svensson from Iron Wi-Fi, and then we'll close with the panel. At the end, we'll also have a video because, unfortunately, our colleague Paul Lai from Asia RF couldn't be here. But naturally, we'll hand over to you guys as well when time comes, and I hope you have a great time. Okay. So with that said, I would like to propose that we move forward. I'd like to invite our esteemed colleague, Mr. Chip Lacorte from AT&T, to join us on stage, and I hope you guys have a great time. Chip, thanks so much for joining us.
So you say you want to have me here, but you haven't had a consumer guy speak yet, so that might change here shortly. First and foremost, thanks everyone for showing up today. And I'm going to go a little bit of probably a different direction than what originally was asked, because I think the story is what's important to why we're all here. So as you guys see, throughout all of our brand messaging and everything we do from an AT&T perspective, connecting changes everything. And when you start talking about the network and you put the customer's lens on everything, they look at it a little bit different. And when I look at everything, I look at it from a consumer lens. So my day-to-day role is head of our distribution from a consumer standpoint, and also all of our strategic partnerships. And we have a saying at AT&T. We start with the customer, period. The reason why I'm going to challenge you guys today on this, and I'm going to have you look at it a little bit different, is to take a step back from a network perspective, because guess what? The day-to-day consumer doesn't know what the hell a wireless network looks like. They don't know what a fiber network looks like. And unless it's been on video or pictures, they don't know what a satellite network looks like. And so when we go and look at the space from a consumer standpoint and think about how do we change everything from a connection standpoint, we look at it quite a bit different. We look at connectivity like this, because that's what the consumer sees. They see it on their phone, they see it on their tablet, they see it on their computer. They want connectivity, whether that's on land, sea, or sky. Many of you, I'm sure, have kids. Been driving down the road. I'll tell you what my 11-year-old daughter says every time. Dad, why doesn't my Wi-Fi work? It's not why doesn't the wireless network connect my phone so that I have 5G or 6G in the future. It's why doesn't my Wi-Fi work? The everyday consumer does not understand the talk of the telecom industry. So you've got to put your lens in their shoes and think about that when you start talking about your business. Because this is what matters. It's the ability to enjoy friends, family, and stay connected. And so in our purpose, and the way we have done everything from our standpoint, is connecting people to greater possibilities with expertise, simplicity, and inspiration. So my team goes out all the time in our strategic partnerships and says, how do we improve that connectivity? How do we make it better every day so my daughter doesn't say, Dad, why doesn't my Wi-Fi work? We've built America's largest wireless network. I think everyone knows we have the largest fiber network. We've created partnerships to help fill gaps. But there's other places where you go on a day-to-day basis from a consumer standpoint of where do I need connectivity? Or Dad, why doesn't my Wi-Fi work? Customers want to be connected whether they're eating, playing, enjoying time. And guess what? It doesn't have to just be the phone. So recently, in February, for our customers, we started a new program called Coffee on Us. And we said to put your phone down, share a free coffee on us with a friend, and connect. We started in Chicago on the last day of February. We're launching in 24 different cities across the country, as well as with a national brand over top. So once a week, you go put your phone down for 30 minutes and have a conversation. We recently announced a partnership with Fanatics to actually be the connectivity partner of the fan. You guys have all been to certain events, sporting events, music events, whatever it is. Your phone doesn't work. You have different issues. Or Dad, why doesn't my Wi-Fi work? This is how we're going to improve it through a partnership with Fanatics. But this is why I'm here today. And this is actually what got our conversation started. Land, sea, and sky. We started with the very first partnership here with American for exactly the question of what my daughter asks. Why doesn't my Wi-Fi work? Well, because your dad's a cheap ass, and he's not paying for the Wi-Fi. Now I'm just going to pay for it for everyone instead this way. But the way we actually took a step back and started thinking about this partnership was how do we create a differentiated experience for our consumers when they're traveling? Instead of work from home, how do we create work from air? How do we make that connectivity seamless from when you leave your house to when you get on the plane and go on your trip to where you end? Right? How do we bring it in a different manner? This will continue to evolve, and this won't be the only partnership that we do that connects connectivity everywhere you live, work, and play. But actually being able to go create a strategic partnership with a major brand like American so that the connectivity works everywhere is what we wanted to go do. Obviously, being a sales guy, starting that way my entire career until somehow ending up in the operations side about 10 years ago, I wanted to put the hat on too of how do I make it better so you want AT&T, right? So we create those differentiated experiences so that our consumers feel like they get something special. Single sign-on, maybe it's a free drink, but also it allows me to go say, hey, Mr. and Ms. Customer, thank you for being with me for the last 10 years. Here's 1,000 airline miles on us, right? Or here's a free night hotel. And then you start thinking about all the other pieces that I was talking about before with Fanatics, with the coffee, and other partnerships you'll see it come. But having this American Airlines partnership allows me to connect those together, send them on a trip, and it be on us. Maybe it's just for friends and family. Maybe it's for Fanatics Fest in July. But that's how you create a differentiated experience and how you bring connectivity to life from a consumer standpoint. So what I challenge you guys is you take a step out of here and you leave the room and you go back. I challenge you to go put the consumer hat on and start with the customer, period. And put it in their lens. Because you can get stuck in the lens of all of the different ways that we talk at work, but go explain it to your 11-year-old. And that's how you'll have the connection. So Pedro, I know that was short. I know you guys just wanted to know a little bit about it, and you had some questions, so I'll open it up from there, but that's how we're looking at our partnerships and our pieces.
Thank you. Very good. So before we move forward, right, and thank you very much, Chip, really for the availability as well of taking some questions. Would you guys have any curiosities in terms of the partnerships and presentation from Chip, something that we could detail a little bit and ask Chip to detail? Any main questions before we get go? Oh, George Heckman. I then might have a question, but that's okay. Oh, yeah.
So, 20-year AT&T customer, son of an AT&T executive, and married to a wife of an AT&T lawyer, and a multi-million-mile American son. Where do you see this becoming truly a seamless experience? You know, I had the experience coming out here yesterday, breaking in a new laptop on the airplane, and getting the much feared. We sent a code via SMS to your phone. Well, I'm on the plane. You know, how do you make events like that seamless, if you will? So I get on, and if it's not going to be the SMS code, it's going to be something else. It's going to be something I don't have access to. And God help me if I don't have access to my camera. Where do you see that journey going next?
Yeah, no, perfect question. So later this year, and you're going right to where we have got to create ways so that it is seamless, to your point. We'll have single sign-on. So if you're an AT&T customer and an American Airlines Advantage member, it'll automatically connect you to the Wi-Fi immediately, right? So we knew that would be a fast follow. We went out with our MVP a little bit in January, February, as all the planes got upgraded so that they could handle the capacity and those standpoints. And we'll follow on with the single sign-on. So you don't have to worry about that text message. You don't have to worry about logging in with your Advantage number. You don't have to worry about anything. It just works. People just want it to work, right?
And just selfishly speaking, so would that be on all your devices that you have?
As long as it has the connection to the American Airlines Advantage, right? So the problem you run into with the laptop is that it doesn't have an app necessarily with that piece. So you have to you'll still have to sign on with your American Airlines Advantage number because it is tied to both. Everywhere else, it would be seamless. You shouldn't run into that text message piece, though. And if you did, you'd already be connected on your phone, so it would be there.
Yeah, so what I'm more curious about, other than my little selfish issue, was, where do you see, you being having to be 2 or 3 years from now in terms of having that, portable relationship, if you will?
Yeah, there's, I take a step back and make sure I don't say some stuff that's going to come out here. So, I think there's a lot of things you can do when you bring two huge brands together to differentiate yourself throughout the entire journey. And I start thinking about, how do you leverage the assets on both sides? How do you use pieces like AT&T Turbo, International Day Pass, other pieces to really enhance that experience for an Advantage member? How do you thank people and make them put the brands together? How do you accelerate points? Think just how you do it with a credit card, and how do you actually show that you care? There's a lot of differentiated experiences that we'll be coming out with over the next 18 months between the two. I think, and this is where my honesty gets me in trouble most times in my life, but look, when you've got two large companies that are ivory tower of bureaucracy, it takes you a minute to work through all of the IT work that you have to get done when you're trying to move fast. So, I think the time will come, and we'll have a lot here shortly, though.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Chip. Really, that's a great question as well in terms of the overall experience. So, a couple more minutes, but not sure if anyone has any final question as well before we move. Oh, there's a question as well. Thank you. Feel free to introduce yourself as well a little bit.
Hi, I'm Kerry Baker with Ookla. Oh, sorry.
Oh, Kerry.
I want to talk to you guys. Yeah, so with the AT&T and AST Space Mobile partnership, would American be looking also to move into AST Space Mobile or a different LEO provider?
I can't speak for American. Wish I could answer that for you. I would say that I think we all know where technology is going in the space of a LEO provider. Many of the other airlines have announced LEO partnerships. Obviously, from an AT&T perspective, I can't speak to what American may or may not be doing. But I'm sure everyone's probably looking at how do you make it a better experience for the consumer is really what it comes down to. Yep.
Very good there. So thank you once again, Chip. Really appreciate all the questions as well from Kerry, from George. So upcoming work in WBA in terms of in-flight connectivity, there's a world for us to explore, not only in this domain, but also in terms of the satellite players coming to play, the work in WBA with convergence. So absolutely looking forward to it. And Chip, once again, thank you very much for staying with us.
Thanks for having me, Pedro.
Thank you. So I'd like to invite our esteemed colleague as well, Mital Parekh from HPE. Mital, very good friend of WBA as well, so good to have you once again. I'd like to invite then Mital to join us on stage and proceed with our presentation from an HPE perspective standpoint with the self-driving network. Okay, Mital, welcome. Thanks so much.
Hello, everyone. So I know it's a difficult time. Okay, you probably half of you are dozing, but I assure you that by the end of this, at least you'll be awake and you will be armed with just the right type of questions you must ask your networking provider if you are really serious about deploying enterprise networks. I am Mital Parekh. I am responsible for campus and branch networking across HPE Aruba as well as Juniper Mist at HPE. And today we are going to talk about self-driving networks. So enterprise networks that can understand, manage, troubleshoot, and optimize themselves without human intervention, without IT intervention. So, and one more thing, this is my promise to you, there is no sales pitch here. At least you are going to walk away with the right question, as I mentioned, that you will ask your favorite provider. So if you have dealt with Wi-Fi, if you are in IT, then what happens when your security camera is blinking, but nothing is being recorded? Have you ever had that situation? As in, now you have a security concern. Okay? What happens when we all have all teams meeting, all hands meeting, and suddenly instead of 25 people, there are 150 people packed in a room and Wi-Fi goes haywire, right? Is your network capable of fixing itself? Have you seen a network that says, I realize that the lights are blinking, but the security camera is not recording anything, I'm going to fix it? Or that matter, suddenly there are 150 people where usually there are 20, and I know exactly what to do to change the Wi-Fi setup such a way that everybody is happy again and prevent incident from becoming service affecting. If you haven't had that, then you probably don't have self-driving network, and you should ask, why don't you have it? This is reality, right? You just heard about getting excellent connectivity no matter where you are with AST. Why not your enterprise networks? Why not your Wi-Fi network? Why shouldn't they work themselves? So let's talk about, if you have traveled on a self-driving taxi in San Francisco and other cities. How many of you have done that? Believe me, you guys are missing something. The rest of you, do it. First time you will be really scared, and after that you will say, if a car can drive itself without human inside it and not get into any accident, 200 million miles, then why not enterprise networks? Or we all travel, we all fly, probably most of us flew in here. Weather is always, most of the time, inclement somewhere, and the plane still lands or takes off. You know that by law, pilots are not allowed to touch or use their own judgment while landing if the weather is inclement. The plane lands itself. I am not kidding you. Go and ask ChatGPT. If the plane can do it, if your car rental can do it, then why not your enterprise networks? Begs to ask, right? That's what we started out with. And I will tell you right now that these networks are possible. So look, it's not for fun that people say, my network runs itself. There are reasons why networks must run themselves, right? It's not optional, it's not mandatory, it's not good to have. This is going to become mandatory. Why? Here are some of the reasons. I'm not going to go through each. I'm sure you will align with one or more or all of these, okay? Because we have only 16 minutes with us. Let's go to the crux of it. But here are the problems that you see all the time. And the answer is very simple. There's only one answer, people. If your network is not configuring, managing, troubleshooting, and optimizing itself in real time without IT intervention, then you are behind. You are playing a catch-up game. So, but there is a good news. As I mentioned, that, well, there are some people working to get you there. Okay? And I'm going to be true to my words, no sales pitch. But we do have that. We are deploying every single day in Fortune single-digit companies. So if I could quickly walk you through what's happening in here is we all bought a car that gave us a signal that says oil change required. Then from there, we got notification that there is a car in the blind spot, so on and so forth, right? Some car will also help you in parking. And now we are at a point where Tesla full self-drive, drives from your parking lot to a parking spot and beyond, right? That journey, look, I will tell you right now that you pick any vendor of your choice. Pick a vendor that's in your ecosystem, and you will find quickly that either they are at stage 1, 2, 3, or 4. Going from 4 to 5 is very difficult. That's a difficult problem to solve. But it has been solved. This is not rocket science, as we call it in day-to-day language. Thanks to agentic AI. That brings me a good question. How many of you genuinely understand the meaning of agentic AI? I'll tell you why. Because we all marketers go to the same shop. We get the brochure done from the same shop and everything looks the same. Some people talk about AI chatbot. Some talk about AI assistant. Some talk about AI agent. Am I correct? Have you seen all these things get washed into agentic wash, agentic AI? Agentic AI is very different. Okay? I really wanted to present to you the right definition, so I wrote it down because I didn't want to miss a single thing. Agents that can, hear this out, reason, decide, act, validate, and learn their own selves. That's agentic AI. So agents, think about it. Let me repeat. This is very deep. Next time you're going to ask, when you evaluate an enterprise networking vendor, ask them, are your agents able to reason, decide, act or execute, validate, and learn? Check, check, check. I'm telling you right now, most of your favorite vendors will fall off the wagon. Let's do show and tell. Okay? So then I get asked this question all the time. In fact, I will tell you right now, I can show you my LinkedIn, and I get private messages that, oh, I just saw your LinkedIn post. So how exactly are you delivering a self-driving network? Do you really mean that you can optimize capacity on its own without incident become service affecting? This is another thing I want you all to remember. If your incident becomes service affecting, or the first person has already screamed, or one help desk ticket has already been filed, then you are not doing self-driving. You are barely helping IT troubleshoot or do root cause analysis, and that's the end of the journey. So I get asked all the time. I can show you right now private messages that say, so what's happening under the hood? I thought, let's explore that together. In next 12 minutes, I'm going to walk you through how is this self-driving network possible, right? And at the end of the day, we are going to build this whole slide. Yes, too much. In fact, I was told that, Mithil, you have too many slides on your deck. I know that I have too many slides. I'm not planning to cover all, but we'll cover only the main part of it. We are going to go through every single one. First thing, people, in order for a self-driving network to come alive, first and the foremost is data. The way we say that great wine comes from great grapes, the very first rule of thumb is data. Now, I want you to think about it. We have been collecting data for the better part of 10 plus years from every single network element all the time. So we collect 120 user states every 2 seconds to start with. Now think about it, right? And we don't stop at only Wi-Fi AP or switch. It goes all the way to routers and firewall and all the whole 9 yards, end to end. Now this is real network element data. Okay, what happens when There are no users in the room, in the school. Do you really want students or people who are working there to come back at 9 a.m., come at 9 a.m., start working only to figure out that internet is not accessible, DHCP, DNS, everything is taken a nosedive? Would you rather not find it before they came to work or came to school and fix it yourself, or have the system fix itself? So this is about delivering what we call digital twin. That's synthetic data or data that you are collecting all the time, even when nobody is using the system. Does your vendor offer that? That's the second question you must ask, right? And you will see how many of them wear, their tutu style for shoes and start dancing. You know why? It's not easy. But we collect that data as well. So now you have real data from network elements. You have digital twin or synthetic data from network elements, 24/7/365, without asking, without putting an agent, without nudging it. So ask these questions. So you will get an answer. Yes, we do collect synthetic data. Sure. Then ask a question. Do you do it without IT nudging it or starting something, or without you installing something? And then you'll see how many of them fall off the wagon, right? Third one is application data. So it's not good to say Wi-Fi is working. That was the answer acceptable 10 years ago, not today. Today's answer is yes, user is happy. This requires knowledge of applications and the applications being used. Do you know that we have been working with Teams and Zoom to collect millions and millions, hundreds of millions of data points from every Teams call and mash it with real network data, digital twin or synthetic data to make sense out of an application, how the application is built. So another question to ask, do you, Mr. Vendor, collect data from applications? You know why? That's going to tell you whether they are talking about network is up, or Wi-Fi is running, or switching network is okay, or that the user really has a good experience without intervention. You see where slowly you are building a picture. The first and foremost is the data. Second one is what we call, so now I wanted to touch upon this one, where how we collect digital or synthetic data, but in the interest of time, we are going to keep going. Idea is very simple. If I had enough time, I would play this out, but it's end-to-end digital twin. So second question you should ask is your system offering digital twin or synthetic data only on Wi-Fi, or only on a given segment, or throughout and through? You might find one vendor saying, yeah, we have it. Then ask another question. Is that, do you give me information about an application from client to the cloud? Fair question. People use Wi-Fi or people use network to do something with some application somewhere, whether it is checking your email on Gmail, Yahoo, what have you, or Salesforce, or everything is in cloud. So then ask this another question, is that how do you give me view of the world where the application is in the cloud? Do you have such sensors at points of presence across the globe so that you can trace my application and say, I need to collect data point from that regional POP as well? And the last standing vendor is going to fall off. We have this as well, and this is possible. If one person can do it, everybody can do it, right? That's the law of nature. Like if somebody has achieved it, that means it's possible. Somebody has done it. So ask if they can do it too, right? Hopefully. So this builds out what happens. So next one is, when your Teams or Zoom call goes wrong, what does your IT say? That is after you filed the ticket, not before. After. This is important. That means the ticket has been filed, somebody has screamed, and IT starts researching and identifying whether the issue was with Wi-Fi or the wired segment, and then they are clueless if they don't have control over WAN segment or even the application, right? What we are able to achieve is what we call large experience model, that is, make a model out of an entire application. And then we use very fancy machine learning algorithm called Shapley. It's worth Googling this or ask ChatGPT, Shapley. And Shapley algorithm that basically gives you contribution margin for each segment of a given connection. And it will pinpoint that Mittal's Zoom call went south because WAN link was culprit, not Wi-Fi, not wired. Can that vendor, can your favorite vendor give you that level of clarity? And then go and again, then go and fix it by itself. Always append that, everything I say. And the network should go and fix it. Can they do it? Yes or no? Answer is always Boolean in computer science. That's the best thing about CS, right? So here's how a given Teams call or Zoom call looks when you look at my console. It's literally showing you those lines, horizontal lines, it'll show you which one is playing what amount of role in this network connection going bad. If your favorite vendor is not showing you this level of granularity, then you are lagging. Then let's talk about, so this is what we call large experience model, and now we are blessed. We have generalized the model. Now you can bring in any application because the ML models are so well trained that you can bring any application and we are able to now show you the contribution margin on what went wrong. How cool is that? Next, but all these things come because the self-driving, because the IT trusts the network. The trust is built over time. What you are seeing is there's a chart here, and I'm going to build this one. Yeah, right, this one. This is a chart. I could fit in only 10 years of data. Every blue line here is our, what we did is our help desk people used to take an incoming help desk ticket, sending it to our AI model and say, give me the answer. 75% of the times, that model returned the answer. Blue line is basically what we call AI efficacy. And 75% of the time, the model had the answer ready. That builds the trust. We put that answer, they used to put that fix in and say, oh, yes, it worked. So now you are validating and you are feeding that learning back into the system. Guess what? The question that was asked back in 2016 is very different from the question that gets asked in 2026. The reason is this. The question that got fed into help desk system in 2016 is now getting fixed by itself. The question that's coming in now in the help desk is multi-fold difficult, and we are still able to maintain 75% AI efficacy. So next question is this. If a vendor says by mistake that we have self-driving network or the network fixes itself, show me the efficacy chart. How do you trust your AI system? What percentage of incoming tickets or what percentage of issues have you solved, validated, and then again see how quickly they start dancing? These are difficult problems to solve, right? But you have to have this one, and that's exactly why I say that so the way to ask this question is very different. You can't say, give me your AI efficacy chart, you're going to get some garbage. The way to ask this question is that, are your help desk people, are they sending in your tickets to your AI model and retrieving answers, and based on those answers, solving the problem? Answer is only yes or no. And if the answer is no, that means they haven't started their AI, their self-driving journey. They haven't. Your enterprise networks are never going to reach there. And then comes the $1 million. As I mentioned, the agentic AI agentic wash is everywhere. AI chatbot is agentic AI, AI assistant is agentic AI, you name it. Everything is agentic AI in this world. This, my friends, is how agentic AI looks like. This is basically whether you are an agent is dealing with an agent or a human is dealing. Everybody ends at the right side. The jaunt ends on the right side. That says human asking a question. Okay, explain this dynamic PCAP for me or packet capture for me. That's not agentic AI. Agentic AI is, as I mentioned, where an agent can talk to each other. They can analyze, they can detect, they can decide, they can put the fix, they can then validate and learn among themselves without IT doing anything. Literally, IT does not do anything in here. That's a real self-driving network. That's agents talking to agent. And this is one of the accepted view of agentic AI, right? So, having said that, So there are two types of self-driving actions. Now that we all understand what exactly happens, look, a cable going bad, a machine can't do it itself. You have to do it. So it's still, there is a human in the middle. You just don't have a choice. Somebody has to change the cable. I'll give you a real example. One of my customers was about to throw away tens of thousands of point-of-sale devices, okay, across their ecosystem, because suddenly the POS machines, they went bad. And it took our system less than a minute to figure out that it's actually cable that's bad. It's not change the cable. They didn't have to go try around everywhere. This is a real use case. I can actually give you, if you happen to be a real prospect, you'll get a real customer name as well. But that's the power of system analyzing and identifying what the problem is. So there are two types of agents, right? One that does itself, that's trusted self-driving, which is after you've seen that efficacy, you say, yes, I trust you, go do it for me. And other one is where there is a cable that needs to be changed. There's always human in the loop. And here's one view. What you see on the right side is that once you use that slider, there's no going back. On the right side, what you see, the slider panel, once you give that system, AIOps system, your permission to drive the network, it will drive itself. It will change all these things. It will not ask you any questions. You are just going to feel good. If your enterprise requires change control ticket, it is going to file it for you, open it, close it, do all this drama, send a Splunk message, this message, that message, but it's done. Without incident becoming service affecting, without anybody screaming at you, without the first help desk ticket gets filed. That's the power of self-driving network. Ask your favorite vendor if they have it, seriously. And then don't stop if they tell you that, oh, I have it for Wi-Fi, wired, what have you. You need full stack. Then only self-driving will make sense, not for one segment. And I will tell you right now, due to lack of time, but this requires real microservices architecture. You can't shard your servers and say, I have it. No, you can't. Ask your favorite if it's full stack. This is super, super important. Okay. So this is what I bring to the table, is that it's a confluence of deep client level visibility, whether it's HP, Aruba, or Juniper Mist, AI native operations and support driven by microservices architecture, and last but not the least, a very deep virtual BLE with digital engagement with 100% open API. So that's the last question you should ask. Do you have APIs for every single thing you do? Do you use your own APIs? Because then only you will have microservices architecture, then only you will be able to run this fast in this world of AI. When you do that, this is what you get. These are some of the customers. You see some names, you probably identify them. These are publicly available references, right? When ServiceNow reduces their total help desk tickets by 90%, we are doing something right, okay? When an Ivy League school deploys this overnight, we are doing something right, okay? And so on and so forth. Look at what Home Depot is able to achieve. This is across both our portfolios, Aruba Central as well as Juniper Mist. So please ping me if you have any further questions. I'm more than happy to answer. We can unpack this till the time cows come home. This probably will take a day-long session, but you get the point in this 20 minutes. This is exactly why CR and not us, our partners, rated us as Product of the Year last year. And this is why both our products are in the Leaders Quadrant. And I will tell you right now, I'm not allowed to say stuff, but keep an eye on Gartner. Magic Quadrant is about to come out. So there you go. This is what I can give you. If you take a picture of this one, QR code, you are going to get all this material so that you can read at leisure, ask questions of your favorite Wi-Fi vendor or your enterprise networking vendor and feel good about it. Okay. Please do take up this one. Yes, spend time taking a picture because there are so many PDFs that we have deployed here, and one is better than the other. Thank you so much, and thank you so much for allowing me a few extra minutes. I appreciate it.
Oh, it's perfect, really. Vital, thanks so much.
Any questions? I know I'm running over time. But if you
slightly, but we have time. Maybe one question. Anyone would like to go first? Oh, John Rossi.
Dude, I knew that.
I mean,
he's ready.
You thought
Ready
about
to
it?
fire.
Hi, Mital. Great
Yes.
presentation as always.
Thank you.
So my question is, recently HP have launched a lot of new tools, specifically the open roaming, easy open roaming setup, right? So will you have AI sort of diagnostic tools embedded in those tools as well, in those platforms, sorry? Is that something you guys are looking into as of now?
Yep. So, it feels like I paid him to ask this question. I'm not kidding you at all. So we are open roaming partner. We are WBA partner. In fact, recently we launched open roaming support that's simplified with greater level of security on both our platforms. So, Jonah, here's the thing. We already have those bits and pieces in place, just that we are not out there saying that your open roaming connection can be a self-driving action. So come to think of it, right? If you unpack the whole open roaming thing, it still requires DNS, DHCP, ARP, all these services are at play. We are already keeping an eye 24/7/365 using our Marvis minis or synthetic testing that is it up and running or not. And if it is not, go and fix it or flag it if it requires IT intervention, right? That's human in the middle. The point is, if we then comes authentication, we are able to flag that as well. All I got to do now is write a 2-pager that says self-driving for open roaming, and we are good to go. But we have all those segments that go into making an open roaming connection. For example, even after the connection is made, because we have the large experience model and service level SLEs, what we service level experiences, I can say that now this connection is slowing down, or the throughput is slowing down, or there is capacity issues, so on and so forth, without blinking my eye, and fix it for you. So just that I have not gone out saying that open roaming could be put on self-driving, but we have the necessary thing. And tell you what, after this, we should take this offline and make a white paper out of it. Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you, John, as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, sorry, we don't have much more time now for questions, but naturally for future talk as well with Mital anytime. I think the presentation has been tremendous, really. Thank you very much, Mital, once again. Fantastic. So good to have you. Thank you. All right, I'll propose that we move forward. I'd like to invite our esteemed colleague as well, Taylor Swenson from Iron Wi-Fi, to join us on stage. Taylor will be presenting as well the identity right layer presentation. So good to have you as well, and welcome once again to WBA. Very good to have you.
Hi.
Go ahead. Thanks so much, Taylor.
Hi, everyone. I'm Taylor. I am an external advisor at Iron Wi-Fi. And before we get into it, I want to ask a quick question. How many of you know 100% what is connected onto your device, rather if it's agents or anything that is connected to all your different devices, laptops, Alexa, everything? Can I show of hands? Do you guys know? Okay. Well, if you look around, that's a couple people. And so today we're going to be talking about the security layer that Wi-Fi never really knew it had. And a lot of people talk about open roaming, and that's the massive trend of what this conference is about. But we're going to take a step into a security layer that exists. The issue right now with Wi-Fi is that a lot of enterprises don't even realize they have a security problem. You don't know what all the different threats are. You have thousands of employees, and you can't control if they have their cell phone and all the different stuff when they're connecting to that Wi-Fi. Security is no longer protecting laptops and smartphones carried by humans. Enterprise networks are being flooded with automation scripts, APIs, clients, system-to-system connections, and connected devices. A completely new identity layer is required to manage and govern this space. So if you take a look, you kind of do a little compare and contrast. We're introducing Iron Wi-Fi's ITDR, and so without and with. So without true identity security, Wi-Fi is an open attack surface. Look at the blind spot in Wi-Fi networks. Today, when operating without identity threat detection and response, credential abuse goes undetected. Identity anomalies are invisible, automated scripts are unmonitored, and insider abuse stays completely hidden. Existing vendors stop at simple authentication or basic logging. None of them operate at the new identity behavior layer, which is the radius layer. And it doesn't go directly into the Wi-Fi, it does more of the monitoring. So that's what the radius layer does. It monitors the network. And without Iron Wi-Fi, ITDR script files, credential abuse is flagged, anomalies are detected, automated traffic is safely baselined, and internal threats are surfaced in real time. Why does this layer suddenly become inevitable right now? It comes down to the structural shifts hitting enterprises' networks simultaneously. First, certificates are replacing passwords. EAP, TLS, adoption is accelerating. Certificates threats like expiration, revocation, unknown authorities, or user mismatches are completely invisible to older Active Directory-centric tools. Second, non-human identities are exploiting automation API pipelines, and IoT controllers all authenticate via radius, but none are governed at the identity plane today. Third, federation scale. Frameworks like open roaming and Passpoint extend your identity surface across millions of hotspots worldwide. The blast radius for a single compromised credential is now, and it's federation-wide. And last, the SOC shift to identity. First, modern zero trust mandates place behavior at the absolute center, yet Wi-Fi has been giving permissions to this framework. So if you think about, let's say if you're a user ID and you're in Dallas and you try to board your plane, and then 15 minutes later, someone else uses your same ID in San Francisco. There's no way that you're able to use your same ID in San Francisco and in Dallas. So that's kind of where Iron Wi-Fi can monitor that and becomes that layer. So look at the current architect gap in traditional Wi-Fi. There's no system that evaluates identity behavior between initial authentication and the central SOC. So this would be the identity behavior that happens in between. And the Iron Wi-Fi introduces a new identity layer that sits cleanly right above the radius, which is monitoring, and directly below the SOC. Dashboards. The platform observes every single authentication and accounting signal feeding clean data through webhooks, and it supports 70 different hard drive vendors, including Cisco, Aruba, Mist, and Fortinet. This platform represents the first purpose-built threat detection engine specifically for Wi-Fi and the radius authentication. The system runs over 60 distinct detections across 8 core behavioral engines, and the 8 different core behavioral engines are credential attack, identity anomalies, certificate threats, agents, anomalies, and those are all your different cloud agents. Portal security, insider threat, and quote usage. Every single detection is mapped straight to the right and attack framework with automated responses like instant, and this will also for your different VLAN, and it can identify through all those. Let's look at what behavioral tracking looks like in practice. So let's go back to the travel example between Dallas and San Francisco. And it attempts to authenticate in San Francisco. The system is calculating a physical limit was exceeded. It maps the event to the right, automatically applies the quarantined land, and alerts the SOC. It also does max spoofing, credential stuffing. So that would be if you're let's say if you try to break into a door and you put 50 different keys into the door, the different 20 failed attempts for that one user is now flagged. And these are just different things that it's flagging on the radius layer. And also on the rogue AI agents. So that would be all your different LLM agents. I don't know how many of you guys are using Claude in your co-work space to help alleviate some of your workflows, but this is what it could flag. So every detection ships with a playbook, and there's no manual writing. This brings security operations to the next frontier, managing network identity for non-human workforce. Anything utilizing certificates and automation already behaves exactly like an agent, including CI and CD pipelines, API clients, bots, and controllers. Iron Wi-Fi provides dedicated identity profiles for these automated connections using certificate-based auth, purpose-scoped VLANs, and strict behavioral baselines. Through Shadow AI Discovery, the platform scans the raw radius traffic, so that's scanning and monitoring that, using 5 distinct heuristic, spot, unregistered automated tools. Networks that nobody told the IT department, allowing your team to secure them before they turn into incidents. So to give your security and your NOC teams complete visibility, the management console provides 7 distinct real-time views. So this is kind of a little bit of a product walkthrough of what you would see. When logging into the system, your team has access to a comprehensive ITDR dashboard for high-level KPIs and incidental details. The architect flows seamlessly to provide for SIEM integration, followed by clean, filtered agent tracking and shadow discovery. Here is also another live view of the dashboard. This is the real-time visibility into every identity-based threat on your Wi-Fi network. It could be 5% that is from agents, and the other could come from other stuff as well. And so your team can instantly track the total numbers of the threats detected. And you can see the identity risk distributed across your active access in real time. So if you have teams in different regions, it can also monitor that as well. When a critical threat is flagged, your team can drill down directly into detail what that attack is. For example, on the screen, a critical incident involving credential stuffing from a suspended user account. This platform breaks down the entire incident timeline, lists the number of detections from that credential stuffing, and also the tactic and technique, resolving the threat to updating the system, and it takes just one single click. So what is actually underneath for Iron Wi-Fi and what makes this product product? So under the hood, this platform is built entirely on production grade carrier class on the Radius infrastructure. So that's where it's monitoring. Iron Wi-Fi actively co-chairs the Open Roaming Standards Group and the Wireless Board Alliance, ensuring deep alignment with global standards. The architect is widely used entirely through vendors, supporting over 70 major hardwares, and it also is the cloud native utilizing multi-region cloud spammer infrastructure for carrier grade speed. It fully standardizes pass points for EAP and processes its SOC2 compliant, and it features 8 distinct patents that are pending at the core of the ITDR of the agent. What does this foundational layer actually enable for the organizations? It maps directly to 3 primarily enterprise use cases. For carriers and federation security, it acts as a credential roam across for open roaming networks, and it catches any of the flags for impossible travel and credential reuse patterns for local hotspots or anything that could be completely missed. Also for enterprises and multi-city campuses, it delivers cloud-native certificate authentication for any access point, allowing mixed hardware environments to be managed inside the console. And also for different venues, for the different IoT and the AI agents. It allows security teams to treat backgrounds, automated tools for IoT assets and distinct networks, and to discover while unauthorized shadow traffic comes into that layer. When looking across current market, existing vendors fall into 2 distinct categories, leaving one missing layer. They either focused on access control or they are focusing on they focus on access control and authentication at the gate. So that would be like Cisco, ISE, Aruba, and event logging, and the observability after the breach has already occurred, like Juniper, Mist, Microsoft. And then, so the other, the Zero Trust requires all 3 pillars: identity, access, behavior. So identity, access, and behavior. Those are the 3 that it requires. Remove the behavior piece and you are operating with a massive blind spot. And Iron Wi-Fi is the only platform providing that missing behavior, whereas the other 2 are just doing the identity and the access, where Iron Wi-Fi is going into the different behavior of that. To make adoption seamless, there are 6 clear pathways to plug into the security layer depending on your organization's specific technical and commercial needs. You have your own, you have white label, you have carrier integration, federation security, AI agent identity, and SOC integration. And so that is able to plug in as your security layer into those different ways. And that's where it's acting for the radius and monitoring all the different layers. So we are opening up for quarter 3 in 2026, a limited partner slots. So that will be it's called the Design Partner Program, and it helps the organization secure the wireless edge. Organizations accepted into this program receive a full Wi-Fi ITDR development, shadow automation discovery, pre-built response playbooks, and a dedicated engineering support at 0 cost during the 90-day evaluation window. In return, the program looks at for live network traffic and access to login flows to continue core behavioral metrics. It is the first mover opportunity to gain elite layer security for your enterprise that your competitors do not have. So every single Wi-Fi network, trust identities and the secret credentials carry. It is time. If you guys have any questions, please scan, or if you'd like to schedule a time to speak to learn more about this product, the QR code is right there. Or you can email WGC2026@ironwifi.com.
Thank you so much. I think that's it. So really appreciate it. Thanks very much, Taylor, really, for the presentation. Any question, actually, feel free as well to address either Taylor or the colleagues from Iron Wi-Fi that are also with us. Will stay with us as well during the weekend. Taylor, once again, thank you so very much for the time and for the wonderful presentation. Thank you very much, Taylor.
Okay. Thank you, guys.
Right. Thank you all. Thank you very much. Okay. There you go. Thank you. Right, so I'll propose that we move forward next with our panel, enterprise panel. I'd like to invite our colleagues. Let me introduce them quickly, one by one, so you guys know them. So we'll have Vasim Kazia from Silicon Labs. Welcome, Vasim, a returner as well to WGC. Once again, very good to have him once again. We'll have Bradley Kalkovas from Dedicom, that will be joining us as well. And Tracy Holmquist from HPE, that is already on stage. Tracy, once again. Welcome, guys. Once again, Tracy. Thanks so much, guys. Yes, feel free either that way or this way. That's totally fine. So for today's panel, we'll go around 30 minutes. Let's see if we have time for all the questions. Don't hesitate to chime in, leave any comment if you have any question. I'd like to start with a round of introductions, and I think it will be particularly interesting because we have 3 different layers, really of different perspectives when it comes to the enterprise space. So let me maybe start by possibly Vasim, right? Quick introduction, and then we start with our round of questions. Okay.
Thank you, Pedro. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Vasim Kazia from Silicon Labs. Silicon Labs, as you guys understand, makes a lot of IoT devices on Wi-Fi, BLE, and a lot of different protocols. I'm product manager for Wi-Fi. Thank you for letting us talk. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Vasim. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Tracy Holmquist with HPE Networking. My title could be anything, really, but I straddle sales engineering and product management out in the field. So, my lens that I look through is really what's in deployment now, what's in production and working now, and talking about that or the lens from that versus, let's say, trying to sell a lot of product roadmap. Okay?
Thank you very much, Tracy. Absolutely. Bradley?
Hi, everyone. My name's Bradley. So I work for Datacom, which is part of the Telecom or Magenta family. So think of T-Mobile, T-Systems, a whole lot of Deutsche Telekom, and so we look at a lot of solution consulting, helping customers figure out what comes first when they're looking at improving their enterprise networks. Thanks for having me.
Oh, fantastic. Thanks so much as well, Bradley, Tracy, and Vasim.
Yes, thank you.
It's really a pleasure. So we have here, as you guys can see, 3 different layers of perspective, which I really believe enriching our discussion. So we start with the silicon layer, then we have the equipment manufacturer layer in perspective, naturally, and then we have the more strategic and client adoption layer at the end. So naturally, feel free to chime in at any point in time. I would propose that we start eventually with a vision towards the next 5 years, right? I would like to hear from you guys in terms of your perspective. So maybe let's start with Vasim in terms of, once again, follow just this order, but we'll alternate a little bit as well. Silicon perspective-wise, how do you see it coming forward to the next 5 years? What do you believe are the biggest ambitions that we need to comply with? And then we'll go to Tracy. Vasim.
Sure. Thanks, Pedro. From a silicon side, right, what we see is over the next 5 years or so, right, we believe silicon will become a trusted anchor point for edge devices. So if you divide into like 3 different areas, such as connectivity, compute, and security. On the connectivity side, we've already seen all the edge or devices today for access devices come with already tri-band radios, 2.45, 6 gigahertz. We're also seeing increasing adoption of BLE, 15.4, different devices, and also ultra-wideband in some of the applications, and also GNSS for location services as well. We believe a lot of these things are adding a lot more value add to the devices. They're not taking place of Wi-Fi, but also working alongside Wi-Fi. That's on the connectivity side. On the compute side, we're seeing stratification in different layers. One would be on silicon side, which is on chip. If you need to take decisions locally on chip, which needs like quick sensors, that could be done on chip. If you need fusion of different devices or different signals, it could be on edge devices such as an access point as well. Collection of different. If you need a complete site-wide or org-wide implementation, that could be done on cloud, which is not going away, and which silicon cannot take place of that one. On the security side, we've seen a lot of adoption already. We've seen that different standard bodies such as NIST 800-207, also EU CRA Act as well, they're mandating a lot of these security things. It's not just a nice-to-have feature, it's like a mandatory requirements to move forward. So what we believe is silicon is there to support a lot of these use cases, and it's being a trusted anchor in the devices for future aggregated devices.
Absolutely, absolutely. And we'll have the chance as well to detail all those topics, right? I think really important, the IoT perspective. Let's now move as well to Tracy and then to Bradley as well, and then I'll share with you guys what's the structure that we have thought as well to address today. But Tracy, in terms of the campuses and branches, deployments, the major right enterprise environment, how do you see it as well coming forward in terms of key priorities, key challenges that we're facing for the next 5 years or so?
Well, I think it really is coming down to what's automated, and then why do we still need humans, right? What are we going to use network engineers? What is their role in this evolving fabric? So today at HPE, we already are pioneers in automation. So if it can be automated, we automate it. So in deployments, we're talking about, in production deployments, we're talking about firmware lifecycle, that's being automated. Capacity adjustments in RF, tuning the RF dynamically, that's being automated. When we talk about provisioning, that's being automated. Even when we're doing new feature updates and pushing those out to the client network, that's all automated. That's being done without any downtime. So even when we're talking about maintenance windows, that's being automated. And quite frankly, right now with HPE networking, whether it's an Aruba deployment or it's a Mist Juniper deployment, we are deploying branch campuses or campus and branch deployments now with zero human touch on the network side. Everything is automated. You plug it in, it phones home, it does what it needs to do, and then we even test the network through our own AI agents like Marvis Minis. So all of that's already being done. So if we're saying 3 years from now, 5 years from now, where's automation? That's the standard, that's the rule, it won't be the exception. So then, when it comes to humans and the networking team, well, that's where we have to be able to bring business intelligence, right? So we have to be able to use the networking team now to be able to go higher up the stack and affect business outcomes. So when we're talking about, hey, okay, we're going to have a merger. Well, how do we integrate and bring in security policies that are aligned across the parent organization? What about where we have to be in compliance? So whether it's medical, federal, or any governed agency, anything that requires a human to sign off, that's where we still need to bring the human capital to this. And then, I would say, lastly, the framing of this is we're not using automation to automate engineers out of a job. What we're doing is we're removing the routine work that engineers do so that they're able to move and provide a higher order status into business operations.
It's a wonderful response. I've been talking for all week so far about Lavoisier. I'm not sure if you guys know him. Nothing is gained, nothing is lost, everything is transformed, right? And I think it's a wonderful approach really to capture that insight towards the next 5 years. Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. Pie's getting bigger. It's not just getting carved up into smaller pieces.
Wonderful. Thanks so much, Tracy. So Bradley, for yourself, right, giving your perspective as well, when you talk with your enterprise clients, where do you believe is the biggest enterprise connectivity gap, basically, and where we need to move as well in the next 5?
So I think when it comes to a solution design perspective, when clients are coming to us to get new solutions, it's really fascinating. For the first time, I think we're starting to see real convergence across the enterprise connectivity fabric layer. And I think that's really exciting. I say, for example, it's around connecting the endpoints and really trying to actually connect a substantial number that haven't been connected before. So we see that as being a huge shift. I think the discussion about satellite as an area there, that's something that was already mentioned, has been mentioned a lot more. We see a lot of drive towards satellite. I mean, there's in our portfolio, we sell a lot of satellite connectivity, both from a broadband connectivity side, but also an IoT or direct-to-cell or direct-to-device element. And I think that's getting a lot of attention from organizations from a mission-critical aspect. So that's really exciting for us. The second is resilience. So we think of resilience typically as maybe it's like diverse fiber, maybe think it's diverse routers. We think of diversity in in dual different carriers. I see resilience is now something that we're starting to shift, and definitely we'll talk about this more with the SD-WAN in SASE. But switching is something that's just an uptime thing to something built into the fabric or the design of the solution. Normally, it's something that's kind of like thought of afterwards or when there's an outage on how do we improve the resiliency. Whereas now we're starting to see that come into the front end of the design. And then I think definitely your point on automation is definitely coming up. And I think so some of the stuff that we've been talking about for 3 to 5 years has been concepts are now getting built into the front end of the design, which I think is a really exciting time for us.
Thanks, Simon. Absolutely. Right, outstanding. So thank you very much, really, for the vision towards the next 5 years. So what's coming up next, right? So basically, in terms of the overall structure that we had thought to share with you guys today was that we would move now towards the convergence discussion. Then we will talk about AI. And if we have the time as well, we can talk a little bit about security, onboarding, and identity, which are naturally super important topics. And we'll be talking about them and seeing over the presentations earlier today. So feel free once again to leave any question or any comment that you might have. I would propose then that we move towards the convergence component here. We can eventually start with Tracy, possibly on this one. So Tracy, typically the doubt that we have here is the following, right? So we have multiple different technologies, radio technologies, right? So we have Wi-Fi, we have private 5G, we have IoT, right? All these technologies come into play, and we've been talking over and over again over the last decade, right, about convergence. Is it a real thing? Do you believe this is really going to happen, right? Or is something that will remain forever unseen in that point? Is this convergence really happening, right?
Yeah, I think in the near term, we're still going to have some of these different layers as far as a stack. In Mist and with Aruba, there has been effort to consolidate and bring, let's say, private 5G into the console and be able to manage it like the Wi-Fi. That, in some respects, is still the one roadmap item that I will talk about, is being able to converge and bring that in. That has not happened yet. And then in IoT, depending on how IoT is managed, that could have its own IoT gateway and its own console. So in the near term, I think we'll still have kind of 3 consoles to manage these devices. But where the convergence is happening is going to be in access, identity, and policy enforcement. So that can be centralized as far as how devices are getting onto the network, how they're getting fingerprinted, how you're tracking the behavior of the devices and enforcing policies that say, hey, I know this particular IoT device is supposed to have access to this. It's got this fingerprint. It's running this iOS. It's got this MAC address. But now it changed its persona for some reason. What does that mean? Oh, well, that means something happened. Let's go back into some sort of quarantine fail state. So those type of convergence across whether it's a wired interface or a wired device, a Wi-Fi device, an IoT device, regardless of how it's getting on the network, private 5G, that's where the convergence is really happening and the consolidation. And quite frankly, that's probably the most complicated piece of all of this, because we are very security conscious. The piece of actually managing these in a unified console is probably is not as hard of a problem as managing the policy and the identity.
No, fantastic, really, and that somehow makes me really relate with the work that has been taking place in WBA over the last 2 years, and I see here Gino Corletto as well from Cisco. So all that enterprise security work that is basically really allowing the correct devices, getting access to the correct enterprise applications, rather making sure that microsegmentation takes place, all that really behaves as it should be in a protective environment. So thank you very much, Tracy. Very good perspective for us to start with. I'd like now to invite maybe really Wasim in terms of the IoT perspective and Matter, because it's something we've been talking as well so often over the last years, right? And basically, how do you see it coming forward? Do you believe there's really a way to solve this IoT fragmentation, right? How do we take it from here?
Thanks, Pedro. I think as much as some of the people in the room may tend to disagree, Matter is one of the nicest things that has happened to IoT over the last 4 to 5 years, right? Starting from Matter 1.0 to Matter 1.5.1, which is the latest release. We've gone from almost like 10,000 certified devices with over close to 800 companies participating in Matter. Just over the last couple of years, I think over a few thousand devices got certified, right? So Matter adoption is increasing. It brought ecosystems together with the large partners, which wouldn't otherwise talk together. So Matter definitely is one of the most encouraging IoT things that happened over the last 4 or 5 years. Now, when you talk about the device layer, right, there's slight nuances there. Like when you think about large enterprises, for example, if they want to deploy something like an electronic shelf label, or a hospital needs to deploy like a Wi-Fi on a medical device, that's totally different. They don't just care about like provisioning, onboarding. The use case go much beyond that. For example, electronic shelf labeling in a retailer would care about density, latency, and also deployment economics. Matter solves the onboarding and IP interoperability problem, but it doesn't. The standard was never designed to go beyond that. But we need Matter. It's growing. We'll see more adoption and more new use cases being added to Matter. And I think the investment in Matter will continue to exist.
Absolutely, and Silicon Labs is such an important work, right, as well. So naturally as well, a very important step moving forward towards the industry, right? We are so happy as well in WBA to occasionally work together as well, both with CSA, BBF as well, in terms of Matter adoption as well. Thanks so much. But also, maybe now to Bradley as well. So when it comes to convergence specifically, this is something that we're also always so keen to really understand. I find the question interesting, really. So when you talk with enterprise clients about overall convergence, right, you already depict some of these topics like resilience, for example, or cost or maintenance of the overall converged architecture. So where do you really see the problem, right, the adoption problem? Where do you think, the breakdown of the problem?
I think there's a couple of interesting points. I might pick one industry or one example that we're recently working with. So we're working with an airline, and we're trying to figure out, and we're really trying to improve the connectivity. And there's a lot of dynamics that are hard with that. They're global. Most airlines are global, or at least multi-regional. Typically, there's a network team that is responsible for connectivity into the airports, right? But they don't own the whole airport. They don't manage operations through the airport. So we have a network team that's disparate. We have a security team that has a different set of identities and priorities. The network team probably cares primarily about like cost, that kind of thing, cost, what they're going to cost. Security team is looking at enhanced protocols, maybe some SD-WAN, something like that. The other side maybe just wants to get 100 Mbps down the pipe, and they're not getting that consistently. They're getting shared with other people. So we have a breakdown, number one, in the ownership or the full end-to-end solution. You may not own the network that you're actually using. The second thing is that there may be conflicting goals between OT, IT networks, or security teams, and they're coming with different agendas, and we're trying to harmonize to get a solution for that. The other area is we typically provide solutions on a global level. So sovereignty is coming in as a discussion. We wouldn't have even talked about that 2-3 years ago. That's a huge thing now of how do we ensure sovereignty of data between different regions, different entities. We think in the US of us, and think of Europe, but we see desire increasingly through Asian regions, some of the government clients and things, because we're trying to do it on a global level. So that's a lot of what we see coming out, is just the desire that there's different objectives games. It's becoming a lot more complex, And I would say to this point on convergence, the desire is not just deployment of network resources. The point is orchestration of those resources now, that we now need to start thinking about and using more advanced things like SD-WAN, SASE, all those elements, and zero trust, and pulling them all together to create a solution, because we need to do that now. We need to be smarter in the networks that we build.
No, it's a fascinating perspective, of course. Pulling all those different entities and groups together is unbelievable, right? Which I think makes a very good transition, by the way, to what's coming up next. So I'd like to move as well a little bit to AI, right? And one of the things that where possibly we could start here with Vasim, really, in terms of the inference of the chip. So basically, where do you see as well AI coming to the chip level versus cloud level? You already touched a little bit on this, right? How do you see that AI coming forward at the silicon layer?
Sure. So I think the question of AI, you mentioned 3 layers, right? On chip, at edge, and also in cloud, right? A lot of it you're probably seeing on cloud nowadays. The question is not where is AI. The right question probably to ask is, where is it cheapest to run a model which with the right privacy and reliability construct? So when you take a certain use case into account, if you need, for example, on-chip would make sense where you need really a millisecond level response. For example, a use case where you need like a sensor anomaly detection or like presence detection. The radios can respond right away within a millisecond level, and all that could be contained on the chip itself without going out. There also solves like in certain devices such as IoT, which are power constrained, you could have the decision taken on chip rather than sending the data back to cloud and waste a lot of power. So that helps for a lot of IoT devices as well. Now, when it comes to like an edge devices and access point, etc., you have multi-radio on access points, and you also have multiple of those access points working together. So suppose an enterprise is deploying like electronic shelf label or BLE-based location tracking for certain, like an employee in the supermarket, etc. That could use an edge device where multiple access point could take signals from multiple radios on multiple devices at the same time and combine them, and that would be like an edge AI. Where the decisions need to be taken on a larger horizon, for example, like in hours or days, those things where learning needs to happen with a fleet-wide adoption type of thing, that will continue to run on cloud. So it's the on-chip will not be the only area. It would be, I think, by next few years, it would be like a hybrid AI where the division is based on the decision horizon. Millisecond level on-chip, within seconds at edge device, at hours, days, weeks, happens on cloud.
Fantastic. Yeah. Very good to have as well that overall perspective of where we are going as well, right? And the reasons as well for keeping some in the cloud, some in the edge, some in the chip, right? Fantastic. Thank you very much, Vasim. All right, looking as well in terms of the overall equipment, right? And we've had before as well a presentation from Mital Parek in terms of the self-driving network from HP. Not sure if Tracy, when it comes to AI ops, agentic AI, right? What are possibly the best use cases that you'd like to share in terms of the enterprise adoption? Anything you'd like to build on top of that?
Yeah, agentic AI is used pretty loosely nowadays. I think some folks refer to agentic AI really when it's automation wrapped in a language model, right? So from our perspective, when we're talking agentic AI, we're talking about giving the network autonomy to actually do self-driving actions without the need for a human, right? So Mattel, I saw your presentation. He showed in Marvis Actions the ability right now. We're on that journey. We're not a complete, full autonomous driving vehicle, but we're moving there. And what we're able to do is provide a subset of actions that we say, hey, if you give us the permission and the trust, we will perform those actions for you, remediation actions, et cetera, without the need for human interaction. So what does that then mean? That means that we're solving problems before people are opening help desk tickets, or we're solving problems before they cascade and the blast radius gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And then, so, you know, what does that mean then to an operator? That generally is going to mean, hey, I'm able to do more with a leaner staff. I'm able to improve the end user experience because I'm solving problems proactively. Right now, we run two different models. One is we do focus on the end user experience. And going back to purpose-built hardware, you have to have the right hardware to gather the telemetry and to be able to take actions on that. I know we're running out of time, so I'll try and wrap this up. But Mist, you know, 15 years ago, we quickly realized that, hey, you cannot just be an AI company running in the cloud. For this to work, you have to be able to control the hardware. So that's very, very important. So then, you know, what is the result of all of this? If you talk to customers like ServiceNow, their challenge for Mist was race to zero. And that was, hey, on average, we're getting 200 support tickets a month. Once they deployed Mist, that dropped to about 2 a month. The UK Ministry of their police force, the UK Ministry, they deployed on Aruba side 15,000 access points, and their service tickets dropped by 75%. So this is real actionable results, you know, not by whitewashing agentic AI, but actually using AI to solve complex issues. Now, we'll still need humans to be able to solve novel cases, very complex cases or issues. But right now, with Mist or with Aruba, we are really, really far on this journey, and it's solving, you know, customer issues in production and deployments.
It's a super exciting time, really, to be alive, I would say, and for those that love technology, right? Because we're seeing these for decades, right? So the number of tickets, customer support, the operation issues, right? And we're moving past that, and that's fantastic to see, absolutely. Tracy, thanks very much. So I think we have maybe a final question, but Bradley, a very important one, which is when it comes to overall the AI adoption, right? We see that naturally there's a journey to be taken by the companies. They start typically with lots of pilots. Sometimes they make lists of different use cases where they can apply and they prioritize them, right? But basically what I'd like to talk with you and consult with you is where you see it really, the return over their investment, the ROI basically taking place, maybe right now, maybe what we expect to see forward. So tell us a little bit your vision in terms of the journey.
Sure. So I think Tracy did a really good job of talking about AI in the network. I think I'd talk more about the deployment of network, and we need better network deployment. I think it's pretty becoming very obvious. I think for us, a couple of points I would say. Number one, on this self-driving car or whatever, you know, if we think, even as I said, back to like an airport example, just to keep it consistent, if we're doing remote baggage agents, which we're starting to do POCs for, or self-driving around the gates, because, you know, we need to reduce airport turn time down around 15 minutes. It's a standard in Europe now coming in. So think 15-minute airline turnarounds. What that takes for us from a network perspective to do that, we really need to optimize the way that we're thinking about that. So, and we need to deploy, you know, it can be Wi-Fi, but we also need private 5G. We need really a diverse range of resilient network that we've never needed to have before. The second I would talk about is I think AI demand is coming from, we talk about enterprise demand. We've started looking the SMB portfolio, so small and medium enterprise. We see that they will have lower demand for AI, but there's a lot more of them. And as we're starting to connect into those rural, remote areas, it might be a flower shop running an AI agent or whatever, something small. And we also see significant demand for them to use a telco rather than go to a hyperscaler to buy that AI compute. So for us, that's a really fascinating time to set through that. And as I said, I think it's the element of connecting sensors because, you know, we talk about AI, but if you're not connecting your sensors and connecting those remote sensors, you're not getting the data you need to make the decisions.
Makes a lot of sense here. Fantastic, really. I think we are mostly close to the hour. Let's just see if there's any final comment or any question from the audience, really. So basically, we started with the 2030 vision, right, for the next 5 years. We then went towards convergence, and we have now finished with AI. It was like maybe over the last minutes, you guys like to leave a comment, a perspective that you'd like to share with the audience before we close? Anything? Maybe Bradley, yourself, any final comments?
Sure. I mean, I think it's been a really interesting panel because we have different perspectives. We come very much from the network operator side, that we really need to think about how do we deploy a more resilient, homogeneous network in an environment that's pushing all the factors against that. We see sovereignty, we see complex requirements, we see a diversity in devices, and we need to orchestrate a network that is ready for that over the next 5 years. And that's the challenge that we're working to now.
Absolutely. Maybe, yep, Tracy, Vasim?
Yeah, I would just say, you know, most of you are probably aware the acceleration of AI is really starting to get exponential. You can look at Claude or Anthropic, and you'll see they're pushing 2 or 3 updates a day into their platform. We're going through kind of that similar cadence and exponential growth even on the network side.
Fantastic, yeah. And Vasim, just to close, possibly?
Yes, I'll just keep it short. Just by 2030, I think the winners on the platform will be the devices which can connect not just Wi-Fi, but a lot more devices and trusted anchor points in those connectivity platform as well.
Fantastic. Okay. So with that, I think we are right in time. And really, thank you so very much, really, for your time, guys. You are always welcome, really, to the WBA. It was a fantastic panel. Thank you all very much. Thank you all. Fantastic. Vasim, once again, so good, really. Tracy, once again, very good. Thank you all. Bradley, as well. Thanks so much. It was a pleasure. Thank you very much, guys. So before we jump to the coffee break, we'd just like to leave you with a recommendation. So also a very important topic in WBA is Wi-Fi Halo. There's been ongoing work in WBA over the last 3 years. The team has started with the overall education of what Wi-Fi Halo was. They moved towards US trials. They moved towards Japan and Asia-Pacific trials. They are now organizing some US residential trials and trying to pull as well some European trials. And what we'll see here now is a video that was kind of prepared by Paul Lai from AJRF. They're also a very important member in this group. Unfortunately, Paul could not be here. So the recommendation that we leave to you guys is the following. We'll pass the video. The next one is the coffee break. So if you guys would like to go out, get some coffee, feel free, feel comfortable naturally, and then we'll reconvene here at 4:30 for finishing as well with our final session of the day. Okay? So with that, thank you very much, really. I hope it was an exciting enterprise session for the early afternoon, and I'll just pass the video now, and thank you all. Okay?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Paul Lai from HRF. Today, I would like to share our vision about the Wi-Fi Halo in 2026 and why we believe the Wi-Fi Halo is becoming one of the most important connectivity technologies for the AIoT era. And don't worry, this is only a 20 minutes presentation, not a 2-hour firmware upgrade. For the past few years, the wireless industry has focused heavily on speed. We have a Wi-Fi 6, Wi-Fi 6E, and now Wi-Fi 7 with extremely high throughput, low latency, and advanced multi-link operation. Every year, Wi-Fi becomes faster, sometimes so fast, and my internet speed test looks amazing, but my online meetings still freeze anyway. But at the same time, another major challenge has emerged. How do we connect AI sensor, industrial devices, robotics, remote cameras, agricultural systems, and outdoor infrastructure over the long distance with low power while still maintaining native IP connectivities? Traditional Wi-Fi is fast, but the range is limited. Cellular works, but the deployment cost and the subscription can become expensive. LoRa offers long range, but the bandwidth is too limited for many modern AIoT applications. Sometimes LoRa is so low bandwidth that by the time the data arrives, the cow already left the farm. This is where Wi-Fi Halo becomes extremely important. At the HRIF, we believe Wi-Fi Halo is no longer just an IoT technology. It is evolving into AIoT infrastructure, and this shift is happening now. We see two major markets emerging for the Wi-Fi Halo. The first is what we call Halo IoT. This includes sensors, smart agriculture, industrial monitoring, smart meters, infrastructure monitoring, and low-power devices. This is the traditional understanding of Wi-Fi Halo, but now a second market is growing rapidly. We call this Halo Internet. This includes long-range internet extension, remote AI cameras, temporary infrastructure, construction sites, offshore deployment, mining, logistics, and smart transportation. Basically, all the places where the normal Wi-Fi says, "I'm sorry, I cannot go there." At the HRIF, our goal is not only build the modules. Our goal is to make Wi-Fi Halo deployable in the real world. That means infrastructure, usability, interoperability, deployment simplicity, and the complete ecosystems. Because engineers love technology, but the customer loves things that actually work. One example is our Wi-Fi Halo USB adapter called the Halo Fly. One major challenge is in the Wi-Fi Halo today is usability. Many products are still developer-focused. You buy the hardware, then spend 3 days compiling drivers. And after that, maybe the LED starts blinking differently. So we ask ourselves, how can we make Wi-Fi Halo easy for normal IT users? Halo Fly is the plug and play, driver-free, and supports multiple operation systems. Users can simply connect it, begin testing immediately. We also develop browser-based signal monitoring capabilities. This means a user can check Wi-Fi Halo signal strength directly from the browser interface, even from the mobile devices, like my mobile phone now. No apps, no driver installation, no please reboot 3 times. For engineers, this is already considered artificial intelligence.
Let's be honest. Integrating a new wireless standard like Wi-Fi Halo can be a major bottleneck. Hours of driver debugging and kernel patches. But what if deployment was as simple as plugging in a mouse?
Meet HaloFly by HRIF, the first Wi-Fi Halo USB dongle built for speed. Experience the instant-on advantage, the manual installation, no driver prompts. The moment you plug in it, HaloFly initializes as a standard network interface, taking you from 0 to active in seconds.
Gain full visibility into your link quality. Our mobile's optimized dashboard allows you to correlate real-time throughput with RSS values. This data-driven insight ensures you can optimize your Wi-Fi Halo deployment with precision and confidence.
Start debugging drivers. Start building product. HaloFly unbox, plug, connect. Get yours at HRF.
Another major direction for us is a Wi-Fi Halo Mesh network. Mesh changes Wi-Fi Halo from a point-to-point technology into scalable infrastructure. At the HRF, we developed a portable gateway, auto gateways, mesh access point, and the industrial infrastructure platform. This allows customers to build large-scale outdoor networks, industrial monitoring system, smart agriculture deployment, and the remote surveillance systems, especially in environments where traditional Wi-Fi cannot reach reliably, like a warehouse, factories, farms, or conference hotels with 5,000 engineers connect to one access point. We are also seeing strong demand from the industrial IoT market. Many factories and infrastructure systems still use legacy interfaces such as RS-232, RS-485, GPIO, I2C, and the analog interface. Sometimes when we visit factories, we discover machines older than some startup founders. But these systems are still running reliably. So instead of replacing everything, we developed industrial Wi-Fi Halo AIoT kits to bridge legacy systems into modern wireless AI infrastructure. This enables existing industrial equipment to become AIoT ready without replacing entire systems, which also makes the finance department much happier. Another exciting direction is convergence. Today, wireless systems are becoming more integrated. Customers no longer want an isolated product. They want to have a complete platform. So at the HRF, we are integrating Wi-Fi 7, Wi-Fi Halo, 4G, 5G, HAI, and the video management system into unified infrastructure platforms. For example, our vehicle-mounted HAI router combines Wi-Fi 7, Halo, HVMS, body-worn camera connectivity, mesh networking, and cloud integration. Honestly, at this point, it becomes less like a router, but more like a transformer robot. Now, I would like to share several application examples where we see strong momentum. First is smart agriculture. Agriculture often requires kilometers range connectivity, low power, outdoor development, and stable networking. Wi-Fi Halo is extremely suitable for irrigation control, environmental monitoring, and remote sensing. And the farmers usually care less about the maximum theoretical throughput, but more about can it still work when it rains. This is a real-world networking. Second is industrial and infrastructure monitoring. Factories, bridges, offshore facilities, and energy systems require reliable long-range communications with better penetration through challenging environments. Third is remote AI surveillance. AI cameras and edge analytics are growing rapidly, but the traditional wireless systems often struggle with range and deployment flexibility. Wi-Fi Halo creates a new possibility for long-range intelligent surveillance infrastructure. We also believe ecosystem maturity is becoming increasingly important. Customers are no longer asking only what chipset are you using. They are asking, is it deployable? Is it scalable? Is it interoperable? Is it easy to integrate? Is it easy to maintain? And maybe the most important engineering question of all, can I deploy it without calling technical support at 2 a.m.? At the HRIF, we have been investing deeply into Wi-Fi Halo since the early stage of the ecosystem. We achieved one of the world's first Wi-Fi Halo certified end product. And today, we continue expanding our ecosystem from module to infrastructure solutions. We believe Wi-Fi Halo is entering a very important growth phase, not only for IoT, but for AIoT infrastructure worldwide. In closing, I would like to leave you with one key message. Wi-Fi Halo is no longer only about the long range. It is about enabling intelligent infrastructure beyond the limits of the traditional wireless networking. And at the HRIF, our mission is simple: extend your reach. Thank you very much.
Welcome back, everyone. So it's time to resume the event. I hope you were having a good show up until now. Personally, I think the presentations have been great, very practical, and that's the way we want to drive more and more our event. So that's why today we will have a session, our face-to-face session of the Innovation Forum. So this group was formed around 4 years ago, and some of the technologists in the WBA, from CTOs, from directors of strategy, have come together to try and help us build a technology roadmap. Every year in the WBA, we do more than 20 technical projects, and it's becoming more and more challenging for us to be able to prioritize. And what is the outcome? So hopefully some of these sessions we do at the events helped us then feeding our open innovation cycle. My role in the WBA is really to work with our global membership, so I really look forward to ideas, proposals that you might have, because very soon, in 2 months, we'll start our annual roadmap prioritization exercise. So for the Innovation Forum here in Dallas, we try to blend a mix of practical reality, but also where the technology is going. So you will hear from an operator that is driving their AI journey, AT&T. Then we'll bring Ruth as our lead analyst, providing here some vision on the major trends. And then we'll invite the leadership of the CTO Innovation Forum for a panel. Hopefully, we'll make this as interactive as possible with your participation. And eventually, then we do a report of this type of sessions, and you will get access to that report. Okay, so with no further ado, I would like to invite Dr. Jennifer Yeris to please give us here a perspective on how AI is shaping the life of an operator like AT&T. Over to you, Jennifer.
Thank you. That's the clicker. Yes. Excellent. Thank you. So I lead an innovation team at AT&T. Most of what I'm going to talk about today is actually cellular networks, because that's what we focus on. But many of the AI innovations we have here are equally applicable to pretty much any network. And some of them we're actually applying across all different networks even today. But I'm going to really focus on that AI stuff. So I'm going to focus on AI and autonomous networks. So autonomous networks, I think we've all got our visions here. But basically what we're working towards is a level 4 autonomous network where the operator defines the intent, how it's going to work, and then all the automation translates it into an autonomous network, where the network itself goes off and does all the functions that are needed to operate it, from end-to-end service design, delivery, from provisioning the network, from planning and designing it, building it, and then operating and optimizing it, all the way to the death of the network as any given technology where we actually decommission. That part's often forgotten, but we spend a lot of time on that as well. And of course, we want to do this with sustainability and energy efficiency in it. Now, what we're focusing on, of course, is state-of-the-art AI and closed loop. What this drives for us is significant operational and capital efficiency, enhanced customer experience, and faster pace of business. Now, what I'm going to focus on here are the functions that today we do remotely, because those are the things that we can automate today. But we're looking to the future, right? I envision a future where we can actually deal with some of the jobs where we go out into the field, even with autonomous vehicles, autonomous drones, etc., and even robots. If you look at some of what's going on with the robotics industry, it ain't going to happen by 2030 and things like that, but it will happen. And some of the most dangerous jobs in the US is climbing a cell tower. I think we need to be focusing on how we can address some of that with automation as well. But for today, we're going to focus on what we can automate that's done remotely, because that's within scope in the next few years. All right, so we are using AI across network planning, build, and operations. AI is not new to us. Okay, yes, there's been a tremendous amount that's changed in terms of with generative AI, but AI ain't new, and we've been using it for many, many years in other forms as well. So from planning, build, operations, we have AI throughout all of it. But I'm going to focus more on the operations side, just simply because that's where we're focusing on. And I'm going to focus on AI-based foundational architectural components that we've been innovating and inventing within AT&T that allow us to do a whole suite of different capabilities in introducing AI across the network operations. We have our GeoModeler, which is essentially a digital twin for the radio access network environment. We have our network foundation model. Think of a network foundation model of a network equivalent of ChatGPT. We're not training it with language, we're training it with the network. And then the last one, how we're also adopting agentic AI and LLMs and how we're using all of these. So GeoModeler. Okay, when we're talking about a cellular network, one of the primary things we need to worry about is how we get a signal out to you all as the customers and all those other customers we have. And there are trees in the way, there are buildings in the way, there are hills in the way. It's a really complicated problem that's been around for years. And so we had an innovation team inside my organization that has been looking at how we can do a real-time RAN propagation digital twin. Now, RAN propagation modeling has been done for years and years and years, so why is this special? It's the speed. If we want to change the network very rapidly with autonomous networks, we need to be able to predict what will happen if we change something in the network, whether there's an outage that occurs, or if we change some parameters. So we need to be able to do that propagation modeling really, really fast, sub-second. And that's the innovation here. Okay, we use a ray tracing model combined with AI to get the speed, and we're about 4,000 times faster than the state of the art in the industry. More accurate, and can also do things on a much wider range, all the way out to 160 kilometers, and a very small granularity. And this allows us to really be able to predict what will happen if we make changes in the network, and this is operational today. So what's the big deal? How are we using this? Well, here are just two of many use cases we've got. These are both operational today, have been for a year or so. And they're both around optimizing coverage. How do we make sure you've got a good signal when you go and move around or in a given location? The first one is just essentially, how do we look across a cluster of different cell sites and make sure it's optimized, that we look at the interference across different signals and make sure that they're not banging into one another and basically making it impossible for you to use because there's two signals competing with one another, or making sure that there's not gaps in the coverage you've got. So we're looking across there and optimizing the network to make sure that we can get good coverage for whatever we can out of the cell towers that we've got. The other use case that we're doing that's similar to this is the dynamic example, where if there's an outage, how do we make sure that we very quickly optimize what's going on the neighboring towers to try and compensate for that outage? Both of these are using GeoModeler with intent-based closed loops, so it's fully autonomous. We detect, for example, an outage. We go into GeoModeler, work out what the best changes are to make in the network, and we go back and make those changes all without any human being in the loop. And they're nationwide and improving customer experience and how we manage our resources. The next key technology that we've been focusing on and innovating inside our organization is a network foundation model. This is our network ChatGPT, essentially. So the idea here is that we take all of the different network data we've got. Some of it is actually language, but very specific language, like what the network operator's done in the network or tickets. Some of it is network KPIs, Some of it is configuration, all sorts of different data here. And now when we train it, we're essentially using exactly the same models that is used for all of the LLMs, large language models out there, but now we're feeding it this network data. And so now we create a network foundation model. But why? Why do we have ChatGPT? How many different things can ChatGPT do for you? I use it a lot on web searches, checking my email, Amazon reviews. I do too much on Amazon, as my husband would say. But basically, there's all sorts of different applications that we're using the same models for those large language models. Same thing here. There's all sorts of applications that we're using. That same model that we've trained, that network foundation model, we're using it to optimize performance. We're using it to work out what are the best rules for alarming and for sending out tickets, essentially, or even dispatches. We're using it for anomaly detection. We're using it for energy savings. There's all sorts of applications that we've got on this. And what we've found is it's actually more accurate than our older models. Newer technology, I guess. But more importantly, we can create a new use case here far faster than we could when we had to start from scratch every time. What I call now my custom AI. In fact, we're finding, based on some of the experiments, we can build a new use case roughly 4 times faster than we could without the model. So we've been building these for the RAN, but we've also now created it for many other parts of the network as well. Core network, the IP network, the transport network, and even the fiber access now. We've got large network foundation models for all of them. So I wanted to give some examples. Cell site energy savings. It's kind of feel kind of crazy as I'm still talking about this. Cell site sleeping, we actually deployed in the network for the first time in 2019. We deployed our first machine learning-based model in 2020. And what this is doing is essentially maximizing how much sleeping we get to save energy. We basically put the radios to sleep at low loads, and then they get woken up when the load picks up. The idea is to have no customer impact, but get as much sleeping as you can. And that's where the AI comes in. So we deployed our first AI models, machine learning-based models, 2020. But when we went and created this network foundation model, we actually found that it got us 20% more sleeping with a better model, which is better sustainability, more energy savings as well from a dollar point of view. But it also gave us better customer experience because there were less situations where we may have been sleeping more than we should have because the machine learning models were better from our network foundation model. Another example on the energy side, what we also do is we use machine learning to identify cell sites that are using up too much energy. Now, interestingly, we thought it would all be hardware issues. Typically, it's someone else taking our power, but whatever the outcome was, we use these to identify when a cell site is using more energy than others that look like it. And that's where the machine learning comes in, identifying other sites that look like it. So we did this original use case many years ago, and then we did another variant of it. And as an experiment, we put someone who'd never done it before, completely new, and had them rebuild a new use case, now just looking at the radios. They did it 4 times faster than, frankly, the more experienced person did originally, because they had the network foundation model to build off instead of starting from scratch. But we've got many, many other use cases. I could sit here for hours, but you don't want me to do that, and talk about the different use cases. Another use case that we're using the network foundation model is parameter optimization. So anyone familiar with a RAN, you know there's thousands of parameters we have to configure on each cell site. And so it's a little bit of an art, maybe a science, in terms of how to best configure those. And so what we're using the foundational model here is to predict what are the best parameters to use for any given cell site, face, etc., etc. We've been using this in the field for a year or so now and configured a very large number of parameters. Got a lot of field experience with this now, and so it's operational, but it's also driving improved customer experience, operational efficiency, and capital efficiency as well, because we're using the capital more effectively by using the right parameters. All right, so another area that we're using, couldn't do a talk here without agentic AI, right? And co-pilots. Everyone's doing that now. We're no exception here. We have used agentic AI fairly extensively at this stage. And as you can imagine, the number of applications are growing very rapidly. one of the first things we did was at what we call our RAIN Copilot. I did not name it. So what we're doing there is just exploring the RAN documentation and the data. And why did we motivate that? Well, if anyone's following AT&T, we actually took out one major part of our network and replaced it with cell sites from another vendor, essentially, which means we had a whole lot of engineers who were trained on one vendor network and now had to be retrained on another vendor network. And so one of the use cases here that originally motivated that was re-educating the engineers. So they can say, I used to do this for vendor A, now how would I do it for vendor B? So that was one use case, but we've got all sorts of use cases within that. They can go in and explore any sorts of things, how do they configure, et cetera, et cetera. Even they can write natural language and actually go in and actually it will generate the configuration that they should put into the EMS, the element management system, and they can then go ahead and do that, push that automatically into the network. They can just say, hey, I want to change the energy savings parameters to X, Y, Z or whatever, and it will translate it into network-specific language and make it happen. But we've also got agentic AI in terms of all sorts of things, in terms of managing planned maintenance, managing radio frequency power, how we do our 911 monitoring, all sorts of things. And a big area also of interest, and you'll see a lot of agentic AI on this, is root cause analysis. How do you identify what went wrong? Instead of having a human being going through all of those reasoning, the agentic AI can do it for you as well. Not just, if there's a network issue, but also in terms of understanding the flows through systems and understanding why we've got fallout on all of those, which affects how we provision customers, how we delete customers, how we remove capacity from the network, how we add capacity of the network. We're basically monitoring all of those kind of things and then making sure we use agentic AI to identify fallout and what is the root cause so it can be fixed. All right, now, I would be amiss if I did not talk about the risks here. And trust me, our network teams have made sure we focus on this as well. We've worked very closely on what we call safe automation. It's great to help the network, but thou must do no harm, was the basic premise that we started. Because if you use automation, you could do serious damage if you're not careful very, very rapidly. Now, touch wood, never happened, I'm just clarifying that. Not just touch wood, it's through a lot of effort in terms of working with our network teams to make sure it didn't. So there's automation risks. You could have bugs, you could have flawed policies, you could have someone deliberately do it. The AI, we all know that with generative AI, can introduce all sorts of problems. So we've built a whole journey, a partnership with our operations teams to make sure that we go from solution design, making sure that the types of solutions we have are designed in such a way that they minimize risk to the network, to automation, essentially AI, watching the AI, believe it or not, testing rollout, working on explainable AI. Now with agentic AI, there's agent harnesses. And then there's also coordination we need to do. The last thing you want is one automation to say go this way and another automation to say go that way. Which one wins, or do they just both compete? So that coordination is also a big deal. So all of these are things that we put at the very forefront of all of our automation to make sure that when we introduce automation, we also minimize any risk associated with that automation. And this is something I think that doesn't get enough attention, but is key. All right, so that pretty much covers me. Thank you.
No, thank you so much, Jennifer. We'll ask the audience to hold your questions for the panel. So Jennifer will be joining us shortly. But definitely new concept, which is the GPT for telecom operators. So now we have a new comparison. Used to be Uber of something. Okay, so I propose we move forward. We'll have Ruth Brown, so providing our analyst spotlight. We'll have data. So looking forward to some trends that then will shape our discussion on the panel. So glad to have you, Ruth. Please join us on stage.
Great. Thanks very much. Thanks very much, everyone. It's really lovely to be here today. So I want to start today by sharing a simple observation. So I think we've talked about wireless in terms of speed, capacity, and coverage for a really, really long time now. We've probably done a really good job, or a pretty good job, I think. Certainly over my career, I think so too. We've built networks, that many of which are faster than most people can use. We've filled in coverage gaps. We've also pushed spectrum kind of further than many of us thought we could probably do. But that's probably no longer the problem. And the real challenge today isn't really how fast we can make the network. It's really how secure and how intelligent and also how adaptable we can move this forward. So today I'm going to talk to you about what I call a secure cognitive airwave. Oh, gone the wrong way. Ah. Great. And I'm going to do this in 4 steps. So first of all, I'm going to walk through the high power era, then how we get towards this unified fabric. Then I'm going to move on to talk about the cognitive airwave, how we achieve this. And then finally, I want to talk about quantum resilience. And we've seen this already in some of the 6G discussions this morning in the 6G Summit. So let's move on, first of all, and talk about the high-powered era. So at first glance, it kind of looks like we're cranking up the power for coverage. And to be honest, that is part of the story. But actually, the real shift here is how intelligently we're going to start using it and what this actually does once we start sharing the spectrum. So when the 6 gigahertz band opened up in the US, it wasn't really a clean slate. So there were already incumbent users in the band, there were utilities, public safety networks, and really none of these were going away. So many of us remember we finally got access to the 6 gigahertz spectrum in the Wi-Fi 6 era. So the sort of 6 gigahertz meant that we had, we could use it for sort of indoor, but there was restrictions. And really, we kind of started to trade the sort of spectrum width for the coverage depth. If we look at sort of AFC, so automated frequency coordination, it let us start to restore some of this link budget without stepping on the incumbent toes. So today, fundamentally, it is a protection mechanism. It's centralized at the moment, database-driven. It's really keeping unlicensed devices from interfering with the incumbent infrastructure. So now it's telling the access points what they can and can't do. But as we move forward, as we move towards Wi-Fi 8 and beyond, we can see that this is evolving. So we're going to also start introducing, much more dynamic and contextually aware attributes. We're also introducing coordinated spectrum reuse, distributed AFC models, and also coordination between the actual access points itself. And that's sort of making it much more dynamic, much cleverer. And this is really fundamentally where the conversation's changing. So it's moving from today's world, which is a kind of, is this channel available, to basically moving towards a new model of how many multiple systems can we use in this model and how can we use them efficiently and also safely. And this is a massive evolution, and we're also going to see it being more important, especially as we see other technologies, sort of 6G, some of the satellite spectrum also needing to be managed as well. So all sounds pretty cool. I think we could agree with that. But with this introduction of this complexity, it's really not something that's solvable manually. And this is kind of why we need this AI orchestration layer. And this is really going to become quite critical now. So really, it's also another really massive point about it is expanding where Wi-Fi can operate. So high power, it really is sort of starting to allow these larger campus environments, also sort of more reliable outdoor deployments, and also new use cases for enterprise and private networks. And this is kind of amazing, really. It's opening up the opportunities for us for Wi-Fi. And we're starting to see some of these emerging already. So yeah, I guess it is the high power era, but really this is only part of the story. And the massive transformation in this pace is really how we're using this intelligence to start unlocking dynamic sharing of spectrum. So let's now move on to the next point, something which I've debated probably over the majority of my career, it feels like, both when I was working in an operator and now as an analyst. So deep convergence has been a long ambition. Certainly, it's been on the standards roadmaps for kind of decades now. There's been elements of it. As you can see in the diagram, it's still quite siloed approaches. Excuse me, I'll just get a drink. We're seeing that there's huge ambition still to move towards this end goal of integrated network convergence. And, we've already sort of started to see some of this evolving. So in the early days, this model of moving towards a converged network was more to do, or fundamentally, an MNO fix to address coverage and capacity gaps. So today, as we look at this roadmap, sort of Wi-Fi 7, 8, and 9, and also the ambition of the 6G discussions, the main questions that is kind of springing to mind is, do we think these worlds will finally converge? And I guess the short answer is yes, they will at some point. But in practice, there's many, many barriers to this. So cost structures differ, identity and authentication models don't align cleanly. We're seeing massive security policy variance. And quite frankly, not every application actually needs this full network convergence. So I think one of the important facts we're getting to now is if we're not careful, we're kind of risking this parallel innovation without a true convergence story at the end. And then there's a really hard question, and probably the hardest question of them all. Who actually controls this convergence? Is it the enterprises, the operators? Is it device ecosystem? Or is it even a federation model like open roaming, perhaps? And then as we move forward, it's not really a technical problem we're trying to achieve. It's really a coordination problem and an ecosystem challenge. And then this leads us to another really interesting question. Are we actually going to see full widespread, full stack convergence? And most importantly, do we actually need it? What's the success criteria for getting convergence? So that really moves us on to what's the practical path, really, to get towards a convergence model. So today, convergence solutions have typically addressed coverage extensions, traffic offload, venue-based roaming, for example. Today, we even see sort of wide convergence is still very much signal-based. It's not always experience-driven. And despite early ambitions with things in 3GPP like AT-SSS, we've seen very little traction in that now, very little ambition or models which have moved past proof of concept. However, over the last 2 or 3 years, we're starting to see some traction, especially in the sort of enterprise space, private network environments, and particularly as we start seeing the emergence of these newer technologies in Wi-Fi 7, things like MLO, also AI orchestration that I spoke about, and also the integrated private networking solutions becoming more increasingly application aware. So they're actually thinking about what the user wants. So in these contexts, especially private networks, controlled enterprise environments, I can see that this kind of full stack integration, there's a space for it, it does work. But when we look and we try and analyze the overall context, we can see that adoption remains really uneven. So if we look at solutions, they're not a one-size-fits-all, and to be honest, I don't think they're going to be that in the future either. So then this is creating a sort of identity paradox. And I think one of the defining tensions now is for the next generation of Wi-Fi. So on one side, we've got networks which are becoming increasingly coordinated, more intelligent, more experience-aware. And then on the other side, we're becoming more privacy-aware, and they're really becoming sort of quite tight on security. So as we move on as well, especially with the work organizations such as IEEE are looking at, so we're seeing things such as MAC randomization coming in, we're seeing temporary identifiers, anonymized device behavior. All of these are coming into the standards to sort of reduce tracking and improve user privacy. which is absolutely brilliant. But then this is going to create a tension, really, and a coordination issue versus anonymity. And then because if networks are expected to optimize, they're expected to coordinate roaming and also intelligently steer, this creates a really tricky problem to do with how do you become or how do you create and steer this traffic across a unified fabric, because really at this point identity is vital all the way across. So I think this is probably why industry needs to look at the problem differently, maybe moving away from these device-centric identities towards these more open, trusted models, federated identity models even, and not just to simplify roaming, but really to enable a more coordinated, experience-aware experience. I've said experience twice now, that's funny, that's a jet lag. But across these sort of heterogeneous networks. But, you know, this is the big alert here. This really does need ecosystem buy-in. So to become this sort of truly connectivity, it really implies sort of roaming across networks, shared trust frameworks, and also sort of a standardized device behavior. And in some of these cases, we also know that we need to have this sort of settlement-free peering. And this is between both the sort of public and private environments. And this is something that doesn't always happen because not every operator, enterprise, or even venue owner necessarily wants to have this. So instead, we're kind of putting together this, instead of this perfect convergence model, we're putting together a move towards a sort of a unified fabric. And this is not a universal network, but it's a sort of coordination layer, which is happening. So the evolutionary path is becoming clear now. So we need to move, and Jen spoke about it as well, from reactive to predictive and towards this sort of much more coordinated intelligence. And we can see, you know, when Wi-Fi 8 coming along, we're already moving towards this sort of deterministic latency, this predictive offload, and then that coordination really becomes much more practical. And then that raises another question. So if this is already good enough for sort of 90 to 99% of real-world use cases, then convergence doesn't really become universal, it becomes a selective problem. And then the real goal is then to make a consistent experience across these imperfect networks that we might have distributed across the country. And then ultimately, the challenge is not whether these technologies evolve, it's actually going to be whether these ecosystems, operators, and enterprises can actually evolve and work together. And this brings us to the next stage, really. So the next stage is really to fulfill most of these goals and ambitions around sort of spectrum sharing, coordinated AFC, and experience-driven convergence. The network has to think. And today, you know, most of our networks are largely reactive. We're detecting problems and we're responding after the degradation has already occurred. So we need to move towards this sort of predictive model where we're using telemetry and machine learning to identify patterns. We're also sort of anticipating the issues, optimizing, and Jen showed these scenarios in the RAN space. And we're sort of working it out ahead of time. But to be honest, prediction alone isn't enough. And we need to move towards a much more proactive model. Where these sort of autonomous networks are going to continuously adapt, they're going to optimize, and they're making decisions in real time. And then this is really becoming essential, especially as we want to move to these newer technologies that I spoke about, as we want to move towards distributed AFC coordination, coordinated spatial reuse, also a much more deterministic latency model, and most importantly, these experience-aware convergence solutions between mobile and Wi-Fi. So we've now reached a sort of final stage, really, and that's this kind of cognitive airwave stage. So AI native orchestration fabric, where AI really is underpinning the spectrum coordination, it's underpinning traffic steering, convergence decisions, interference management, and most importantly, the user experience optimization. And we're also hearing, AI is just not another workload on the network. So the operational orchestration layer enables the network to handle the future traffic load. And also, we're hearing that this traffic load is shifting. And this probably won't surprise a lot of you because we've had this for some time. But according to Omdia, so I'm going to give you some figures on this. So Omdia's 2026 AI traffic report, the AI-driven traffic prediction, so it's expected to grow at 85% compound annual growth rate between 2025 and 2035. So that's not really just an incremental growth. That is a massive change, and that's really changing the demand of our networks. So at the same time, while we've got this change in the way our sort of network traffic is going to be used, we also need to think about how the intelligence is going to be distributed. So we're moving away, of course, using AI in the cloud is still important, but the models also need to exist in the network and increasingly on the device itself. So also with the sort of significance of these solutions, we're getting agents and multi-agent systems, another thing Jen mentioned in her presentation, and we need to move from humans in the loop to closed-loop automation and orchestration. So ultimately, we're building a network that can think, react, and optimize autonomously. So if the network is thinking, can we trust it? We hear a lot about the attack surface, and the attack surface is expanding rapidly. So we've got AI threats, quantum threats, and today we rely heavily on WPA3 and AES-256 symmetric encryption, both considered highly resilient. But then the real Achilles heel is really the handshake. So this means if you can break it, it's possible to compromise authentication, decrypt the traffic, and even conduct retroactive attacks. So the timeline for this is a little bit uncertain still, but according to the 2025 Global Research Institute survey of quantum experts, the likelihood of breaking RSA 2048, and that's now a sort of legacy encryption standard, within 24 hours is estimated to be less than 10% in the 5-year time frame, although that rises dramatically in a 10-year horizon. But the risk at the moment really is harvest now, decrypt later, which means we need to move towards post-quantum cryptography. So this is standards like NIST's MLKEM framework, and we've been speaking about that in the 60 Summit too. So unlike quantum key distribution, it's scalable, it's operationally practical for Wi-Fi, and in realistic terms, this means the adoption of hybrid PQC and WPA solutions probably in a 3 to 5 year timeline, and also home networks is likely to be much further out. But all of these within this sort of memory is obviously a sort of a key component to that. So ultimately, the quantum clock is ticking, and security has to really evolve alongside this intelligence. So just to leave you with some sort of final thoughts on this, I guess the message I want to leave you with is we're not just building faster networks anymore. We need to move towards networks that can adapt, understand, and protect in real time. I think most of us are aware, especially with the conversations today, that the next era of Wi-Fi isn't about radio at all. It's about Wi-Fi now. But this is the good news, I think. So we're no longer debating whether it's a technical challenge. I think we can do this. I think the challenge now is really the sort of operational side, the commercial, and also the collaborative challenges we're seeing in the industry. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ruth. And this is the first time I'm running to a panel because you gave us so many challenges that I'll ask Derek, Matt, Najati, please rush to stage. We have so much to address. And Ruth, please take a seat.
Thank you.
Let me invite you to join us. And Jennifer, please join us as well. Yeah, no specific order, so feel free just to... Okay, so...
Where's Bruno?
Okay, no, I'll stand up. So maybe Matt, you can stay here. Chelsea. Yeah. So either way, yeah. It's fine. Yeah, you can stay there. That's perfect. I'll stay up. You need a mic, and Jennifer already has a mic, so. Okay, perfect. So the topic selected for today, shaping the path for 6G and Wi-Fi convergence, addressing the opportunities and challenges for aggressive adoption. So you already heard from Ruth and from Jennifer. So maybe allow me to just do something different. Ruth, I think you allow me to do this, but I really wanted to go back to this slide while I ask the introductory question. And it's the beauty of the Innovation Forum. You just gave the industry a new timeline. We need to achieve convergence between 2029 and 2030. So Derek, let me start with you. So you have been on the field for so long. You deploy airports, venues, all this Wi-Fi private seller. So what would a truly integrated wireless tech mean if we were to meet this timeline from your standpoint?
Wow. I think that's a lot to do. I'm starting to combine a lot of the stuff that's going on in security to what's going on in networks and everything else. Where we're in security, we've got quantum and we're trying to do zero trust and we're trying to do all this stuff in security. And then we're trying to do the same thing in networks. We're trying to say, hey, what identity gives you what, and why we care about the network, but the identity really cares, and the federation and the fabric really cares, to use your example. So to me, we still have to solve and I think I'm going to talk about this tomorrow, so come in the morning, because I'm going to talk about tomorrow how we make open roaming be not just what it's doing, because I think it's touching the very base thing of saying, hey, I am going to allow an identity through, but it's not solving everything else that it needs to do as part of the federation. So to me, it starts with us continuing down the open roaming line, but building on top of what we're doing with open roaming so that we have a mechanism to be able to steer in all of these ways. Because what all of this boils down to, in my mind, is we're trying to create that experience. I talked about it in 2017, and I know I'm going along, so I'm going to speed up. We need to create the internet is supposed to be not about connecting phones or connecting things. It's supposed to be creating, and you remember my term from years ago. Does anybody remember?
Manifesto.
The internet of my experience. IO-me, we shouldn't be creating IoT or any of this crap. We're supposed to be creating the IO-me, the internet of my experience. And when we've realized that it's about the experience that you're creating, and you build towards experiences, which is what we try to do at Boingo, given the limitations, then all of a sudden your experiences drive the network instead of the network driving your experiences. And I think that's how you get there. So 2030, I'm all game.
Yes.
I'm all game. We got a lot of work to do, but I think let's do it.
The clock is ticking. So a mix of over the top and baseline alignment. Yeah, thanks for sharing your thoughts, Derek. And maybe we need a new motivational term that you need to come up on the next event to guide us through the 2030 mission. Thanks, Derek. So maybe Matt, now I would turn over to you. So I would say you have been, tireless between you, your team, Mark, Gino, Bart, and others. No one can say that you have not tried, of course, to innovate for Cisco, but for the industry. And you have been always championing this tentative of making Wi-Fi and cellular working better. So maybe what I would like to do is asking, maybe you have been pushing this in the WBA, I don't know, for 15 years, and now we have this 2030, but is there anything that you would say to a younger Matt 15 years ago that you would do differently to make sure it gets us now to 2030 on all the strategy you have been put forward and your learnings over this period?
Better, Matt.
I'd probably say invest in real estate. I think it's interesting because when you talk about convergence, I think it's one of these words that means a lot of different things to a lot of different people. And I think we saw an excellent presentation as we talk about things like security, identity, policy, all of these things that we've been talking about in the industry for a long time. And I like what Derek said as well, because you're talking about the experience. And so when I think about this, because these devices that we have in our hand are very capable, and they have many radios, how is convergence happening today? I mean, are you using 5G? Well, of course you are. Are you using Wi-Fi? Of course you are. Are you using Bluetooth? Yeah, you're using these multiple different stacks. Unfortunately, there's a human element there that's required today. If you go to Wi-Fi and you get a bad experience, what do? You turn off Wi-Fi. Yeah. Go back to 5G. If you go into a building and you're losing your 5G, the phone's trying to stay on, what do? You hit the portal, you go onto Wi-Fi. So what are we really doing when we're converging these things is we're automating this capability to pick the best network all the time, no matter if you're inside or out. And what you're trying to do is to replace the human element. Just be connected, because what are we trying to get connected for? It's about productivity. It's about what we can achieve for our work, what we're trying to do, how we work, live, play, learn. We should be focused on that. We shouldn't be focused on connecting to the network. We shouldn't be focused on connecting to the path. We shouldn't be focused on all of these things that complicate our life. And, I've often told stories about my wife calling me and saying, I can't get on the network at the airport, And it's like, because everybody that's a little bit technical, I mean, everyone in this audience, I know you're technical. You're probably the network administrator for your entire household.
So many business meetings, man. Yeah. This is not working, right?
So fundamentally, and I think you've heard me say this before, I think if you really break this down into a couple of key elements. One, connect to everything you can. And so the first thing that the device has to do is discover all networks. And that was very important. And you want to be able to connect to that automatically, and you want to be able to connect to that securely. That was the idea of open roaming.
Yep.
Connect to everything. All right, now you're connected to everything. So now you have to choose path, right? And sometimes you can't connect to everything all the time, because at 80 miles an hour down the road, maybe you don't have Wi-Fi. But you connect to everything that you can. And now you have to pick path. So how do you choose that path? When do you go to 5G? When do you go to Wi-Fi? That becomes tricky, because that's a very human thing. They pick it themselves now, but you don't want to have that barrier. If you're on a call and you're moving between these access technologies, going to a portal so that you can pick a Wi-Fi, what is it doing? That's disrupting your workflow. And if it's a thing and it's a mobile thing, the thing may stop. Right? So it's people, it's things. So this thing has to be very seamless. So I kind of categorize it in three places. Get on all networks. 2, intelligent path selection to achieve the outcome of why you're connected. And then 3, and I think someone raised this earlier, I heard it in one of the presentations as well, solve the seams. So as you're mobile, you're going to have to move to the appropriate technology based on what your current access capabilities are. Now, of course, there's all these different details that we've been talking about, and really you represent it in really a phenomenal way. But that's what we're trying to do. And what a perfect problem for AI, because what is AI doing? It's speeding up the human condition. It's doing things much faster than a human can do it, right? So why don't we have AI figure some of that out? And so I think that's what's coming down the pipe. I think it'll happen faster than most people think. So some of these things on that agenda, I think, is out there, 2030. But some of this stuff, I think, is right around the corner.
Yeah. No, I agree, Matt. I think, on all our working groups, there is this kind of thin balance between what is futuristic and what we can deploy now. So I think that's the perfect blend. And I think by this stage, the AV team is not so happy, because they moved to this slide again. But last time I'm going back here, because this is a really juicy slide. And Najati, we thought about, these two technologies. And for me, when I look even to this slide again, I feel this is like a relationship. And sometimes people say, in relationships, for this to work, every individual needs to be in a really good shape. They need to work on themselves so the relationship goes well. So Najati, I think up until now, we were saying 6G Wi-Fi 8 conversions. That was the theme in January for the Innovation Forum. So now, Wi-Fi 9. So let me ask a bit of a twist on the question we kind of envisioned. That is, okay, for Wi-Fi 8 individually to be in the shape that 6G wants a marriage, what are kind of, the features that you are envisioning, the blend of AI/ML in WBA, we did lots of AI/ML. We make this work so the bottleneck is not Wi-Fi 8 or even now Wi-Fi 9, predictions, right?
So this guy is Siliman Tiriman. He's basically just putting him on the corner saying that you need to lose weight and get into shape. So I got it.
Well, between me and Ruth, we created a problem here. So sorry for
I got it. Now, really, this is a very interesting discussion. Looking at the evolution of the Wi-Fi and what is being discussed as part of the Wi-Fi 8. And as well, we also started discussing the items for 802.11x, which would be future Wi-Fi 9. As of last week, actually, IEEE had a meeting, and we had this kind of discussion as to what Wi-Fi 9 should be doing. That's the question. In terms of the key question, when you look at the entire evolution from where we laid the foundation with the extreme throughput and feather pipe and faster and faster Wi-Fi, now we are at the point of question: what do we do that is going to impact, as Derek indicated, Internet of Me or whatever, he just called it over the naming, which is nice. It is at the end quality of experiences. How do you really deliver this quality of experiences where we are marching towards that goal with Wi-Fi 8 and Wi-Fi 9. Now with Wi-Fi 8 as the ultra-high reliability that we know that the name of the game is how do you really deliver these reliable experiences to the users so that you are not going to keep dealing with the latency issues and drop packets and et cetera. And also we are looking at the efficiencies and everything else that come with it. Now, given all these things, in the pipeline, we are getting one step closer to this convergence model that we have been talking for many years. However, as Ruth indicated, do we really need to have convergence for all the applications and everything, or it is going to be sparse, and in some cases, case by case, we need to look at, which I agree, because there is a hype and there is a reality when you look at over there. Most of the applications, mostly, I think somewhere around maybe more than 90%, may not require the level of convergence, tight convergence that we would need, versus the other level of convergence that you can do with the devices or that they do all the top convergence. They do AI, they do all that stuff. So long as Matt indicated, first question, we need to address the question, how do you connect the network? Connect the network. If you cannot connect the network, you cannot even talk about the convergence. And the open roaming, for example, addressing that question. Beyond that, how we really enable the now access network agnostic services, so that it doesn't matter whether you connect the Wi-Fi or whether you connect the cellular. Can you deliver the same kind of capabilities with the determinism, with the predictability, with other kind of things, where Wi-Fi 8 is marching towards that goal? Basically, we are bringing services almost on par with cellular and Wi-Fi versus in the past when you talk about the voice over Wi-Fi or Wi-Fi, calling, people would look at Wi-Fi and say, that really? Yeah. Nobody's questioning that. So we are getting there. It is going to take time. And then Wi-Fi 9, it is a little bit aggressive in terms of the time frame.
So find the sweet spot.
We just look at over there a little bit, maybe, a little bit further out. Thanks.
Cool. No, thank you so much. So maybe what I would like now to do is, Ruth, just because we pick up on her presentation, and this is a lot about long-term trends that you have identified. And I think for the audience, it was not so clear, but you have a background on a service provider, like mobile operator. You used to work for BT, and now you have this analyst lens. So maybe just to frame your thought process, how do you decide what really makes into these trends and how we shift these into real world practical deployments? And if you can kind of tell us, how do you come up with that slide?
So
to your point, so yeah, my background, so back in the day, in the 4G era, I was actually testing convergence, some of the early voice over Wi-Fi, and then sort of moving on to look at how, some of the mechanisms like AT-SSS worked in sort of 5G. And, you're all sort of spot on when you say it's about experience. So I remember looking at it across, different applications. And most of the time, if you've got something like YouTube, something that buffers, you don't care, you don't notice it. If it's a voice call, yeah, but then, is that for most of the users? Are they happy with that little blip, with that experience? Yeah, they probably are. If you're in an industrial environment or, perhaps you want some sort of premium experience, no, you need to fix that. But I suppose to your point, how am I coming up with these trends? So we've been trying to converge networks for decades now, I think. In the time I've been looking at it anyway, my children have been born and have learned to drive, It feels like a really long time.
Yes.
So I think while the goal kind of remains the same, so like I said in the presentation, ultimately we want to move towards some sort of converged goal. And, probably that will happen at some point as we refresh out, etc. For many of the scenarios, it's perhaps not necessary. So that's in terms of my, the experience is, and on the unified fabric, that is important, but it's kind of, I think, very much scenario driven.
A use case, prioritization. Got it.
And it's certainly when you're looking across, discussing with people in the industry, that still seems the place. You look at the 6G summit I was in today, there's a lot of talk about can we get end-to-end sort of converged in as well. Again, that's another long-term goal. Of course, we'd like everything connected. So obviously one of them. The points that I think is really different and quite exciting as we move towards Wi-Fi 8, it is becoming, to sort of Derek and also Matt's point, much more experience, quality of service focused. We've, instead of doing this kind of break before make, we're now kind of make before break. That changes the dynamic massively. And, we are really focusing in on, can we make the experience, the kind of deterministic? Can we kind of get rid of some of this jitter or latency? Can we no longer have Wi-Fi as the kind of little brother to mobile? There was always that kind of Wi-Fi is better than mobile, but
No, it's interesting. Yeah. So I think uBlend is always about a mix of either cost-saving, monetization, or regulatory-driven to help on the prioritization. So I will open to the audience in a second. I just want to make Jennifer to bring you here to the discussion, because as we can see, pretty much everyone touched upon AI. And probably the way I would like to introduce this, I think some of us might have received this kind of meme where people on enterprises are saying, let's talk about AI, and there is the boss saying, now I think we really need AI, and all the employees say, yes, let's do some AI, and when we need it now, and when the question comes, where do we start and what we need it for, let's figure it out. So Jennifer, you just provided very clear examples on how AT&T is using AI, a big company. I imagine most people is knocking at your door saying, I also want to use it, you have a use case for me, so maybe I'll make kind of a question that is, how agnostic is the models you are building? Like, I know you don't work direct on Wi-Fi, but imagine if Wi-Fi planning, satellite, can that be reused for a more global convergence perspective within the company?
Absolutely. So our network foundation models, we are training them on all sorts of different parts of the network. And we're using essentially the same kind of models across all of them. Obviously, different data. So I think many things are definitely reapplicable everywhere, the same basic capabilities. But in many cases, you do also need to bring in the domain knowledge. I don't, in experience on those, I don't believe in completely blind. Not yet. Anyway, it's certainly getting to that direction. But bringing that domain knowledge matters as well. But yeah, I think the same basic capabilities can be reused time and time again.
It's a matter of prioritization and just getting to the moment where you bring more domain knowledge from other access teams into your AI-driven work. Okay.
Yeah, I think it's really a case too. The approach we're taking is really focusing on value. identifying the use cases that have the biggest value first. I don't know if that means we'll never get to the other ones later or not.
We need to push this vision.
But really focusing on the high-value opportunities and identifying those is, again, where the domain knowledge comes in, partnering with the right organizations, focusing on those, gaining experience in them, working out how to scale them out to the maybe lesser value ones over time, but really focusing on that. And that's why we're focused a lot at the network edge. A lot more opportunities, a lot more complexity, a lot less risk if you get it wrong, which is a big thing too.
Guardrails.
But can really scale it from there. But scale is going to be key for us to be able to do all sorts of different aspects of the network.
Perfect. No, thanks, Jennifer. So I think we have a brief perspective on what the panelists would like to address today. I know, Mark, you have been waiting for some time, so let's push the packets towards your...
Yeah, so I'm going to follow up, as Mark, Grace and Cisco, I'm going to follow up just on that question to Jennifer, because how can we, I guess, use that vision to support Ruth's slide 26? So you've developed your network foundation model. That's integrating to a radio access network, Ericsson radio access network. I imagine the Ericsson RAN has a fair bit of AI in there, so it will have AI for radio resource management, no doubt AI for smart scheduling, and now AI for beamforming. And when we sort of mirror that into Wi-Fi OEMs, then we're all delivering AI, RRM, AI in terms of that wireless infrastructure. So if we imagine a set of vendor OEMs delivering AI algorithms in access, be that Wi-Fi and cellular, you've got your network foundation model. You're saying there's maybe a network foundation model for cellular. There may be another network foundation model trained on Wi-Fi. What are your key learnings in terms of how to interface? Are those sort of MCP interfaces, client server, between your AI network foundation models and the AI in the RAN? Is it agent to agent? And how should we be gluing these different AIs together in that convergence picture?
I think that is a really good question, and I don't think it's anything any of us have really honestly addressed it yet. It's not something I've really seen. The challenge is we don't necessarily know what they're doing. We're blind to one another, right?
Right.
So if we don't know what that AI is doing and we've got a different AI, I think that's a really scary place. We need to find a way where these can communicate and coordinate. And even the coordination inside one domain, when it's even under our own control, that is enough of a challenge. If we don't have that visibility, I think it's going to be dangerous. Because as I said before, one can say go this way, one can say go that way, and now you've got a fight happening between the different AI models. And maybe they've got different goals.
Right,
so they're not going to converge.
Yeah, so how do you...
I don't think it's been addressed yet. It has to be. Our network foundation models, we are doing... Yes, we've got different foundation models for different parts of the network, but we are integrating those in a late binding fashion, etc. So they're not going to all operate independently. They cannot. But we cannot have blind AI in one place working with blind AI over here, or I think we are going to have competition. So we're going to have to find a way to work together across those, which I think relies on a new level of sharing that I don't think exists today.
Perhaps that is the convergence.
It's part of it. I think it's part of it.
A new layer of convergence, for sure. So, no, I think this is a great segue into let's make this kind of more fast-track type perspectives around the barriers, right? Because I think what we learned in WBA, Derek, is it's always about prioritization. There's so many things we can address to make this work. So if we think about breaking barriers to adoption, what would be your, I don't know, top 2 major roadblocks slowing convergence today that we could focus for our, 2026, 2027 roadmap?
So that's a good thing. I guess the key thing that I'm seeing is, and I'm listening to everybody and I go, I agree with everything that's being said. I still think we're missing a key part of it. We're talking about smart agents that are managing the network, but what are they managing them for? When I go to a venue and I'm trying to help a venue solve issues, I got all these. Today I do convergence, but I have to sit there and go, what are all the things that you're trying to do? And then I sit there and I think, okay, you're trying to do, if it's a stadium, okay, you're trying to have operations on the back. You're trying to sell food. You're trying to play games. You're trying to score. You're trying to do all these different things. And each of those things has a different persona, an experience that you're trying to create. And you have to sit there and start, and when we take a step back and we go, well, what are all the things that you're trying to do? Well, let's focus on those things and build towards those things. And then you build the network for those things. If you just build the network and say, I don't care about what it's doing, I'm just making sure it's running really smooth, well, it works. It's what we've been doing forever. But to me, we're forgetting the whole point. When I go at home, everybody, we all we're all the IT, you said, to our homes, right? I have a farm going, I have my kids playing games, I have all this stuff going on, and I'm sitting here and I'm running everything. I have a private network at home, I have a public network at home, I have a Wi-Fi network at home, I got it all. And then I've got, AT&T expansion modules around the house that, JR gave me a long time ago. I got everything there. And I'm always sitting here trying to go, okay, what can I do? How can I steer people to make sure that they have a right experience? Because I'm trying to work and I don't want my kids messing up my stuff or whatever. All those things, and I'm doing it all with these agents and this network management instead of smart management. And to me, that's where we need to get to. And it starts with first the identity, which is what we're doing, right? And then the data and understanding what the data is that's going through. So I said this a long time ago, we need to focus in on the data and the identity and the things that are going on in the network and make the network, like he said, all of them should be able to connect to, but then the policy should be shared. And to me, where we start then as the WBA is we take open roaming and we expand it out to do all this other stuff that it needs to do. Because nobody's doing it. Nobody is thinking about that. They're thinking about all this network cool stuff, which we need to do, but they're not thinking about how do I end up creating that experience. Because the person who comes in to work on the plane has a different need than the police officer who comes into that airport, than the person who's coming in just to watch Netflix, or the person trying to get their ticket through. Yep. They all have different needs, and we need to sit there and go, okay, what's your need now? What's your need now? And AI and looking at the data will help us understand that. So right now, I do it like it's going into a stadium. Make sure the network's really good as people are coming in because they're using their tickets. Okay, now still capacity from the front gates, and now put it into the bowl because now everybody's in the bowl. That's how I'm having to do it, but we can get better than that.
Got it. So that's almost like a context-aware policy, not only based on like data, bandwidth, profile of business
location,
like a multitude of planes we can blend. So and on that note, Matt, Derek alluded to open roaming, but I think the industry got many industry terms from you: wireless determinism, open roaming, vector roaming, ultra low latency. So even though we are trying to come up with all these solutions, what barriers are you really focused now in addressing in your standards team?
I think we've made phenomenal progress. When I look at, we were talking about this in the context of 7 and 8, and what does it mean for convergence? I think the capabilities of the dominant access networks have gotten to the point that they can trust each other from a performance standpoint. And if you can do that, then convergence becomes more intuitive and expected. And I think convergence will be driven mostly by the economics of it. It is not economical to force high power through walls when there's a network on the other side of that wall. And so more of these things will be realized if you can converge to multi-billion-dollar investments in access, one distributed, one more centralized, then you're going to get a better result for less money. And that's what will drive it. So to answer your question on what is blocking us right now, I think it's legacy business models. Mm-hmm. I think sometimes we get so wrapped up in how we used to do things, we become less open to the possibility of how we could do things. And one of the reasons, Derek talks about open roaming. Let me just back up a second. We talk about loosely coupled architectures, and the reason we talk about loosely coupled architectures is because you want to make use of all access networks, and no one entity owns all the access networks. So somehow you have to be able to combine these things, and you have to be able to do policy across them. That requires a loose coupling. Now, when it comes to AI and optimization, clearly, if you have different networks, you have different AI intelligence in those networks. And so, as was brought up a minute ago, that AI intelligence has to communicate. And there's trust in that. Just like humans have to trust humans, AIs will have to trust AIs. And so there's a whole new area there on will that access network tell you the truth and give you the service you think you can get. But and I think it changes the way we do things, because the way we started with open roaming is we said, well, give us an SLR, give us the capability of that access network so that the operator using their SIM can give you a carrier class experience on a network they don't own. And I want to be able to assure that. And then we put together protocols for doing that, and we use quality of service, et cetera. But I think it'll change. I think what will happen is it'll be more like, hey, I'm currently running this service. I'm interested in moving to your network. Can you provide me the level of service I need for that particular application service that I'm running? And the AI will say, yes, it can, or no, it can't. Or maybe, hey, you know what, we can provide that service if we work together and use multipath. So, I mean, those are where we're going to end up eventually. So the question is what are the steps to get there? Open roaming was a phenomenal step. Derek's talking about adding some more functionality to open roaming. We need to do some more incremental steps. But that's what's going to happen, because and I think I talked about this previously, people aren't going to just share all their data.
Yeah.
You're going to go into a guest network at an airport or into a hotel. Are they just going to give you all that data? No, you're not.
Yeah.
And data becomes what AI trains on. So data is going to be a currency. It's going to have value. You don't hand that over. But the AI in that local network that's analyzing that data will be willing to talk to another AI and give answers.
Yep.
So now you don't have to give all the data, right? And I think that's where we're going, and we're starting to see it. So this is happening in domain. You've seen some of our competitors talk about what they're doing in their domain. Stop that. But I mean, I think what we need to work on in an industry is cross-domain.
Cross-domain and shared AI, and maybe, Matt, that's super interesting, because I recall when we started the AI program, one of the recommendations was get 80% plus vendor market share to agree on sharing data, and you will be successful. So I have a follow-on on that, but I think, Derek, you wanted to comment?
I was just going to say one thing. I think it's really funny sometimes when I get into these AI discussions, and people are talking about, for people, we're talking about zero trust. But for AI, we never talk about zero trust AI. And to me, why the heck are we building AI agents that we trust more than humans? Right? I mean, we should be talking about zero trust AI. That AI that you're talking to, or whatever it is, you need to treat it the same way. It should be a zero trust AI. And then it has things, like you said, you query it, and it has permissions and everything else. And if I ask the question and I'm not, an operator inside of a venue, it's going to say, I don't trust you to tell you that. But then if I have the appropriate credentials, it says, yeah, I'm going to trust you to tell you that. And AI to AI, AI to people, we should do the same thing. We should have combined some of these concepts as we're building AI.
Yeah, it's interesting that you bring it up, because when we first started thinking about open roaming, we were looking for an abstraction. The federation is an abstraction and a mechanism for scale, and we kind of modeled it a little bit after the banking system, right? Like Visa, anyone can carry a Visa, but it can represent a lot of banks and be accepted by a lot of stores, and that was sort of the idea of open roaming. But it occurred to us at the time that, and just like this with AI, that you have a credit rating. And if you have a bad credit rating, guess what stops working for you? Visa, right? They won't let you use it anymore. They won't give you as much of a credit limit. Well, I mean, so there could be outside arbiters in an architecture similar to this that would say that AI is not reliable.
Yep.
Right? And that can be learned, right? So I know we're kind of getting iterative here, but that is what will happen.
Yeah. So let's just open to the audience. I think there's one quick question there. So,
I'm listening to this discussion. It's fascinating. But what about are you talking? Are you talking about airports, about businesses, about residentials, in buildings where you have 30 floors, one above the other, one disturbing the next network? Who is going to manage? So talking about AI is fantastic, but for which areas of Wi-Fi applications do you intend to use it and how to use it? This is my question. It came up. Listen.
Yeah, so maybe, Angelus, I think we are really addressing also indoor densification based on what Matt and Derek are sharing. And I think probably a way to answer that is how close we are from sharing some of the knowledge on AI and how we fund that. So maybe Jennifer, so imagine you are doing all this work. Have you ever considered licensing or sharing, joining forces, a work group in WBA kind of to evolve your network GPT to Wi-Fi? Let's imagine if that was a possibility, or is something you want to keep as a value add for only AT&T internal teams?
So we do actually license our technology out. Things that we've innovated within AT&T, we do license it to other companies. And so, quite a number of examples of things we've created that are out running in other parts of the world, typically. Less so in the US. There is a competition here, right? So absolutely, we do that. Yeah.
Okay. No, that's great. Najati, I think you were going to comment. So you drove together with us the IML framework, but we have some barriers still.
No, I will play the contrarian over here because nobody's actually either want to see what is happening currently in the industry in terms of the work that is taking place in 3GPP and as well as in IEEE, because this convergence topic always becomes one of the afterthought. Currently, 6G discussion is taking place in 3GPP and nobody's talking about really convergence. Yep. That's the reality. And looking at the Wi-Fi 9 or future Wi-Fi related discussion in IEEE, nobody's so far brought it up over that's one of the key work items. So before we go too far away, I mean, just getting the agent-to-agent convergence between the Wi-Fi and the cellular side, we have other obstacles. One of the key obstacles currently we are just looking at how do I really connect a network? Without really connecting the Wi-Fi network, everything just falls apart. We are talking about really just more esoteric stuff versus facing the reality. And still we are dealing with the sticky client issues over there. I did that, experience, that the United, the network over there, my client over there, my device was stuck with the United network and without internet connection. I'm just saying that what's going on. So there is the near-term thing that we need to look at over there, how we can just get the industry over there work together for the future work item, be it over there for 6G and future Wi-Fi, so that we just put the path in place and then we build the story around over there. It is all driven by economics, as Matt over there said that. Yeah. So long as there's no economic incentives, nobody's going to really do anything.
Yeah.
So given that, we need to make sure that we are, being able to communicate the right message in the right platform versus being disconnected from the reality. Let's make that sure we are just, in touch with what is going on in the industry.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we'll talk about enablement, but maybe that's just.
Can I ask a question real quick? I think he made the point. Because AI is flexible and agile, it can optimize the home, it can optimize the airport, it can optimize the hotel, and it can optimize this conference. We tend to develop networks sort of like manufacturers make clothes, small, medium, and large. And the efficiency of AI is that it's going to tune it to that venue's objective, policy, and how it best services the users and the things that are connecting to it. So that level of agility is going to give us significant gains.
That's interesting.
I was just going to add the one thing. It's all of that. and then think V2V, think robotics, think all that stuff, vehicle to everything else, V2X, all that stuff. So, I mean, you can't stop at just a venue. I mean, we're talking venues, but there's cars driving and communicating, and we're enabling those. And then there's manufacturer devices. It's all of that. So you can't, and again, it's going back to how do we end up supporting all of that? Because if we just sit there and we just say everything's a small, or everything's a medium, or everything's a large, which is kind of what we've been doing as a network people forever. We're just like, it's like power. I don't know. I hate it when people compare networks to power. They go, oh, it's like power. You just create a thing and it's like power. And I'm like going, it ain't power. Power, it's definitely not power.
So I think this is helping us kind of to go into a binary scenario where we need to do some convergence because we either lose coverage or the service is bad. But there is a second path we can incubate, which is the AI-driven path of convergence, which is a smarter layer based on profiling, context-aware, V2V. Yeah, I think that's a good, segue into our discussions for the working group. But maybe, Ruth, I wanted to ask you on this convergence barriers topic. When you have your meetings, your briefings, I imagine it's not always smooth when you start talking, Wi-Fi, 5G, 6G. Are there any stories, any type of sentiments you get when you try to bring this?
Yeah, so I guess one that, brilliant points everyone's been making today that comes up time and time again, and it's been called out, especially quite a lot in the 6G standards deployment, is just the number of options, that kind of too many options, especially when you look at the device ecosystem. If you have too many options, then you basically can't align between options, and then you make things really difficult. And when we also look across multiple networks as well, it just gets more and more complicated. How can we ever get anything working together unless we kind of start aligning? But to your point about this large, medium, and small type networks, we need to have some sort of alignment. Otherwise, it's a chaotic mess, I think.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah.
So I think on that note, maybe now on the positive side, I think for us to achieve success, we always have to build on proven case studies, proven stories. So maybe go around the panel. I would like to ask, what's your one successful story of convergence that we can maybe rebundle again? Because sometimes I feel we are too early on some things we do. And if we just kind of go back and just, okay, this worked really well. So Derek, some convergence story we should push based on user experience improved, CIO very happy, customer reviews going up.
Yeah, I got a lot of them because that's what we do. I mean, basically, we go in and we try to help them. But I guess I've used this one a lot, and it's just because it's a good one. But right now, if you go to one of these NBA systems where they had millions of dollars to put towards this, we built a really good network. It's at 20,000 state people, 24 maybe thousand. There's 3,000 APs in there, Cisco APs, 3,200 APs in there. There is a 21 sector DAS in there that all the carriers get like 2 gig speeds off of because they all put tons of money in there. And then we also have a private network in there that services all the seats and a bunch of other operational stuff. We got so much network in there. It's so much capacity in there. It's kind of crazy. We could just run everything on one. But then what we decided to do was, okay, let's make everything run on all of them. And so we actually had to go in and, in certain cases, manipulate devices so that we had policy to be able to control it. And that was the way we ended up having to do it. And I think it's working great. But I would love to see it if I didn't have to have 4 different NMSs and 5 different solutions and all this stuff. So we had to fabric it all together so I can have my NOC use it in one portal. But it's an undertaking, and I can't do it everywhere. And that, to me, is the challenge, is we've got to make those things an easy button for those things, because right now there's no easy button for that kind of stuff. But it's definitely doable. We've been doing convergence forever. It's definitely doable. The challenge is to your point, it's like, do I have the money to do it everywhere?
Yeah.
And I don't.
Model.
I don't. We don't have the money to do it everywhere, so we've got to make it easier so that you can do it.
Yeah, that's super important. Like the monetization angle, and our 6U working group is taking a capex-driven approach into how the requirements should be, matched. And maybe on that positive note, I think some of you mentioned also the Wi-Fi calling as a success story. We mentioned, open roaming. There have been some major announcements recently about a global retailer deploying, for instance, open roaming in 45 countries. So if we have all this capacity and this momentum, what could we do more as an industry? So Najat, you are open roaming co-chair. Matt, you have been one of the original inventors to promote this technology. How can we make it more visible to solve the convergence problem going forward, given it's really scaling globally?
Yeah, I think we've built a lot of flexibility into the system. When we first did open roaming, we thought the dominant credential is going to be a service provider credential. It's a good credential. It's they've done a background check. There's a billing relationship, so it's a good credential. And so we wanted to make sure that we did that. But the idea of open roaming, the reason we called it open roaming is not because all the networks are open and they're not secure and things. The reason we called it open is because anybody could participate. You can take any access network and you can take any credential, and through a common federation, you can now connect to that network. The bigger the federation, the more likely that you're going to get that connectivity, right? So we wanted to build an open system. So before I said, what's the biggest hindrance? It's probably legacy business models, but I think also the next generation of business models is the biggest opportunity. And when I look at NTN and converging with that, with the towers, you can almost see NTN as this umbrella technology that covers the planet. And then you have cellular. We like to think it covers the planet, but it's typically following highways and in cities and where people are, right? Then you have Wi-Fi that's very hotspot. So NTN is a natural progression of the overall integration and convergence model. So when I look across that, the opportunity here is to crawl across the most access technologies that you can when you provide your service. And the service providers that can crawl across the most access technologies without having to own it all, because you can't own it all, are going to be the ones that are most successful. And so I just give that as an example, and I'll just throw out another real quick example because I don't want to take up all the time. But we always talk about using service provider credentials to extend the network indoors. Well, why don't we extend the enterprise network into the traditional service provider network? Why can't the enterprise actually have a policy that uses all these other networks to connect for the things that they want to do in supply tracking or the automotive industry if you're Ford or Toyota? And so those are the next generation things that we're looking at and where the opportunity lies.
Yes, blending QoS, QoE, that's certainly a big trend. Well, I think we are approaching here, the end of the panel. Maybe what I would like to ask is if there's any final comment, question from the audience. Okay, so yeah, I think maybe let me ask you. So if we meet again and we are trying to have the cadence, how we measure success? So is there a specific thing that we should aim as a group? Of course, we are doing lots of projects in the WBA, but should we define some KPIs? It's 2030, 3 years from now, but maybe it's about some practical proof of concept, working more with our industry partners, 3GPP, Najat, you mentioned gaps on IEEE. Just any final thoughts on what we should define as success towards this convergence, mission?
I think we start with Ruth's deck and we say, see.
So we'll have a time cadence now going forward. Chati?
Well, the end goal is the quality of experience. How we deliver that quality of experience, regardless of Wi-Fi or cellular, so that at the end, we are going to look at that in a KPI. deliver similar kind of quality of experience both networks, and you just connect those at the level where it is needed and essential. If it is not needed and essential, just leave it out because of the economics over there. Just tells you, don't waste your time. We need to focus on where it is critical and it is just meaningful and impactful.
Got it.
If I can add to, definitely customer experience. And I think one thing we haven't talked about is actually the applications and how it's designed as well. Because I think it's critical. Certainly what we see is some applications are very aggressive, some are less so. And they're not necessarily the applications that should be aggressive or not so in terms of that. I think we need an entire ecosystem from the network providers. How do we build into a customer home as well? One of our biggest performance issues is actually how people are managing their own Wi-Fi networks. We're not all network experts in the homes. In fact, the vast majority of people are not. How can we pull that whole ecosystem together up to the application level? The individual mums and dads trying to run a network when they have no background. I would even argue managing children on devices as well is part of the convergent experience. All of this needs to be seamless. And having had teenage boys, something like parental controls, for example, requires a PhD, and that's not good enough to manage it. Trust me. I lost. Teenager won. I'm trying again on the next one. All of this has to come together, and it needs to work seamlessly together. And so I'm taking a much broader definition of convergence, but I really think that whole ecosystem has to work much better than it does today.
We need a teenager here in one of the upcoming panels.
I tell you, teenagers are really smart.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'll just wrap up, and I think that we need to take a look at open roaming and what it's doing today, and we need to add everything that they said, quality of experience, keeping our teenager not looking at stuff. All that can be part of the federation that we create, because at the end of the day, what we're trying to do is we're trying to create that experience that we're talking about, and we need a mechanism that will do that across all network technologies. And I think the open roaming has an opportunity to do that. And I don't think anybody else has this, by the way. I think that that's something that's very unique with the WBA that we can really take advantage of to really drive the industry forward.
Fantastic. No? Let's drive the ecosystem forward. I think we are on time. Thank you so much for the great insights. Okay, so thank you for your participation. So let's just wrap up. This is the end of our day one of the WGC event.